Welcome to the pre-show of the grand finals of the UKEL Autumn. And we have made it. We've gone through playoffs. We've gone through the season. We've done it all. And we've made it to the finals. The last chance saloon for two teams. But before we get to them, we're going to have a little run back through what we've had this season. It's been a long one. We've had a lot of games. We've had a lot of moments. We changed up the format. The teams were new. Some were old. But it's brought great memories as always. But first, let's welcome in my guests on the show. We're going to go left to right, as is Millie. Welcome in. Bloxer, welcome in. Zaftos, welcome in. I hope you are all doing great today.
Thumbs up. It's great. It's awesome. I'm vibing. How are you?
Oh, the answer back. No one ever asked the host back. But either way, Bloxer, you go first. I'll round myself up in a bit.
I'm good. Super excited to be here for the finals. I missed the first little bit of the season, so this one's felt way shorter than usual, but it's been a real banger. It's made up for it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you there. Been an incredible UKL season from start to finish. And to be honest, I've been most excited about how many just different voices we've seen around the place, as it's brought a lot more to life, at least for me.
Yeah, a lot of new players, both from the teams, but also coming in from the casting stuff as well. And it's been nice. It's nice to see the new faces. It's nice to see the new teams. Nice to see the upsets coming through, and obviously the returning players as well. Which brings me to a little question, right? Millie, Zaftos, this one's coming to you two, right? Obviously, newer faces on the UKL yourselves. How have you guys found the season, right? Millie, you can kick us off with this one. How have you found being on the UK, like the best league the UK has to offer?
I mean, I'm super hyped. I think every time I was here, I mentioned afterwards how I was hyped to be here and how I'm just grateful. And I feel like it's such a crazy league to cast. Like there are so many ups and downs and so many unexpected things happening. And I just really enjoyed that. And for me, I had a bit of a challenge, going from German to English casts, which was not so vibey in the beginning, but I think we got there in time, and I'm really happy about how it all went, and it's just an exciting league to be in.
I can imagine. For me personally, I'm born and bred UK. I'm here from the start. I used to play in the university leagues. It's just good to be able to see how some of my friends that I used to play some other leagues with are here in the UKL, and now I get to kind of talk trash on them. That's probably my favorite part. Just overall, it's just good to be able to enjoy League of Legends with other people in the surrounding areas.
Okay. And then for you, Blocks, obviously me and you, we've been here a few seasons. We've seen a few different teams, a few different moments. Some players have been here the whole time, But what have you made of the new season? You said you missed the first half, but obviously you still got to see a lot of the new faces, the new teams, the new format a little bit as it came up this season.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of the main points for me. The new format I've really enjoyed. Looking at it on a spreadsheet, before things started, I was a little bit confused. I gotta be honest. It wasn't working in my head. But once we actually started playing it, once I jumped back in just at the end of that initial group stage, it felt great. The group matches was a great way to do it. Then going on to that Group C next step, it felt like there were lots of moments for you teams to prove themselves. It didn't feel like if you really sucked in the first 5 games of the group stage, you were out, you were done for. You had lots of new opportunities, and some teams we got to see who didn't have the best start and rose up. Obviously, right at the end, it feels like those who were best in that group stage have made it to the finals, but I have really, really enjoyed the way that this new format has been. And on top of that, I've really enjoyed the way that the league has just stepped up in terms of quality. Summer is always a little bit more of a fun time. It's not serious. There's no promotion. It's playing, university teams up against the top of our division. So it's always going to be a good time. And there was a lot of very silly League of Legends. That's not to say we didn't get any silly League of Legends this time, but just the quality of games, especially amongst our best teams, was so incredibly high. I've been incredibly impressed with the way that all of our teams have played. Yeah,
we definitely got some silly League of Legends at some points, right? Just to name one, Silas support, right? Like. Who was thinking that was coming out? At the end of the day, it is what it is. I love that from Lil Pants. I want to see more of that stuff. But it's been a good season, right? And I will say it's probably been one of the more competitive seasons. I feel like all of the teams had a moment, right? As you said, the tiebreakers at the end, like Group B having 3 people that ended on 3 and 5. Like it was pretty insane. There was a lot of stuff that kind of didn't end when the season should have ended, right? We had to play games before we even got into the playoffs, and it was just a fun one to watch and to be a part of. But with that being said, it's now over to you guys, right? I've done a lot of yapping. I've done a little monologue there, but I kept it a bit short because it's your time to tell me what your favorite moment of the season was. Millie, kick us off. What was your favorite moment this season in the UKEL? We've had loads, but which one did you pick?
I mean, I can sure not only winning this game, but the entire series, which is an absolute joke. And I remember picking this clip with the words, I want to re-traumatize people, because that's partly what I was, traumatized from watching this. I did not see that coming. I don't think it's necessarily the greatest play, but I think it shows that this league is unscripted. There is no chance you can predict what's going to happen. You have maybe a favor for one side, like a team that you think on paper would be better, but there is this possibility of an upset happening at all times, and it shows game is over when Nexus falls and not before that.
I won't lie, I feel like if you took the nameplates off, I knew which team that was, right? Because like it is the most Paragon way to win again. Like this team has so much potential, right? Let's not downplay it. Paragon are a great team. They've had some great moments this year, right? They went to the RPS, they turned up. The way they got to the RPS was insanity. They had this miracle run in the playoffs. Like they've had moments, but they are that team when you think they're gonna lose, they somehow win. But when they're favorites, I don't really know what happens. You know, it's very hard to explain. Bloxer, maybe you got a few words as well.
Game ones, man, this team, I have been talking about these players for so many years at this point because they're all from the university leagues. It's the Ex Machina roster from the University of Exeter, reborn under max supervision into what is just the most frustrating team we have in the UKL, and I love them. I love them all so much. But game one, they're just going to throw it. And once they throw game one, then they're here to play every single time. And it doesn't matter how much you talk good about this team, because like you said, Jay, they're always going to pull something random out, lose from positions in which it shouldn't be losable, and win from positions where they should never even get close to the enemy Nexus. I think they're a real show of what is best about UKL. But God, is it annoying to watch sometimes.
For sure.
And that's any final points, right? Obviously, they had some pretty stacked players in Paragon.
No, I completely agree with you there. Bloxer has been absolutely harping on about the mid laner Tiratov. I remember being mid lane, two people who were new to the UKL, and I'm like, okay, so what play should I be looking out of? Like Bloxer out of nowhere says, Tiratopper. This mid laner it's just gonna win everything, and then I see them die solo in lane, and I'm like, this is the UKL. Of course, fantastic play in his own right, but that's the way to describe this place is, I don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on, but it's a blast to watch.
And that is why we love it. But Bloxer, what was your favorite moment, right? Talking about teams that are hard to watch, maybe that's relatable?
So, I feel like I need to preface what happens here in this clip, right? I'd just had a major surgery, I wasn't able to cast, and I was watching Worlds from my bed. And I've been a Fnatic fan for a very long time. In fact, I've been...
It seems to have irked you somewhat.
It has indeed. And I think part of it may be that I made a mistake in 2015 by watching a Fnatic game, and I've been a Fnatic fan ever since. And unfortunately, it's led me down many paths to this moment here, where watching Fnatic at Worlds has made me a very, very sad human being. And there was a lot reminiscent of the way that Fnatic play. Obviously, referring to teams as, oh, you play in the style of a pro team would usually be awesome. However, it's the over-aggression that both of these teams were showing off that was actually crazy. And Vertex, there was so much good that they were doing, and they just threw it all away on basically two key mistakes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking around here. I'm a little distracted. I can find neither my chainsaw nor my billy can of gasoline.
No, what a moment. To be fair, respect to you, ride or die fan. You know, you're with your team, whether they're doing good or not so good, which seems to be the trend at the moment for them. But who knows? New season, maybe 2025, it brings it all back for them. But either way, let's move on to the final moment of the season. Zathos, what was your pick for favorite moment?
First of all, before I get my moment, I'm a Fnatic fan, and Bloxer, I stand with you. We're going to do well this season. But no, final thing, I'm a stats guy, and I'm going to talk about the best player of the league personally for me, and that is Sin, the AD carry for Ruddy. Somebody who's been first in CS, first in kills, and practically first in everything. And the tower, well, he made an incredible play
Like that play is
Just
cold.
so
Like
good.
I'm saying, we could run that back. We don't have time, but we could run that back like 3 more times. You know, that play was crazy. I love it. I love the aggression, and we'll see. You know, we're not going to talk too much about it, but you know, maybe that will happen in the final as well. Like it's a world of the UKL where there's a lot of moments, right? There's a lot of hype plays. There's a lot of individual moments that take people through. But obviously, the teams, they've also been showing up pretty well, right? I feel like this has probably been, and I feel quite comfortable saying this, the most competitive season that we've had in the UKL. But you know what is also very competitive? Let's bring it in. It's time for J-Real's Super Long Game Show version 3. That's right. We came here again, right? We've done it once, then someone else did it. Not my show. The second time when we're back here for version 3. It is time. There are 9 questions on the board, and you guys have to pick which ones you want. We are going to start. I will say there are some rules. We are going to start with the top row, and we'll go to the second row, and the third row is where I take over control. Zath, you were the last person to put in your moment of the season, so you get to pick the first question on the board from that front row. Which one do you pick?
It's difficult. There's plenty of different options in front of me. I'm hovering towards right, please nerf, and the rat, but when I think about myself enough, I am more like a rat, so I'm going to go for that one.
Okay, reveal the question under number 1. So, name as many players on the newly announced roster, brand new today,
Easy.
of Los Ratones, going into what we presume is the NLC. I don't know if that's actually confirmed just yet.
Yeah, I have a bit of an issue. I don't know who their jungler is, but I know a few of the other players. So, of course, in the top lane, we got the Inter, the one and only, the boss. Okay, jungle. No offense. I bet he's lovely. No idea who you are. If we're going, of course, AD carry, we've got Crowny. I know about that. We've got Nemesis in towards the mid lane. Support, of course, you know, my beloved Fnatic. AD carry, I still miss you now. Reckless. And then Cadril being the head coach. That is my final lock-in. They probably have a rat for a jungler, I'm guessing.
No, you've actually nailed it. Like, the jungler is Velja. I hope I pronounced that one properly. But I looked him up quickly. Very, very esteemed player, right? Has hit rank 1 and stuff. So definitely going to be a dangerous prospect. And I think all in all, you nailed it, right? You actually smashed it. You got 4 out of 5. I'm pretty impressed. You know, I was going to give you more. I was going to give you a point for basically 3, but you managed to get 4. So well played.
I went on
well
Twitter
played.
this morning.
Yeah. I feel like if you weren't on Twitter today and you are in the NLC ecosystem at all, you definitely missed out. But either way, we're not on the NLC right now. We're the UKL. We precursor to the NLC. You know, there's a long path and a road up ahead, but prospects are booming. So maybe we'll see a little bit more on the downscale as well. So next up, Bloxer, it's your turn to pick from row 1.
Let's go for the fancy wardrobe. I have no clue what this could be about.
Okay, fancy wardrobe. I will say, before we reveal the question, I've started you guys off lightly. You know, I was like, you know what? I'll give you a little bit of League of Legends general trivia, right? To start off round 1. We'll get a little bit more UKL round 2 and 3. All right, so fancy wardrobe. Let's bring this one in. The quick question is pretty simple, right? Who is the champion with the most skins in the game? And there have been so many released recently.
Oh god, it's either Lux or Ari, right? Like, surely it's one of those two. I would have said Lux beforehand, but Ari?
Oh, you are so close. You're so close. It is Lux and Misfortune. Now, I will say, I Googled this. Maybe things have changed since Google updated itself. I'm hoping Google is keeping me in. But 19 skins, by the way. 19! Like,
I was thinking with all the new Faker skins and everything, maybe Ari's just overtaken.
what? 19! 19 is crazy, right? Riot, drop some skins for some other people, please. Like, you know what I mean? There's some champions with like 3 skins, been out like 7 years. And yeah, 19. Damn. If you own all the Lux skins, I feel like that's kind of a bit of achievement, to be honest. You know, I respect that a lot. But either way, moving on to the final one in row 1. Millie, you don't really get much of a pick, so we're gonna drop you into the Riot nerf, please. Let's flip over that question and bring this one back up. So, which champion was the? Oh no, okay, it's supposed to be which is the highest win rate at Worlds?
Highest win rate.
Yeah, the
at
highest win
Worlds.
rate at Worlds.
Okay, hang on. I completely messed up my pick'ems. If I do say so, it was horrible. My pick'ems were a mess. highest win rate at Worlds would be something that is also like most picked. I know it's not Cassante because that's what I said it would be. So I don't think it is Cassante.
Mm-hmm.
What about Rel?
Oh, okay. I will say I may give you the point regardless because it did say on the screen most picked, which was Rel, I do believe. I can just quickly stat check that in 1 second. But the highest win rate was Gragas, which, to be fair, you know, I was also shocked, but it's because I felt like he wasn't picked that much. But when he got picked,
But when
he
he
did
picked,
really
you
well.
won. Yeah, well,
Yeah, the World
okay.
Finals.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
He kind of popped off, you know. Gragas had some
man.
moments, right, in that season. But yeah, it was a very, very solid one. I think I've just looked up the stats, and I think it might have actually been, yeah, it was Rel with 44 picks there. So had it been that one, you know, you got it. So we'll give you like half point for that, right? But we're going to go on to round 2.
Fair.
We're going to go on to round 2, right? This is where it gets a little bit more close to home, you know? And Millie, you know what? You can get the first pick of round number 2.
Well. I think I have no idea what B1 is, but I'll choose that.
Okay. B1. Well, interesting that you chose this one based on what we just spoke about. But let's flip over this little question. You know, you may be reminded of it. Which champion was the most picked in the UKEL playoffs?
UKEL playoffs. Ooh. Oh Lord. My brain completely went blank there. Wait, let me rethink. I'm trying to, you know how your brain goes back to all the games you
got
saw
time.
and you're trying to think about all the drafts. Well, Ziggs was banned a lot. Skarner was obviously banned a lot. So it's not those. Prio picks were definitely something like Yone, some AD carry probably maybe. Okay, wait. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm going to say it was, I don't know, it's Yone? I don't know.
Oh, I wish
It's
it
one
was
I
Yone.
remember vividly, but that could also be because when it was picked, it was like strong because it's a meta strong pick, but I don't know. My brain is leaving me.
It was not Yone. It was actually Rel. You know, we just stuck to the script.
Really?
We said
There's
Rel was picking
no
Rel.
way.
We're picking Rel. Apparently,
I
it
am
was picked 8
so
times.
stupid. Like,
So,
I'm literally, my hair color, it went into my brain. Like, oh my God. Wow.
To be fair, let's bring the people back onto the screen because I want to hear your thoughts on this actually, because this brings up a big point for me in the UK, which I feel like this year, especially, or this split, we've had so much diversity in picks. People have been really looking in any champion they want, which way and left. And I feel like Rel being the most picked, I mean, I'm coming to you first with this one. It's like, are you a little bit surprised given how kind of fluid the UKL has felt outside the meta? Or do you feel like actually, since playoffs hit, they got a little bit more rigid? They went back to what has been working in the upper echelons as well?
It's been a super interesting, super diverse meta for everybody but the supports. Obviously, we've had a couple crazy things, but Rel, Nautilus, Renata, Leona have just been picked all year. The whole year. They have not gone away at any point, and so the fact that Rel was the top pick does not surprise me at all. Everybody else had their fun this year, not the supports.
And Zad, like, I know you love a draft, so what's your thoughts? Do you feel like we need a little bit more off meta, or do you feel like actually kind of going back towards the meta has been working better? Maybe it fits certain teams better than others?
If I'm honest, I've been known to cook a little bit too hard. I was working with a team to get them to UKL2. I may have cooked a bit, and they may not be there now. So I might not be the smartest person to ask as a support main as well. But still, I want some Melio. I want some Lulu. I want some more Jana if we forget that game we saw in the playoffs. But to be honest, just anything else, please, than the basic hard engaged champions. We having Wukong in the jungle, having other forms of engage with Skarner, with the Sejuani. You can, play maybe a Velcor support, maybe a Zyra if you want to. It just feels like everybody is so comfortable in the way that they're playing. It's so difficult to try and get away from that.
Okay, well, with that being said, all right, you're up, Bloxer. Pick your question. What is going to be next on the board?
Let's go for combo. I like that.
Okay, all right, okay. Let's bring this one up. Let's bring this one up onto the board. CCC combo. Which team ended Verdant's win streak?
Which team?
Or was it in regular season?
It was not a good team. I know this. It was not a good team. It was. Was it Good Chi?
It was Good Chi.
Yes!
It was
Wow.
Good Chi. Maybe some would say the good team, right? Like they have the Chi for it. You know, they're moving a bit strong. And I will say, this is what I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier, right? Millie, you brought this up about the fact that so many teams picked up wins where they shouldn't have, right? Good Chi did it. On the other side as well, Verdant managed to lose. You know, like it's a sentiment where anyone was able to pick up games from anyone. And I feel like that's really, really the spirit of the UKL. And it's what you talked about a little bit earlier on. And like, I feel like even in the playoffs, we got to see that a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw that on Monday, and it was traumatizing. No, but I think it's great because I know that a lot of teams who might not perform as great throughout the regular season kind of tend to maybe, have a little bit of a weaker mental at some point. But if something like this type of upset happens for you, it kind of shows that there is a lot of potential there. And I always feel like it's so funny when teams, let's say, are out of playoffs contention, but they can still ruin the run for someone else. And I love that as a factor in it, because I just like to see people suffer.
No undefeated teams going out of group stage. All right, now on to the next question. Zath, it's time for Monster. I don't know if you ever played those games, by the way. Shout out to them.
I'm an absolute fan, by the way. I've played Monster Hunter Rise, just all of them.
All right, well, here we
10 out of
go.
10.
You
Okay, I'm
sound
ready.
experienced, so let's bring on this question. Which Drake was the most killed during the playoffs?
Do you know, this makes so much sense. 100% Monster Hunter there, Monster Hunter here. I am so informed. No, to completely take a random guess, I absolutely love the what soul do I like the most? I'm just going to pick that one. It has to be the Cloud Soul. Like a little bit of movement speed as a support, so I'm going to lock that in because no one cares about it.
Ooh, Cloud Soul. An interesting
I don't
option.
think I'm right.
I don't remember exactly what was at Worlds. I'm trying to think if we can configure that one. But I believe
This is just a pure like 1 out of 6 guess.
Ooh, I'm just waiting for the answer to officially pop up. I believe it is.
You're scaring me. You're baiting me, man.
I would say like Loki. Like, which would you want it to be? You want it to be Cloud, right? Because that's your answer. Like Loki, I hope it's Hextech. I'm hoping it was Hextech, right? Because like I bet in Worlds, I bet on the Chemtech. I was like, you know what? Chemtech be popping up all the time. Didn't seem to pop up here. Infernal's the one that everyone loves, right? Ocean Drake is one people forget about. Mountain Soul, everyone fights for. But like it's a quick question. Any other options in the chat? Anyone else wanna drop in what they think?
Yes.
Because it's Hextech. We're not going to let you get an answer in there. It is Hextech. So unfortunately, it was not Cloud. It was the Hextech Dragon, which admittedly, you know what? Bring that on for the finals as well. I love Hextech Drake. I think it is super solid. And I feel like also we have a mixture of teams that really like to go for Dragons. I feel like the two teams that are in the finals, a bit more grub based, but Dragons definitely took a bit of the priority as well in the UKL. But we're going to move on to the final round of the quiz. And this is where it gets personal, right? I will now pick the questions for you guys, and I will say shout out to Temporal. He was the one that helped me make this, so got to give a lot of love to Temp. Does a lot for the show, but also for the quiz. So with that being said, let's go to question number 1. This one is for you, Bloxer. I'm going to bring that one up onto the screen. So in Venom Crest versus Ruddy's second meeting, we had 2 wacky picks out of Akkers and Sin. Do you remember which ones they were?
No.
And this was weird, like especially from Sin, like much weirder from Sin, I think, than from Akkers, but still not what you'd expect.
I can, like, in the very back of my mind, remember my reaction to them. But what was it? What
Mhm.
happened top lane? It was such a weird one, and they didn't end up doing anything with them particularly either. Ah, this is gonna annoy me. What was it? Tell me. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, it was Jin Zhao in the top lane, which admittedly, you know what, has seen play before. It's not the craziest, but it's definitely not what we expected. And then Lux in the bot
that
lane.
was it. That was the one. Oh, that game.
What?
The Lux was just targeted the whole game. It died so much, and it was still really good for them. God, that draft was weird. What were they doing?
It's, you know what? It's a little bit different. It's a little bit spicy. Maybe we see that a little bit later, but we'll move on to the next question. Zath, this one's coming to you.
Go for it.
Let's bring this one up. So, who scored first blood in Venom Crest versus Ruddy's first meeting this split? The player got their favorite champion, which they played to great effect this year, especially in playoffs.
What? Wait, so what player is it? Like,
yeah, who scored first blood? And it's on their favorite champion, which is a more uniquely played pick. I was about to give you the role.
I don't know. I really don't know. I actually am like, no, it's not them. Who has like a staple pick out of either of these two teams? I know that top lane is maybe a Nar Camille. I'm gonna go for the Nar top lane, maybe first blood there. That's the best chance I'm gonna get here.
Okay, you got a monster, right? It was like, you know, on the right lines. It was actually Venom Crest Hazard. It was Rek'Sai, which did definitely have a pretty good playoff run. You know, I feel like the Rek'Sai came out. I feel like we don't get to see a lot of Rek'Sais. And, you know, they kind of popped off. They made it happen. And they really claimed their crown on that champion. But let's go on to the third and final question. The questions I feel like have been tough. I hope you guys in chat as well are having a go at guessing. And maybe, you know, some people are getting full marks. But, Millie, the final one for you. Which jungler was killed at level 2 on their Raptors in week 5 of the regular split? So we are going back a little bit in memory. Who also achieved our only Flame Horizon this split?
Oh my god.
I will also give you a hint. They didn't make it to playoffs. So that does narrow it down.
That's what I thought. Because that sounds bad. Now I feel like I remember this scenario. And I feel like it made me angry. But that has nothing to do with me knowing who it could have been. So they didn't make it to playoffs. So that cancels out quite a few teams. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I can't imagine that is something that would happen to, like... Wait, no, DMG didn't make it to playoffs, right? My brain is farting. Oh my god, I'm forgetting everything. What is happening? I want to say it was rigged or... I say it's rigged. I don't...
Okay, it was the MG rigged. Millie popping up in the third round. Let's go. Damn. Okay, with that ends J-Real's really long game show version 3. I hope you lot had fun, right? I hope you lot had a good time. I hope you lot in chat also had a good time. And maybe you lot at home knew 9 out of 9. If you did, respect to yourself. You know, you've done very well and you get the prize of nothing. Okay, you have to sit and watch the finals now. Okay, that's what you get. That's what you win. Okay, stay and watch the finals. But with that being said, I hope you guys all had a good time, right? I hope you guys had a great one, and let's round this one out. Let's get the final thoughts from you guys moving on about the season, about maybe what is about to happen after this, but obviously don't say too much. Zath, you can kick us off.
Well, thank you, everybody, for just allowing me to have this experience on the UKL. It's been an absolute pleasure. Of course, you guys have been fantastic to work with. For the finals, just give me some bloodshed. Give me something to watch with my popcorn, with my pizza by the side that I'm going to eat later on to watch. Just give me some fun.
Okay, you Bloxer, any final words?
I hope that we get that trend of the Hextech Drakes continue, because the best thing about them is it means that it allows for these sorts of team fights where you team fight and you're still team fighting and you're still team fighting. And I want to see Drake run out of air and pass out at some point. I want team fights that just go for so long that nobody knows when it started, nobody knows when it ends, because it just keeps going. I love those. Let's get it.
Okay, and final words from you, Millie.
I mean, I can only agree with what has been said about, it's been a great season. I'm very happy that I could have been a part of this. I'm very, very glad I got to meet everyone and hang out here a lot. And for this last series, I hope we get 5 games. And I want it to be not at all close. I want it to be stompy games, but back and forth in between games. Like I want game 1 to be a stomp from the one side and then game 2 to be a stomp from the other side. Like I want it to be very action packed.
Okay. I definitely second the 5 games. We all want to see that. We all want to go all the way to the end. It's been a great season. I hope you guys enjoyed us reminiscing a little bit with a bit of a fun twist with the quiz. It's been a good time. It's been a good season. Make sure you stay tuned because the finals will be coming up next. I'm going to go change into a smart shirt. I'll see you soon. Hello and welcome into the UKEL Autumn Grand Finals. We are here for the last time this season, most likely this year. It has been a banger. We've had split after split after split. This is the final one for 2024, and it is been a wild one. We said it on the pre-show. I got changed into a nice shirt, right? That wasn't the only thing we said. There was also a lot going on, right? This has probably been one of the most competitive splits. We obviously had the update and the change of how the matchups went through. We had the new group stages, the new way to play, the new playoffs, and it's all been immaculate. I've loved every second of it, and I feel like the teams have been very, very competitive. We've nailed it down to the final two, the two that actually did previously meet in the upper brackets finals, but we'll see if it plays out the same. First, let's introduce Deskglow, Rory B, and Luna. Welcome in right now. I hope you guys are having a good day.
Yeah, I mean, I've just come back from a dance class, so I'm already hyped. I'm warmed up. Like, I am ready to go.
I am very ready to see this matchup go through. We saw it in upper bracket, as you mentioned. And I think there's going to be some interesting games today, shall we say?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you said dance class. You know, is it going to be a Paso Doble moment right now? Right, I feel like Ruddy have been chasing Verdant around. Is that going to be the situation? Is it going to be quite a hot tango? We'll find out. You know, we'll see how this one goes, or maybe it'll be very smooth like a waltz. But either way, let's get into this. Right, let's have a little bit of intuition about this, because you know what? We got a long time to talk about this matchup. We got almost 5 games, hopefully, right? Yeah. So let's start it by breaking down a little bit of the rest of the season, right? Let's have a look at the All-Stars roster that we managed to pick out for this season, right? Who made it onto the top of the list? Well, I think it is of very little surprise to people at home. It is a lot of people that are in the finals today, Luna.
Yeah, I mean, our entire first All-Pro team consists of 3 Ruddy and 2 Verdant players, right? So they are here for a reason. They have all been incredibly good across the course of the split. And I don't think it is fair to say that any of them don't deserve to be there across the 5 that you can see in front of you there.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of names that really scream out to me that I feel like, you know what, had they made it further, could have potentially jumped up a little bit, like Timo Topper. I think definitely a name that people have talked about a lot. I think Kenji also has had some really good games. You know, Rory, what is your kind of take? Obviously, the All-Pro team, I don't think it's surprising that we do have so many members from Ruddy and so many members from Verdant.
No, well, it's quite hard to deny just the power they've come in with this split. Like, finished so far at the top of their group. So 2-0ing a lot of their matchups. Crisis there, seemingly so good he was in first and second All-Pro team, is really a testament, if anything, to the impact he has had on the jungle this split. I'm not surprised that Errol is up first, but I do think recency bias, as the vote went live this week, might have had something to do with it, because he's had some stellar performances in the last couple of weeks.
No, for sure. I think that they've definitely had some moments. And I will say, I think that there's a little bit of a thought process about like kind of people changing their role. Like obviously, if you've watched a lot of the first few weeks, maybe you think differently to if you watch a lot of the last few weeks. So I definitely feel like there is that movement, but that was our all-star roster. And I feel like, you know what, it's pretty deserved, as we all decided. But one did stand above the rest, right? The season MVP, the coveted title, the one that you really want to win if you're not winning the finals, right? Let's have a reveal as to who won our season MVP. It was Errol, who, you know what, right? Like, I feel like we're going to say some controversial stuff on this a little bit later, but the stats don't lie. They really do speak volumes, Luna.
They absolutely do. I mean, Errol coming into this split was definitely one of our players to watch, right? Has had so much experience at a high level, has been a very good player for a very, very long time. And honestly, I'm not sure everybody else, but my expectation was Errol was going to come in and just start steamrolling. And we kind of saw that kind of pick up as the split went on. We saw Errol really come back into his element and start to get away with things, going back to even Thursday with that Cassiopeia performance that we saw in game number 2, I believe it was. So definitely a deserved accolade to be taking away from this split. I think by far one of the best players that we have in the UKL, the best according to general vote. So absolutely can't say a word wrong there.
And we'll see if they perform, right? Because it's a big matchup. You know, we're not going to get it just yet. But just for you people at home, you know, start to breadcrumb a little bit here. You know, a little piece. You know, you got to think about that mid lane. We'll be talking that in a little bit. But let's have a look at the full lineup, right? We saw them pretty much in that last Ross in that last graphic. Let's bring up Ruddy first, who I feel like are the challengers at this moment in time, right? They were sent down to the losers bracket by Verdant, so they definitely the underdogs in this story at this moment in time. Akers, E-Roll, Crisis, Sin, and Jamsu. Rory, talk to me a little bit about this Ruddy team, who we have seen for a while in the UK scene, but also a lot this season.
Right. So Ruddy have this amazing buff to them where they can actually do bot lane with only one person in it, seemingly. Because Jamsu loves a roam and Sin just loves to survive tower dives. And when you've got a combo like that, you're smiling all to the way to the bank. Akka's very solid laner. You'll see very few isolated deaths into him. I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup between him and Refresh today. And then Crisis is just seemingly always there. He has really, really good reads. His counter ganks are superb.
Yeah, and I do wonder if the Hecarim will turn up at all. You know, like that's old school Crisis. Maybe it's not going to come through, but you know what? He's had a lot of good picks, right? He's had a lot of proactive plays, right? The Skarners, the Lee Sins, the Sejuanis, they've been able to just really kind of turn the tide for the team. And what I love is that you mentioned about Sin in the tower dives as well. We even saw it in the pre-show, right? Playing aggressive in those tower dives, not just willingly dying and saying, okay, you know what, I drew pressure, that's okay, but actually going for those proactive plays, making things happen and really giving Ruddy that edge, which I feel like they're going to need today because it was 2-0 in the pre-game. You know, it was 2-0 in the upper bracket finals. They need that little bit of a switch up and maybe they have it. But let's bring in who they are taking on. Let's talk about Verdant. Let's take them up onto our screens. Luna, do these names need more introduction?
I don't believe so. I mean, you've seen them across the course of the split. In fact, you've seen most of them at different points throughout the UKL in the last year, or even before, looking towards Battery for you and Little Pants. They've been around for a long, long time, been staples of most every team they've been on as well. Refresh coming in this split from Paragon Frost from Spring. A very, very solid showing himself, has shown diversity that we didn't expect out of this player from Spring. And then Tofu coming in off the back of Sunshine Showdown, really, really impressive. Has done leagues of work for this roster, in all honesty, has been one of the driving forces behind their ability, has been one of the driving forces behind the proactivity that we're seeing come out of these lanes. And that's especially very good when you have players like Little Pants, like Battery, who want to be looking to have impact at every point in the game.
And I really like that the junglers don't share much of a champion pool at the moment, right? We've not seen them play similar champions, right? From the other side of Tofu, we've seen him play Amumu, Jarvan, Kindred, which was, by the way, one of the most insane games that I've seen this season, right? The Kindred game went crazy. We don't still know how that draft won, but they did. You know, they made something happen.
I don't want to talk about it.
It's definitely a world where, you know what, Tofu is someone in the back of my mind that's like, maybe he doesn't get talked about loads, but actually could be a game changer. And I know someone on the casting desk believes that as well, but I'll let them say their piece a little bit later. Either way, let's keep it moving. Let's go into a little word from the players themselves. Let's roll the VT of their interviews.
Hi, I'm Akers, and I play top lane for RUD Esports.
Hey, I'm Tofu. I play jungle for Verdant. I respect the Vertex mid laner. I think it's the right one. The Vertex mid laner because he plays Quinn. That's literally the only reason. Wait, that sounds toxic. But no, as in like, yeah, nobody plays Quinn anymore, so it's interesting.
I think Timotop is kind of like, I don't know, I think when we played him in the spring, like we kind of didn't know a lot of the players, and I think I'd played against them in uni before as well, but like I think it's pretty obvious that he's the player on that team that's just driving them forwards in every game that they win, and he's so like versatile. I think Timotop is like, you know, he stands out from the rest of his team, and I think that's pretty impressive. I think the Zinzao top game was pretty fun. I almost got a pentakill, and I've never got a pentakill in any competitive game, so that would have been pretty cool. But I think just like going, I think I had an insane amount of kills. I had like 15 kills or something on Zinzao top. It was pretty funny. And to be honest, I actually don't even think it's that bad a pick. So maybe I'll pull it out in the finals. Who knows?
Well, competing in UK League, I've only really done these 2 splits. But I would say my best or most treasured moment is my team locking me Kindred when they've never seen me play it, and I don't play it in solo queue either. So it's nice to have some trust, I guess. It looked good. I don't really play it though. I'd say my favorite moment is probably in the last game we played, which was also against RUD in the upper finals. The very last fight was quite satisfying to watch, I guess, with everybody kind of melting to Hoi inside Jarvanol, and yeah, just the wombo combo really.
I think my best memory is probably just winning UKLC back in like 2021. So that was like the first time that I'd won any league, and that was back when the UKLC was. I mean, you had like I'd say like the level of players was probably like average, like mid master, which is quite a lot higher than UKL is right now. So it was like I'd say it's a decent achievement to do that at the time. I'd say like Yone in the past, well in like the last month, has been really boring to play against because it just feels like this champion which it really struggles to lose lane against any matchup, apart from like maybe Renekton or something. But I'd say Yone, and also I think Cassante. Like this champion is so unbelievably overpowered, and they changed him in the recent patch to do more damage but be more clunky to play. The champion feels worse to play, but you have to play it more because it's literally stronger than it was before they changed it.
I hate playing against like Elise, especially in solo queue, but those type of champions that like AP early game and then like can invade a lot, it's just annoying to play against. I hate all of them. It's interesting. I think our team in general just has like a large variety of pocket picks that just can really catch people off guard. So I think our surprising picks could be the reason that we win.
Okay. I think we will win because we have the better top side. If I'm being serious, I think no, I think we have genuinely. I think our top side's a lot better. I'd say Crisis has been feeding a lot this split, but I think he'll be locked in for this final. I hope and pray that he'll be locked in, and if he's not, then he'll be back to Sejuani duty. Like we'll maybe give him a game of Lee Sin, and if he feeds, then he'll be back on Sejuani or any supportive jungler. So he knows that he needs to like lock in, and I'd say also Erol's been playing pretty well. I think me and Erol have been playing quite well the whole split, to be honest, pretty consistent. I'd say if we turn up in the bot lane and we don't feed over like 6 kills by like 8 minutes to feed you, then we have a chance of winning, and we probably will win because I think the top side should just naturally win.
Well, considering Akaz is doing the other interview, we've got a mutual friend. So I'll probably say that it's not that spicy, but I'm sure Gio's probably supporting me over him. Well, I guess all I can say is this finals will be less troll than the last one we played in UKL, the Summer Showdown. I think this time we might all be sober, particularly one person, but I will not mention them.
I think Little Pants is gonna be looking like he's a bit drunk in these games, like the summer final. I think he's gonna die a few times, and yeah, I think our bot lane is gonna turn up on the day. I'm just really glad that I won't have to play competitive with Crisis and Sin for another couple months. This is what an awesome gamer looks like.
And it's always nice to hear from the players, it's always nice. I kind of wish we got them all in the room, they could have like had their moment, had a little bit of chat. But either way, there's a lot to take in there. You know, I feel like everyone is ready for this game. You know, I feel like we've seen them in the upper brackets. There was obviously a little bit of relaxation there as well. Like, you could go down, you could lose that match, and it won't be the end of the world for you, right? This is the one that matters. This is the final. This is the last chance saloon, the final time you will play in the autumn of the UKEL 2024. But let's have a little look at some of these players. Right, we talked about the teams. We had a little breakdown. We've also talked about them a lot in the upper brackets, right? I feel like we mentioned a lot about Akers versus Refresh the last time we saw these teams. But let's talk about Sin versus Fuyu, right? Let's talk about it, you know? Because I feel like it's a matchup that we've talked about the supports on this bot lane, right? We now need to kind of get into these ADCs. Luna, I know you have a lot to say about these two in the matchup.
Absolutely. I think individually, Sin and Fuyu down and dirty with the best. They have shown an ability to take a lead and run away with a game, alongside an ability to exist in isolation and not give over anything. In fact, I say that as the clip we're seeing in the VT is Sin doing exactly that, is sitting in isolation and ending up with a double kill and a third member dead to an execute. These two players are so incredibly good at what they do and do it so incredibly consistently that you kind of can't not look at these players when talking about these two teams. We could talk until the cows come home about the mid lane, about the jungle, about the support matchup, because they are all very important. But at the end of the day, to me, the way this matchup goes entirely comes down to which AD carry is performing better on the day. And last time we saw these two teams match up against one another, that was Fuyu.
And also, I don't know about you, Roy, but I'm looking at these clips here and I'm like, you know what I'm thinking? Don't give Sin Varus. Like, it's like this champion is going crazy, but similar with Fuyu's Ashe, right? Like, they definitely have champions that they really, really feel for. And I do like that, again, similar to the junglers, it's not that they're going to be picking from each other's pool, but I do wonder if they decide to delve into that because of the power of some of these picks.
Well, that's the thing. I've cast multiple games where each of these AD carries have locked in Varus and have had crazy performances. Specifically that on-hit Varus, which is now buffed on this current patch. It's such a nuts champion. Actually, it is a good answer to the Ashe as well. So if you want to first pick it, I would be all for it. And it kind of answers the question that we've seen in this split where a lot of key teams kind of do a questionable B1 pick, let's say, and aren't able to really utilize the power of the spot.
Okay. Also, let's have a quick talk about the stats, right? Like 900 damage a minute? Like, whoa, that is high. And also, it's not far off of what Fuyu's is as well, right? Fuyu's is just underneath that. So these two AD carries, they're getting involved, right? It's 2024. This is, I feel like, the year where AD carries really got their moment, right? Obviously, they've always been a powerful role. Maybe not. But like, it's a sentiment of like, it's always been a powerful role, but I feel like this year it became even stronger than it was before. And I feel like we're starting to see that from these two teams as well. You know, it's really nice to see. Maybe you don't love it in solo queue, but I do love it in a team fight as well. But it's a lot going on, you know. And we talk about the bot lane. Bot lane is also important for securing the objectives. And let's have a quick look at these two teams because I feel like Grubs have really taken over the UKEL, Rory.
Yeah, pray to the purple guys. There you go. I love them. Why bother like just getting a dragon and contesting the second one when you can just take Grubs? It's guaranteed free plates. If you're ever left alone in the side lane, it's like it's almost like another guaranteed tier 2, which is just a nice 600-700 quid into your back pocket. It's so much better than the stats that come off one dragon. And by that point, if you've got map dominance from being able to take all 6 Grubs, then you can contest dragons 3 and 4. You can stop the soul stacking, and you're in a much stronger position.
Yeah, and I want to bring back that stat, actually. I want to go back to that graphic, because one thing I want to talk about these two teams, right, is we talked about RUD in the last time we saw this matchup. saying, you know, Ruddy, they're explosive, they're dangerous, but they can sometimes give over their early game a lot. And then Verdant are a team that we know can definitely take advantage of that. But if we do look at the objective control, Ruddy are a dangerous team. And I feel like it's something we didn't actually get to see too much in the upper bracket finals, where like Ruddy weren't going for the grubs early. They weren't trying to push for those Drakes, Luna. And I feel like actually, if Ruddy go back to that objective style, maybe they can put Verdant under a lot of pressure without putting themselves in a situation of harm.
They certainly could. I think it very much depends on the tools they've got available to them throughout draft. I think draft is going to be a big part as to the style that we see these two teams take going into these games, right? Because Ruddy, as you say, if they go back to this objective focused style, are going to have a very, very easy time with it. The problem is, if you're into something like a Caitlyn that doesn't mind shifting sides of the map just to secure an objective, that gets very hard because you need to be not only prepared for that, but have the same power level to match it in whatever stage of the game you are in. And then you've got the fight to ensue as well. So there's a lot of different factors at play, but I do think you are right. If Ruddy go back to this objective style, Verdant are under a lot of pressure to match and perform at that same level that we know they are able to.
No, for sure. And look, controlling the map, it goes from a few roles, some more than others, right? We talk about the bot lane for Dragon, we talk about the top lane for the Grubs, but I feel like one lane that goes everywhere, that moves around the map, that isn't the jungle, it is that mid lane. And we're going to talk about this matchup. We hinted it a little bit earlier. Let's bring in the Eero Bear Tree head to head, because this, I feel like, is where everyone is going to be looking today, right? There's been talks about Eero maybe not being as big a star of the team as they maybe have been in the past. You know, we've seen Sin really step up, we've seen Akkas really have some moments, but I feel like classically these two have been the leading people on their teams, Luna.
They absolutely have. I mean, we talked a little bit about Errol with that split MVP earlier. A very, very good player in his own right, but Bear Tree definitely doing work in standing up to excuse me, to the expectations of mid laners that we have in the UKEL. A very stacked role for this league already. And then you look at some of the things that these players can do. Bear Tree especially, and you realize that maybe it's not so clean cut as to say this is how this is going. And I love this clip specifically for showing what Bear Tree is capable of, because it's not major things. It can be something as simple as very small micro movements that just completely blow a fight out of proportion. And it's something that Bear Tree has done time and time again without fail in situations that should realistically never favor this player. It is incredible to see both of these players at this position where they can contest one another very, very comfortably. And I, for one, couldn't call which way this is going without looking at a lot of different caveats going into the matches individually.
Yeah, I think especially the last time that these two teams played, right? I think Bear Tree just had so many moments against Ruddy, especially, and it just really changed the game. I think the Sway pick, especially, was just so dominant, and it was just able to do so much. But Eero, you know, you can't take it away from the fact that he is going to also be dominant, Rory.
Yeah, this guy just, it's such a nice outplay that specifically. But this guy just knows how to squeeze and eke out any lane advantages he can find here. Look at that. Just surviving on just the perfect amount of health. He knows where he can go. We didn't get to see the solo kill on cast, but yeah, that's just a run him down. He knows his moments to engage perfectly. And into a player like Bear Tree, who can sometimes get a bit over aggressive, it's going to be a very exciting lane to watch.
Also, the mix up of picks as well. The fact that they've got the cast, the fact that they've got the Aziz, you know, the Huays coming in from both sides. It's just going to be a very interesting matchup. Obviously, Bear Tree statistically looking that little bit cleaner, right? Obviously, a lot more KDA wise, right? Definitely much more present in the team, but the numbers, they're still pretty close in terms of that damage as well. So yeah, definitely one to watch out for indeed. And you know what we've also got to watch out for? You know, we got to have a look into draft. We got to have a little peek, because there is one champion that has kind of been head and shoulders above the rest in terms of priority. He's the little man in the air. He's flying around. No, we're not bringing him up today. It's Corki. We're going to talk about Corki, right? I feel like we even have a little stat here for him. 93.8% presence. That is insane, by the way. and a whole load of damage as well. I mean, the KDA doesn't seem that great, but you know what? Obviously, sometimes Corki just ain't gonna be top tier, but most of the time, I feel like he can really put in the shift.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? You say the KDA doesn't look that impressive, but when you then relate that that's an average KDA of every player that's played him across playoffs, and then you relate that to the damage that it's outputting, you realize that it may not be involved in many kills at all, but it's still pumping out 720 odd damage per minute, which is insane for something that's maybe on average involved in 7 kills across a game. That's mind-blowing. That is insane damage.
And I'd like to jump in. A lot of those wins for Corki were sub 30 minutes as well. So he didn't have time to stack the kills and the damage. That's mostly lane.
Like, when the champion was reworked, he was incredibly strong and was intentionally nerfed. We've taken out of mid lane because we were still seeing him dominate this lane, and we were still seeing Azir Corki, and it was really uninteractive. But now we see the return in bot lane where they wanted to put him. We're back to like season 2 where Corki's an AD carry again. And this champion, I mean, it's insane. The numbers that it's putting out across 2 different builds are absolutely monumental.
I would also say he's technically a 4-way flex, because I don't know if you follow Shapeshift on Twitter, but she did prove that you can jungle clear, full clear on Corki thanks to the W buffs in 3.13. Which is nuts. So I don't think we'll see the Kungle, but you know, it's always a potential.
No, I hope we never see that. I'm not going to lie. I really don't want to ever see that. Let's never see that ever. Both teams don't do that. Like, yeah, just let's no Corki jungle, please. Like that's it's too far. Teemo is taking it one step that I don't like, right? Like I at least appreciate that Teemo has potential, right? And like there's some funny stuff you can do with the mushrooms around objectives and stuff, but we're not going to Corki, right? If you want an ADC in the jungle, play Graves, play Kindred. Maybe if you're really a little bit strange, play the Twitch, I guess.
Corki is basically just Graves. Look at the kit. Same mobility, same range, same AoE.
I'm not liking
I have to say though, I just had a thought. We were talking about the Battery Arrow match not too long ago. Battery has a whole wheelhouse of top laners that can just be dragged out, having been a top laner in spring just gone, if memory serves. Like, this player has so many champions in his arsenal. I'm sure that Corki will make an appearance, if not in bot lane, in Battery's hands this series as well. I'm terrified to see this Corki come through.
Yeah, well, you know that obviously when it comes to picks, we'll see what it is going to be. I do wonder if Corki maybe gets left at home, because these 2 teams, they have played it once, but it's not as often, you know, so maybe we actually don't see the priority. Maybe we just see it banned a lot, you know, who will know? But talking about who will know, who will get the prediction right, you know, that's a question that we got to ask ourselves. Let's bring up the predictions onto screen of everyone involved today and across the league, and it's quite a switch up, right? We have a broad spectrum of decisions here. You know, I think, does anyone even have the same prediction? Yeah, okay. There are a few people that have the same prediction. 3-1 seems to be a popular one for Verdant, right? Rory, Bloxer, and Drake all picking that one. 3-2 also favoring, you know, Luna, yourself, Rob, and Millie all deciding for that one. Oh, also, yeah, the 3-1 from Beans 2. But I gotta say, shout out to Zoe, right? Shout out to Casual Cutie for the 3-0 prediction. But I gotta say, you're all frauds.
You're looking a bit lonely over there.
The person to pick Ruddy is your boy Jay Real. Okay, let it be known, Ruddy forever and always, right?
You're in the stands on your own. You're in the stands with the banner on your own.
Are you enjoying having that corner all to yourself, Jay?
It feels great. You know, I predicted them in the upper bracket finals. What I didn't tell you is off screen, I did say actually I think Verdant will win 2-0. That can be confirmed by a lot of people, but I have to stand with Ruddy, right? I have to stand with Ruddy. And today, I feel like they've turned up, you know? Like, I feel like they're ready. They're coming in. They're wanting to win this one. They don't want to let themselves down. I feel it. Ruddy will take this one. I think they're going to make it dramatic. I think they're going to make it tense, but I think the 3-2, that's going to be Ruddy. That's going to be the win, and that will be UKL Autumn finalists. And yeah, that's how I see it going. But everyone else disagrees with me. You know, you guys, I'll give you some floor, some time to talk about your talk. Luna, you can go first.
I have to say, it's not an easy one to call. That's why I'm on the 3-2 side of things, right? I think both of these teams have very strong ways of kind of pulling ahead. They've both shown that they can run away with leads. They've both shown they can play from behind. My concerns lie more in Verdant have had a long time to prepare for this, and they've only really played Ruddy. Whereas Ruddy, they've had to prepare for other teams in between. They've had to try out different strategies for beating different teams. Even recency bias coming in with the whole they've just lost to Verdant just over a week ago at this point. I think Verdant might just have that a little bit more confidence in themselves to pull this forward, because I think that's what Game 5 is going to come down to. When we get there, which team is playing with more confidence, which team is playing to just say, we are better, you don't stand a chance.
Okay. Well, what about you, Rory? What's your stance on your prediction?
My stance is when you see a 2-0 as dominant as that, only 2 weeks to go, there's only so much leeway I can put into, oh, don't worry, we've started scrimming now.
Okay. Yeah.
So, as much as I would love to make a prediction based on vibes, as I know some people do, I'm giving a game. I do think Ruddy have potential, but I don't think they're coming close to the victory.
No, I'm standing strong on this. And you know what? Just to add fuel to the fire, to add to why I'm right, they brought in some secret talent. They brought in the secret weapon, right? 100% win rate at LAN. Middlecott is the coach. He's back for Ruddy. He's ready to draft it. Middlecott, I'm believing in you and the Ruddy team. If you let me down, very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. And that'll be personal.
Oh, so you're putting this all on him?
Yeah.
All on him.
Middlecott's fault. It will be Middlecott's fault if they lose. I'm feeling that right now. Like,
you know what that tells me, Jay? It just means I need to have a hawk's eye on draft, and then if we see something poor come out from Ruddy, my breakdowns just get directed directly at Middlecott rather than at the team as a whole.
Yeah, he's got to catch the smoke. Like sometimes you got to put it on the coach, right? And this is one of them times, right? Middlecott, if Ruddy lose, it is on you, my friend. But either way, we are going to be going into draft very shortly, and I thought there could be so much to play for you, because one thing that we haven't really talked about, but we've alluded to a little bit, and we talked about it in the Upper Brackets final, is that yes, the drafting from these two teams could go meta, but these two teams, they love to pick something a little bit different. What is your draft prediction? What is something that you think is maybe uncommon but could come through today? Luna, you can kick us off.
By all means, Rory, actually.
Yeah, okay.
I need to think.
Right, I'm ready for this.
Okay.
I'm ready for this. Right, if we don't see a Swain at all today, I'll be very surprised. Swain is a surprisingly good answer to Syndra because she plays at the perfect range that he's wanting. It does have a terrible time into Silas, to be honest, because you can never hit E or W into a Silas because he has so much down mobility. But into a lot of these middle range mages, Swain is a really good answer. I think into Cassio, it's slightly losing, but players may go to it as a comfort now that he's got a bit more magic resist under his belt. But I would be quite surprised to not see him today.
Okay, Swain, definitely. I like the pick. I like it. It's been updated. It's a little bit different. The E comes back a little bit faster. So there's definitely some worlds where people aren't used to the new Swain. They're not ready for that. Also, it is definitely very strong. It's got a bit more power on the ult as well. Maybe a little bit less healing though. But Luna, any final picks for you as we do start the draft off? The bans are going to be coming through.
That Seraphine APC and Senna.
Ooh, okay, I like it. As always, I'm gonna say I want to see the Echo. Right, we could have seen that coming. We could have predicted that, but we'll see if it finally does come true. The Gregor set going to be locked in as the first ban of the series. Verdant not wanting Akers to get their hands on that one, and you know what? I'm not too surprised. Also, I think Krez can play it as well, and you know what? Respect from Ruddy to immediately take away the Ashe.
And suddenly, Varus becomes contended.
But can Varus play into Corki?
Yes. Not super easily, but you do have the added advantage of you have Chain of Corruption, so he can never get an auto range of you if you're spacing it correctly while that ability is up. With a strong frontline, he's never getting to you anyway. You've got a hell of a lot of utility in your kit, just as a Varus at a base level. And your lane is arguably better than Corki's pre-first item, so you don't have to worry too much there either. I think it'll be fine, and honestly, I think regardless, if you're looking at both of these players, they're both better Varuses than they are Corkis.
Okay. Well, Aurora going to be taken off the board. Sejuani and Oriana taken away, and that's going to be banned. And it's going to be Corky straight away. We talked about it. 94% of the time he gets picked. How could we think that it wouldn't get picked once here again? It's going to be locked in, but Varus is still on the table.
Hear me out here. Virus. Like, mind-blowing, but...
I think you might get it.
We're likely, yeah, and the thing is, could Akers just see a Jax angle here as well for an R2 pick now that Gragas is off the table?
He has been playing more carry. He has been playing more carry for sure. Like, there's definitely a world where I feel like, you know what? I actually do kind of want to see Akers get a little bit more aggressive for it. I feel like when they last matched up, Refresh didn't have the best time. He had a Camille game that didn't go super well. You know, I feel like Akers could maybe look to push that, right? He got MVP for a reason. You know, maybe they need to flex a little bit more into that, give a bit more power onto that side, and maybe Ruddy can really come in and get that punch that they need to finally finish off Verdant.
Ooh, dear. Got nerfed
That's
on this
not
patch.
something we've seen very much recently.
It's been a while, but we know
but it is a crisis pick.
Yeah.
AP Udid, though, did get nerfed on this patch. Maxing R is... You're putting out far less damage than before. So unless it's AD Udid... Yeah, you'd have to go with off-tank.
I don't like talking about hovers, but if this gets locked in, it's very much a refresh pick.
It's not. You talked about the hovers and you got burned, right?
Warwick after the updates. No,
I'm going to be honest. I'm more than happy seeing the Hui locked in here for Battery. It's looked one of his best picks. And honestly, the amount this champion can do is incredible, especially when you have an Udyr trying to run at your face.
And look, I've also got to say, shout out to Middlecott, the Udyr player himself. You know, maybe it's a personal pick they decide to draft in. Like, so it's definitely got a lot of power. I like the Hui, as you said, right? The Hui looked insane when we last saw it, right? It's good on the long range, so it can take on the Varus. It's also going to be a little bit of a nightmare for the Udyr to deal with, right? Forcing them to use that empowered E if they want to get anywhere near the Hui. The Wukong I like as well because it gives that barrier between the sides. Now, I do wonder if they want to play it aggressively, in which they need another dive buddy to go with him. Maybe a little bit of shielding, you know, but obviously they've already locked in the Corky, they've already locked in the Hui, so it may be difficult, but he definitely can stop the advances of Ruddy. But they've now made that a little bit harder because they locked in LeBlanc.
Yeah, I was expecting a LeBlanc or a Silas here. Silas not looking that great into Verdant's comp, so it's risky. I'm going to say it's risky, but it could work out. It could just work wonders.
Okay, well, we're going to go into the second round of bans there. The Ornn taken away, the Cassante, a lot of tanks being removed, but you know what? I feel like it begs that question of how Verdant want to play this, right? Because I personally, and I've said this time and time again, I really like watching Refresh play tanks. I think he plays them really well. I think he plays the team fights much better. I think that he has the understanding of how to make his team really able to succeed. And I feel like he's looked so solid on that Ornn. He's looked really good on the Cassante. So taking those two away, I do wonder where they're going to pivot, right? The Maokai also removed. So they are really whittling down those options, but the Rel taken out. So the engage options in the bot lane have been reduced.
Feel like Ruddy are picking support here. I don't think they would blind top in this position, but maybe when they feel we've removed so many tanks, they want to priority pick a
Nautilus is still up.
One. Just thinking, yeah, Nautilus is open. If you're picking Gnar here,
Gnar.
Yeah, it's fine. But Gnar has
talked
a pretty
about
good
this.
time into tanks, so yeah.
It's also a case of taking that comfort away, right? And we talked about this a little bit.
Fresh plays Camille though.
Back in the upper bracket final of Little Pants and Jamsu are basically like the make or break of this team in a sense, because if you can get one of them on engage, you're more than happy.
Please, this would be so good.
I'm quite interested to see what the response from whatever Little Pants picks is for Jamsu.
This is so hard to play for Actors.
I can see on my right, Rob is clapping. Of course, Refresh was on Paragon before and is known to be a Camille Jax player, but the third pick that we never saw was Aurelia. And from everything I understand about this player, he is incredibly proficient on this Aurelia. So if there is any time to prove everything that we've been saying wrong about being the best on tanks, this is the game to do it, because this is the game that you've got this champion that you have been so incredibly hyped for. And if you can't pull this off, it is back to just playing tanks on B3, R3 every single game.
I said the Wukong wanted to die, buddy. They've got the Aurelia. They can go in together. They also have the Tahm Kench to save someone from LeBlanc. So there is a little bit of security there. Also, Little Pants can go in with that engage still. There is a lot of potential, but Jamsu has slammed it in. The Leona is here. They want to make sure if they want someone to die, they will go down. The Leona has been locked in. The top lane matchup is going to go crazy, right? That's where my eyes are. I know we had the focus of this mid lane. Right now we've got Hwei versus LeBlanc. I think it's going to be interesting in the early, but like this top lane is everything in this game for me.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Akers maneuvers these early levels, because if you've ever been a Gnar on the receiving end of a good Aurelia player, it's miserable. It's so hard to play.
But on the flip side, if you're an Aurelia on the side of a good Gnar,
yeah,
it's also a little kind of terrifying to go into.
Mm-hmm.
I think, generally speaking, across both of these drafts, Verdant have come out slightly ahead. They've got favorable support matchup because Leona, contrary to popular belief, isn't a major counter to Tahm Kench, because the second you drop your full combo, the Devour comes out and you are suddenly then a sitting duck in the middle of the enemy team. As you say, a good Aurelia player can make a Gnar's life miserable. The Hwei can space everything on the enemy team incredibly effectively. Is going to struggle a little bit in the early game to the LeBlanc, but that's kind of standard for most any lane into a LeBlanc. And then of course you've got this Corki Wukong to also then round out the little bit extra damage / frontline that you need in this game. Whereas on the flip side, a lot of what you're doing is running at the enemy, right? Udit wants to run at the enemy. Leona wants to run at the enemy. Gnar kind of still wants to run at the enemy. Whereas LeBlanc and Varus really kind of want to either kite back or fight in an area. So there's a bit of a mismatch there on the Ruddy side. Nothing too wildly out there for either of these drafts outside of maybe the Aurelia. But again, when you look at the player and take into context what we know of the player, it makes sense. I think Verdant have a slight edge coming into this game.
Okay, Rory, do you feel similarly? Do you feel like Verdant do have that edge as well? Obviously, you talked about the top lane.
I think Verdant do have the edge. Luna made great points about that bot lane. Tahm Kench can get also just a lot of work done into Leona because he just outrages her in lane. You can start chipping at her and decreasing the health bar to get a decent support matchup. He can also roam slightly faster thanks to that added mobility from the W, but that's more of like a surprise I'm here in the early levels move more than anything. I think what Ruddy have done really well is this mid lane matchup, because Hwei can't really do anything into an Udyr that has his empowered E up. Because what's Hwei's outs? A fear / crowd control with his E, and I run fast waterline.
Yeah.
If one of those abilities is just completely negated and an Udyr slams you down, Errol gets a free landing of distortion uncontested.
Yep. I also do agree. I feel like for me, how it breaks down is Ruddy, I think this is actually the perfect litmus test for them in this series, because I think the fear that we have, or what we saw from the upper bracket final, is that Ruddy would either get a lead and then give options open to Verdant, which meant that they weren't really super powerful coming into the mid game. Verdant drafted a little bit better for that, and they were able to take them on head to head in those team fights. I think this time around, Ruddy, they are forced into having to do well early. They need to get themselves off to a good start. I think Crisis is a pivotal player in their success in this game. I think if Crisis can make things happen, Jamsu can roam, make things happen, then Ruddy have a huge opportunity, because when it comes to those team fights, although I think it's dangerous that you're gonna have the Aurelia and the Wukong in the backline, you have a lot of range, the wombo from Ruddy is massive. If they get a Gnar, they get a solar flare, they get a distortion, it's so much damage without even putting in 2 more members of the team, and I feel like they could absolutely destroy Verdant in some of these plays. Also, around objectives, they set up, they have the chains of corruptions, it makes it hard to walk in, the Udyr can have the slow with the storm. You know, there's a lot of ways that Ruddy can play if they are ahead, if they are doing well. If they fall behind, they are in major trouble. And I feel like this is why I like this actually from Ruddy, because it's proving to us, if they win this game and they win it cleanly, that they are not the Ruddy from old. They are not the Ruddy that has kind of been a little bit, you know, like lackadaisy. They are ready to play, they are clinical, they're collected, and they are ready to win.
Absolutely. I think the other big problem for Ruddy is, from an even or behind game state, Verdant also have a very good hold the point, right? If they are first at an objective, it's so hard for Ruddy to be the ones walking in because you've got Corki damage to contend with, you've got Hui Poke, you've got the Snap Engage from Wukong, Tahm Kench, Aurelia. But either of these teams are going to struggle to walk into an objective they are not first to. So early rotations are key. And that plays perfectly into the point we made earlier about Ruddy going back to this objective focused style. If they can be there first, if they can get vision control, if they can have full power over the river, there is nothing standing in their way of running Verdant down. I do have concerns about that though, because will they go back to that style, or are we going to just see what we've seen recently of we're just going to concede?
I feel if you're picking Udyr, you are always contesting grubs because he is such a good grub take. That like your game plan is we are playing for these buggers early. Whether you like it or not, I don't care about your lane state. I'm walking into your lane, helping you push. Now you're coming to help me on grubs.
That's so hard with what the solo lanes
really
are
hard,
for
yeah.
Verdant, though. I mean, Aurelia is just never going to care. Hui, a similar story. They're happy to drop a wave or two because they're skirmishing in the early stages of the game. It's so incredibly good compared to Nala Blanc.
I think that they also, we do have to consider one other factor, right? Of course, draft is important. It does change the game. A better team can lose with a worse draft. But I will also say that there is that level of, we do got to think about the players, right? We saw the Camille versus Zackers and it didn't go that well, right? It didn't work out super well. I do think that Refresh has the most to prove coming in out of the side of Verdant, and I feel like this is their moment as well, right? We said it from Ruddy. They have a lot of opportunities to really show that the things that we've criticized them for in the past are no longer a thing, that they've worked on them, that they've changed things up. Similar for Verdant, right? I feel like they put a lot of focus into Refresh here. I do wonder if that also comes hand in hand with getting a lot of jungle attention in this game, because I feel like often it's been around that bot lane. It's been around that mid lane that we've seen a lot more jungle priority, right? They like a good early dragon. They're not as fussed about the grubs. So it's a sentiment for me where I do wonder what the game plan is going to be coming in from Verdant. Are they going to really prioritize that? Because I think if they do play for Refresh, if Refresh can pull off a big game on this Aurelia, he really could change the game. And also, it could put Ruddy in a very awkward situation come the second draft, Rory, because if Refresh is now a really big, scary, dominant player that they also have to contend with, it's like, whoa, okay, now we have another one that we have to think about when we're drafting.
I mean, I consider they were already worried about Refresh, right? With those tank bans in the second phase, they were already worried about the impact he could have, but specifically in a team fight. If they're now going, right, so we can't leave a team fight pick up and we can't leave a lane pick up, where do we go now? And like, as good as a default Ornn is, it still like kind of sucks if you're having to like build your team comp around an Ornn top.
There's not only that, right? Aurelia, not only is she very good in lane, not only is she solid in team fights, the side lane pressure this champion generates is unmatched. You get to a point and you just start 1v3ing people, no questions asked, and that is perfect for Verdant, who like to play around their other two carries.
Okay. Well, I believe the time has come. The waiting is here. We've had the pre-show. We've had the pre-game. We've had the first draft. It is time to get into game number 1 of the finals. Let's welcome in the casters. I'm handing it over to Drake and Rob. Take us away.
Thank you so much for passing that over to us, Jay Real, and I'm so excited to get this game underway to start off the grand finals here in the UKEL. What a banger draft to start it all off. You were freaking out about this Aurelia pick, Rob. Are you excited for this one?
So knowing Refresh for a very long time, being at uni at the same time in the same uni, where there's a people in production there as well. His Aurelia in the past was phenomenal.
Yeah.
He doesn't bring it out that much. He's brought it out a couple of times, I believe, early on when he was first on Paragon. I know he did. I picked it for him. But he's really, really good at this champion. He's been playing it a lot recently as well. I've seen on his match history, and it's a great matchup for Aurelia. However, I was watching these drafts, and I too am a little bit torn between, you see this Udyr, can be very scary, but Akers, if there's any player in the league that knows how to play a losing matchup into a carry, it's got to be Akers, right? he is the weak side king of the UKL. And so for him to be able to come in here, pick that, and then if he can make this matchup work, game one, Verdant then have to reconsider their priorities on blue side, usually the stronger side. You know, we see in draft at the moment where you often put a lot of value on that first pick and the ability to maybe take a really strong combo on 4-5. So let's see if Verdant can make this Irelia pick work, because this is where I'm watching very much early on. The other thing you'd want to look at, Crisis versus Tofu in the jungle. Tofu, my personal MVP of the split. I think he's been absolutely phenomenal. But it's Wukong, which we've seen pop up a couple times recently.
Yeah.
But Udyr, it farms faster, and its early ganks and its ability to skirmish early is very, very strong. So can Tofu cover his mid lane? Can he cover his bot lane? Because we've seen the meta at the moment, UKL, 3-man mid, over and over and over again. And this is a way. He's got no mobility against the LeBlanc. So these are the pressure points I want to be watching here, Drake. Top lane, the matchup is incredible. And mid, and seeing if Tofu can cover what could be a very, very hard time early for Bedrick.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit harder to cover that when the Wukong is going to be fully on vision, right? So that's going to be a pretty good ward coming down for Ruddy to start off this game. They'll know exactly where Tofu's movements are in the early game. And, you know, to get this series, this best of 5 series started off in a right way would be really, really important for either of these two teams. And like we mentioned about implications of refresh on this Australia, if worried about it for Lee. All plays out. Obviously, we were talking about the junglers. I do feel like it is feast or famine no matter what, no matter where I look here for Ruddy, right? Like, I feel like when we're talking about volatility of these lanes, we talked about the Gnar into the Aurelia. If Gnar dies once, it's kind of just Jover. I feel like it's the same thing for the jungle. It's the same thing for the mid lane. I mean, everywhere I look for Ruddy, it is so much volatility. And I feel like it hinges so much on the first 5 to 15 minutes of this game.
I mean, and it could come down to your regular season, or your MVP, right? Errol on the LeBlanc. The matchup early is fine into Hui, but it's also something where you were saying about volatility. You get a couple visits there, LeBlanc is going to be able to look to one-shot stuff like Corki as well in mid-game. The earlier fights, you know, around these objectives, see if Errol can make sort of flanks and angles happen. And I just want to see Verdant play a game one where they're able to play something where they don't necessarily have not a sort of draft where they're looking to team fight, which if you saw the stats on Beartree, for example, very high levels of assists. This is a team where when they play, they're often playing very much together and getting very, very, not just high kill games, but they're all very, very high KP games. So see if they can play a more sort of, it's not a laning style, but the Irelia it is very much a laning champion.
Yeah, rather selfish, right, in comparison to what we normally see Refresh pick up. So kind of changing their identity here in the last series of the season. We'll have to see whether it works or not. Verdant, obviously, in a little bit of danger in the bottom side, as the top lane looks like it's going to be 1v1 for now. Refresh trying to get a little bit of damage here onto Akers, looking for the tower dive. One more auto Q, but it doesn't go through! It's going to be first blood for Akers. It's going to be another picked up for Ruddy in the bottom side, and it's going to be a horrible start here for the side of Verdant.
And usually you'd see here, you go, well, I've got, if you are Tofu, you go, okay, well, I don't have to worry about going top too much because my matchup should be winning. I won't worry about covering bot because I've got that Tahm Kench, which is, you know, a decent matchup into Leona, especially post level 6. In the end, it doesn't really matter. A refresh fails on the tower dive, Akers gets away with it, even though the wave now is in a bit of a horror state for Gnar. He's going back in again. Refresh doesn't care. He's gonna get run down here, though. Hold on. Okay, take a pause. Take a breath. But yeah, this is a bit of a horror show already for Verdant, where you have, we were saying about the Tahm Kench to Leona, but early on, if you can get these skirmishes off, there's a lot of CC on the side of Ruddy early. Look at this, Brian the Lion getting caught out, gets stunned up, and then here's Udyr. Got loads of damage, stun comes through, and it's just an easy kill, and it goes over to the Varus. Sin had a phenomenal game on Varus versus Paragon a couple days ago, outplaying a tower dive 1v3. This guy knows how to play this champ, he knows the limits, and giving him these kills early could spell doom for Verdant, even at this early stage.
Speaking of spelling doom for Verdant, it looks like Ruddy are going to look for a 2v2 in the top side. Refresh not going to be able to find the stun onto Crisis. A lot of damage coming out from this Udyr. Refresh has to be careful. Tofu on the run. Akers looking for another kill on the enemy top laner, and Crisis will pick it up. Ruddy go 3-0 up in the first 5 minutes of this game.
This is panic stations already for Verdant. You've got this draft where you've given a strong matchup to your top laner, who Refresh at sometimes has, he's struggled into Akers, has had a few games where he's maybe not performed to the level you want a carry player to be, and he's now down 2 kills. He's up a little bit in CS, but that's not going to really matter too much in the grand scheme of things when you're going to be able to pick him off twice. But this is really, really worrying. The Uda as well, being involved in a couple kills early here. Uda is a champ that he's going towards that AP, that sort of, that variant. Some people have been going more towards sort of pure tank with like, a Fimble, Winter, things like this. Not going to bother here, Crisis. He's going to go towards that Leandres. And the one thing which I didn't see mentioned was that Uda, if this is a game where Uda gets a couple leads, this champion is absolutely disgusting when he gets leads because he is very much a stat checker. And you've got, yes, Corki, Quake, a little bit of range, but Irelia, Tahm Kench, and Wukong all jumping into him. That's in Uda's wheelhouse. And even Corki, who his poke isn't the strong point. It's getting those Trinity procs. It's auto attacks with with his current passive. So it's going to be possible that Uda can even run at him as well. So if this Uda does get a little bit more fed, they're going to have to start trying to figure out ways they're going to be able to CC him long enough to kill him. They have damage, but are they going to be able to shred through a tanky enough Uda? I'm not too sure at this stage because this is already looking terrible for Verdant.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just talking about killing the Udyr, right? Then you have to deal with Errol and Sin as well. You have to deal with Akers.
Yeah, exactly.
The Gnar ultimate. Like, there's so many things that you have to deal with if you even want to have to actually kill Crisis. So it is going to be difficult for Verdant to pilot these team fights already, as we see this early game start to kind of pan out. Tofu in this top side will not be able to get those grubs down for free. And Dragon getting started up by RUD. I mean, it seems like they have full domination over the map right now.
Yeah, at this point in time, if you are Verdant, it's kind of hard to say as I'm going to sit back and scale because you can't really do that. You want to be picking up some sort of objectives here or there. These grubs haven't even been started. They are warded out here by Ruddy, so they're going to know if Tofu tries to do anything with them, which is a little bit of a concern because if you're not be able to pick up these objectives, there was discussions. I believe we had discussions in the caster chat about how Ruddy are so good at playing with the grubs. Being able to sit there and play around side lanes and use these grubs to force open advantages. That's often what we see in their wins, and an awful lot of wins do they have so far in the UKL this split. And if they're going to be able to pick them up here, then it is a little bit of a concern. Tofu is round the back here, but he's a level down. Crisis is already level 6. Yes, it's Udyr, it doesn't matter too much, but Tofu is very behind in this early game.
Yeah, and Errol has first move. You can already see Leona moving over as well. I mean, Tofu kind of just has to sit and watch, move back towards that bottom side right, try and pick up his red buff, but that level advantage.
He's going to go for an invade.
Mean, Ruddy, you're just so strong.
Yeah, he's going for an invade here, Tofu, trying to take any camps away. There's nothing here in the bot. There's nothing here in the bot. Jamsu
there's a Jamsu. There is a Jamsu. I mean, Jamsu does have flash, and it actually could even turn into a fight that is favorable for Ruddy. Jamsu holding the flash till next game, looks like. Will end up going down. Brian Lion going to pick that one up for themselves. So Verdant, they pick up a kill, finally, but it is going towards Little Pants. It's not really the way that you want that gold to be allocated, I feel like. Ruddy still looking pretty strong after those results.
Now, either you flash over the wall, or you don't flash over the wall and die. You don't flash over the wall and then die.
You don't do both, yeah.
You don't do both. That's very much, but not even burning the candle at both ends. That's not great. However, in the end, they managed to pick the grubs up, and they do defend a bot side jungle that wasn't available, I guess. But either way, ends up being good for Vern in a little bit, getting them on the board. Bit sad it goes over to Brian the Lion. However, the grub's going over to the side of Ruddy. Another early objective, and this Udyr, who does farm so fast, I mean, you're going to see a huge gold lead opening up here in jungle just because of how fast Udyr's going to be taking his camps. Look at him, he's already taken that bot side jungle. That's gone again. And now he's going to be maybe looking for a play on bot side. It is going to be hard to maybe dive this bot lane once the Tahm Kench gets his 6 online, gets that Devour. Doesn't have it yet. Doesn't have that Devour, and their cleanse is available, but there's a lot of CC being able to be layered here by Ruddy. It's not like their one cleanse is going to save for you from the Udyr stun and the Leona stuns. So I have to see if they want to make a fight or anything happen in bot lane. They're not. They're just moving up for Crab. This is just. This is a really poor early game for Verdant in a team that often has very good early games.
Yeah, and I mean, Rob, like, we're not even, like, touching on what's happening topside, right? Like, like, obviously, bottom side is a disaster for the side of Verdant. It looks horrible. There's so much control afforded towards Ruddy. They have so much agency on the map. But you look towards topside, and this Gnar has had the lane frozen for so long. Like, usually Aurelia should have a little bit of a CS deficit, right? But it feels like Akers just has full run of the map, obviously pushing refresh off of the wave yet again, and has been doing so for the past, like, 3 minutes straight. I mean, everywhere I look, it's Ruddy in the lead, and we were talking about this game being so volatile for Ruddy, right? If they don't get ahead early, they are not really able to stand on the same height level. I don't even know. Stand up to Verdant, right? Like, they won't be able to do that late game if they were falling behind, but from ahead, it's a completely different story. Ruddy can almost lose no fights if they are too far ahead, and it's starting to look that way.
Yeah, and it's also something where this Irelia pick is just not working out for Verdant. We see a tower dive. No matter what Irelia does here, it's going to be very, very hard to outplay this. You're just going to get Blair slapped.
Okay.
Taken down.
Did pretty well, but yeah. Flash forward echoes.
It's not looking good. 0-3-0 on refresh. Now, this is someone that we saw him try and tower dive early. It's like we've seen him do a lot in the past where he often that ends up being a mistake. But now he's going to need his team to bail him out. Not necessarily come and give him attention, but try and get wins on the other side of the map, because you put so much power into this Irelia, you know, not so much in terms of in-game, but in draft, allowing the top to pick later. Not taking a Jax, for example, maybe scared of that Gragas, not going for that Gragas-Jax ban trade that we saw in the first series. And since getting Dove here, this is a good answer here by Verdant, but it's very, very, very hard to pull this off.
And it's a very slow answer, right? So the TP coming out from Akers, and now it could actually turn into a fight that's favorable for Ruddy. Akers doing a lot of damage in the beginning of this fight to Brian the Lion. Tofu able to scamper off, doesn't have the Cyclone available, so any team fight that doesn't ensue after this will definitely go Ruddy's way. It's just, will Verdant back off enough? This could be a really bad spot for you and Brian the Lion.
Yeah,
it's okay, though.
It ends up being they try and make a play, it doesn't get pulled off. They'd even burn the barrier out of Sin, just the flash. So there's still that available. Sin, what?
What happened? Somehow Fuyu has a kill, but in the top side, Errol TPing in, trying to get a kill here onto Refresh in response, and it looks like Ruddy will be able to trade one back, but somehow their ADC goes down. Mystery machine, let us know what happened.
I am more confused because the barrier. I was about to say the barrier wasn't used on that attempted sort of dive gank by Tofu. He still hasn't used it. Yeah, so he did die with barrier available. I'm very, very surprised by that. We are seeing a little bit of a CS lead opening up here in bot lane. Fuyu finally on the board with that kill. This is a Corki who can get very strong, you know, go towards that Trinity, often Manamune, and then like a rapid fire, Infinity Edge, this kind of build. Is very scary later on. Giving him kills isn't the best. It's not great. However, you see the next grubs. The grubs have been picked up by Ruddy. 6 grubs on the board. That's very, very nice. You've got this Nart who I was going to say before we got into this game that it's going to be hard for Nart to play on side lane against Irelia. I think at this point it's going to be absolutely fine. So you're going to be able to sit here if you are Ruddy and overload a side lane or overload any lane you want to try and get some value, which they are currently doing. Trying to dive refresh again. This man is going to be 0-5 by the end of this
Speaking of overloading, there is a TP coming out in response from Verdant, so it might be a little bit hard to actually get the kill here onto Refresh. Bear Tree moving in, a little bit of damage coming out, but flash away from Crisis, and the fight will be over. Yeah, Ruddy committing 4 members towards this top side to try and get that dive done. They get a TP in response, and I don't know, Rob, is that a favorable trade?
I mean, at this point in time, Refresh isn't worth that much gold. The biggest value there is the turret, which they don't get, as Brian the Lion is caught out.
Does have flash, so should be able to get out eventually. Pops the gray health, and flash over the wall will not be able to provide safety. Sin absolutely takes that catfish's head off, and Ruddy pick up another one.
That's a disgusting amount of damage.
Yeah. No item bears, by the way. No completed items, just garage sale inventory. Like,
just have components. That's a really nice pick for them to get another kill into the back of Sin. It is only on the. Oh wait, they're fighting here. Tofu's caught out.
Cyclone. I mean, that is Tofu very close to death. Fuyu trying to charge over the wall, trying to get the finish off onto Crisis. Jamsu with a flash forward, trying to get something done, but the Q will not be able to connect. Brian the Lion moving in. Errol just kind of showing up, but Hui gonna snipe Leona. And, you know, it looks like both teams are gonna take the heads off of enemy supports.
So last time these two matched up, you know, I watched that 2-0 to Verdant, and honestly, I would say that although there were mistakes from both sides, I thought those games were pretty, I'd say clean. There were understandable mistakes made, but they looked alright. This game is an absolute mess, Drake. They're fighting over the red buff. They don't end up picking up the Wukong. Fuyu almost gets caught up. Jamsu flashing forward, not being able to get anything off, just sort of flashes forward, doesn't get a stun, gets nothing. Doesn't even burn the cleanse out of Fuyu in fear of the Leona flash. Yeah. So the cleanse is still available, and even though you've burnt the flash of the Leona. And then being picked up on the backside there, Jamsu. Ruddy early on had the lead, and they still have a lead in this game, but they are showing some signs of weakness here. They aren't able to finish off some of these plays. We saw them try and make a play topside. On refresh, trying to make him 0-5-0. Didn't happen. The TP came through, and they had to be a little bit aware of that. Then on the bot side, try and play around their red buff. Doesn't happen again. This is just a lot of these. Usually, you see teams be a bit cagey in game one, right? They're feeling each other out, seeing what happens. This is the complete opposite of that. They're just brawling and seeing. They're just absolutely throwing everything against the wall. It is. Some may say mistakes. However, I think they are trying here to force advantages if you are Ruddy, because maybe they feel a little bit pressured as this game goes on. I don't think they need to be with the leads that they have at the moment. Yes, it might be that, in 20 minutes it might be a problem as they try and make a play topside to Akers, but he's not, so he's just going to jump away. But this Herald actually might be the deciding factor, because if Ruddy get this Herald, break open, say, mid-turret or even top, but just get some more gold on the board and keep snowballing the golden lead in their favour, which has closed up significantly now. It's only 600 gold. It was about 1,500 before. This is going to be a Ruddy favoured if they can pick up this Herald. And
yeah, Errol on Vision just going to go down. Absolutely deleted. Bear Tree picks up that kill for themselves, and it will be Verdant moving in. The Cyclone into the backline, knocks up Jamsu, gets onto Sin. The Solar Flare not quite connecting. Actually able to stop Tofu for now, but Hui damage over the top. Sin is so darn low. The shutdown goes the way of Corki in that top side as well. And Ruddy's entire team just getting mopped up by Verdant, evening up the kills, actually taking the lead. And Verdant starting to show that they definitely have found a foothold into this game.
Yeah, that was sort of a compound of errors, right? This LeBlanc getting caught out there is absolutely pretty much unforgivable if you are Ruddy, because you need this LeBlanc to be able to put down any damage she can onto people like the Corki, force that way to have to position a little bit less aggressively, make, sort of create pockets where they can't play. Doesn't happen. She gets caught out by a great knockup coming out from Little Pants, where this ward just not being expected by Ruddy is very surprising to me. This is a pretty common position to ward. Just gets absolutely blown up, disintegrated. Now Ruddy are now in a numbers disadvantaged fight where you have a lot of damage. All of their damage is still alive here for the side of Verdant. Sin gets hit by that whale on the bottom side, while on the other side Crisis is picked up by 3 members. And this is where the kind of games where now Verdant can run away with it, because Verdant, when you start brawling them, they start getting these leads. They absolutely adore that, and they will just keep fighting you. This play, though, for the side of Ruddy, looking not great. I'll be honest. This isn't something where you're going to be able to make much happen. Nah was already sort of timing out, was going to go Mega, so there's nothing left here.
Akers barely finds the clip here onto the Tom Kenshin. Brian the Lion will go down eventually. Fuyu able to trade one back, though. So much darn damage coming out from this Corki. Jamsu next to get deleted. And Akers and Sin with blinking health bars will look to walk away, but will not be able to get out this time. Bear Tree with an insane snipe from the artillery cannon. The Dragon will go the way of Verdant, and the team fight will go the way of Verdant, and the game looks like it's starting to go the way of Verdant.
You know that sort of meme where there's like the 5 Hydras and one of them was making the goofy face? That's kind of Verdant right now, right? Like, in the top side, you've got Refresh, who has not had a great game. Let's be honest. And then on the other side, it's the sort of Power Rangers here. Like, what is going on here with Verdant? They've absolutely shown up in this game where it was looking not wonderful early on. The big thing I want to watch here is watch Bear Tree. Flashes away, doesn't get hit by the Gnar, and look at the ultimate damage from this way. It lands onto all 5 members. Boom. Oh, disgusting damage. There's Sway, QE on top of that. Then you're going to see some more damage. Manages to pick up Sin. This is a crazy snipe, by the way. Like, he does have the vision ward, but still, being able to pick up Sin on the backside means that you're going to be definitely guarantee this dragon. There's no chance of like a Varus arrow seal or anything like this. Yes, Corki's doing a lot of damage, but this Bear Tree on Hui, which is a signature almost at this point in time for him, because he has so many games on this champ and looks so proficient at it. This has been a bit of a disgusting display for the 2 carries coming out of Verdant. It's going to be very hard. Refresh going in on Errol. Errol is very low already.
But Crisis moving in might be able to get the trade back. Refresh forced to flash away, might end up going down. Crisis looking for the dive, forced to back away because of the TP, but Errol barely able to clean up the mess. Gets the Aurelia in the end. Bear Tree moving in, but shouldn't be able to find Errol, I have to assume. But yeah, I mean, like, pixel perfect play coming out from Bear Tree in that last team fight, right? I really liked the Farsight alteration, obviously. You can't know that Sin is A-clicking, but forces the A-click out of Sin, then it's almost impossible to miss that ability. Really good stuff coming out from Verdant, and I mean, it's actually funny that Refresh just died, because that's something I was going to highlight next, is that a lot of what we were talking about in this game was if Refresh was going to be able to pilot this Aurelia, make it look really strong, and then Verdant win through that. Verdant have been winning, but there really hasn't really done anything. Like, there really is 0-5-1. Has been a little bit of a side lane threat. Obviously, Errol and Crisis having to burn their flashes in that bottom side earlier on, but this Aurelia kind of going under the radar the entire game. Is there any way that we see Refresh come back in with it?
I mean, Refresh, right there, you so much damage you managed to put down on LeBlanc. There is a good chance that the Irelia does show up. However, I just want to also quickly point on the fact that this has kind of been the story of Verdant for most of the split, I would argue. Refresh often given, carry picks, and then a lot of attention is sent by teams up to him on these picks, and it kind of allows Verdant to scale with Bear Tree and Fuyu on whatever champions they like to pick. This game it's a Corki, sometimes Fuyu's playing the Jinx. This game it's a Hui, sometimes it's, an Orianna or something for Bear Tree, or a Syndra or something along those lines. Another thing to mention is look at the items coming out from Bear Tree. Doesn't bother, he completed his boots now, but he's got a Banshee's Veil. So now it's super hard for them to actually pick him off with, say, some LeBlanc damage. You basically deny that damage at all. As Crisis looking for a dive, but Tofu is already here to read this. Crisis is dead.
Yeah, this is just no man's land for Crisis. Just going to get taken out, you have to assume. Has taken a little bit, so Udyr took a while to go down. On the opposite side, it's going to be Aurelia getting clipped, getting caught, and Sin able to pick up that kill for now. Brian the Lion on the run, but Bear Tree moving in with the artillery cannons. Fuyu split from the team, though, left on his lonesome. We'll be able to get the kill here onto Jamsu. Sin on the run. Tofu with the collapse, and that Varus is not going anywhere. Akers and Errol, the last remaining survivors of the side of Ruddy, and we'll have to see how long that will last. Bear Tree moving in, trying to get some more damage down, gets the fear, and just doesn't miss an ability. Akers finally getting over the wall. Errol with the distortion should be able to get out to safety, but Verdant once again winning out in a team fight.
Yeah, and people might sit there and say, what is Refresh doing in that fight? It actually, oh wait, hold on. Tofu's not dead. Has the flash.
Okay. Yeah, good W flash. Barely getting away alive.
That was scary.
But as you were saying.
As I was saying, Refresh just keeps the fight going. At this point, he's not really
They don't want you to make a
They don't want Akers to leave, I guess.
Akers is just perma trying to make something happen. Wants the camera on him. Obviously, will not be able to get that camera onto him for at least the next 40 seconds as he is 6 feet under. But, now Akers is dead. You can make the point, I think.
I was gonna say, Refresh continues that fight very well, actually. Even though he isn't really worth any money, but they're just fighting again. This is just brawling. I mean, at this point, there's no analytical point to be made.
Why are we
dead?
What is already thinking, right? Because Akers is already dead. You know that you don't have the man advantage, no matter what. Walk us through this replay, I guess.
Okay. Assuming no other play happens on live, we could quickly talk about this. Refresh manages to TP in here, and he manages to keep this play going a lot longer than it would have initially continued, which means that now Sin, even though Refresh falls, Sin is in trouble, Jamsu's in trouble, and yes, there are numbers of advantage right now for Ruddy, but as soon as Brian the Lion, falls, in comes the reinforcements of Bear Tree and Tofu. Sin's going to be picked off. Jamsu also dies, with Corki flashing away. So this ends up being an advantage fight. So this TP, despite Refresh falling, is actually a very good TP to take to make sure you're going to keep getting those kills on those vital members. Because let's be honest, Aurelia's not really worth that much gold when she was 0-6. And then on the back of that, Akers, which looks like he might have been able to pick up Tofu, stays way too long and gets picked up and gets a kill over to Aurelia, who now she's going to be strong. There's not really much point in talking about her this game, to be honest. With this Corki and this way are absolutely disgustingly fed. So overall, Ruddy, who came in looking like they had a bit of a game plan, seem a bit lost now because they're just overloading a mid lane, which, have you tried to fight into wave clear? It's very, very hard. They might get this turret. Yep, it does fall. But how are they going to win the resulting fight? Errol was basically one shot.
Errol's head absolutely taken off, and Crisis, once again, kind of caught in no man's land. Able to get out alive for now, but Jamsu getting clipped by an ability. Might end up going down. Brian the Lion looking for the follow-up onto the Leona, but obviously not the target you really want to go for. The fear comes out. Refresh obviously splitting in the side, getting the work done, and all Verdant need to do is keep Ruddy busy. 4 members strong, 4v4 in the mid lane. Crisis low. Jamsu, what are you doing? You're so darn low. Just gonna go down. Walks up way too far. And it looks like Brian the Lion following up onto Crisis might be able to get another kill picked up for the side of Verdant. Udyr barely making it out alive. Akers caught on the side. Aurelia still free hitting the enemy base. Refresh, the silent carry going for the side of Verdant. They won't be able to get the Nexus quite yet. But another turret picked up in the mid lane. So much time bought by Verdant in that mid side. And I mean, Aurelia doesn't need to be fed to hit turrets.
Yeah, and with that Kraken online as well, has plenty of attack speed to be able to take those turrets down. Refresh does have to be a little bit careful. Okay, is actually respecting the Udyr and maybe some reinforcements coming, does get out. And Ruddy just seemed lost. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Ruddy, early game, looked good. They've got 6 grubs. They got that first dragon. But once the sort of the first failed team fight came through, Ruddy don't. It might be a product of the comp, but Ruddy just don't seem to know what to do. Like, they overload mid lane. Irelia pushes bot, manages to just keep pushing up bot. They lose members in mid. Jamsu gets killed. Then you have Irelia still pushing bot lane, and they don't leave. Ruddy don't back off of the fight. They give Irelia an inhibitor and almost give him a Nexus turret.
Yeah, I mean, how are you giving 1 in 6 Irelia a Nexus turret? I don't know, man.
It seems insane to me that Ruddy, who looked so good coming in, we had worries about this Irelia matchup. They neutralized it early on.
Yeah.
And now really, really, really struggling. Errol, who picks this LeBlanc into the way, wants to play this very aggressive, matchup, doesn't get the value they need on this LeBlanc. 3-2-0, but let's be honest, the downfall of Ruddy was because Errol got caught on that Herald fight. So it seems to be that Ruddy, once that Herald fight went the wrong way, they just don't know what they're doing, and they're being forced out their own jungle. They feel like they're down in gold. They feel like they can't fight. Look at Corki's items, by the way.
Yeah, I don't want to look.
Infinity Edge is completed. 3 item Corki with a Merc Treads as well means it's hard for Errol to pick anything off. Hard for Udyr to put that damage down. Hard for to be CC'd. And Errol, you're dead, bud.
Yeah, hard for Errol to exist on this plane of existence. We'll go down. Bear Tree going godlike in this game, and I mean, that pretty much sums it up, right? Verdant, we were talking about the head-to-heads between them and Ruddy, and it doesn't really look like they matter this game. Just absolute domination coming out from Bear Tree and Fuyu. But they are flipping a Baron. Could be a 50-50, but no, they have turned onto Crisis, absolutely deleted the enemy jungler. Irelia into the backline, Sin, no real way out. A good Gnar ult coming out from Akers to buy a little bit of time. Brian the Lion not able to move in, but the Baron is turned onto, and Verdant will pick up the Purple Worm. They got a few kills in the process, and they might look for a little bit more. Sin getting collapsed on by the Wukong and should just go down. Jamsu caught in the crossfire, and Akers finally able to get out alive. Once again, this Gnar is kind of the only member left standing for Ruddy, and Verdant, they look to bear down on the enemy base.
So, production, Zoe, Casual QD's prediction, looking pretty good at the moment. I'm not going to lie, Ruddy looked completely lost. Just, if we look how that fight ended up going down, that is a fight where your Udyr needs to just do a miracle flash smite steal, to be honest. You can't really win a team fight. Let's be honest, Errol was dead. Akers is core, he needs to get out. Okay, he is alive. Right there, Ruddy really needed to sit there and try and get other gold out on the map. Bot turret was very, very low. Errol being caught here should signal to Ruddy, this is an impossible Baron to fight. You are behind in gold. You might lose the game off of them taking the Baron, but you definitely lose the game because you're all going to die if you try and contest it. So you have a chance of maybe trying to delay possibly this if Crisis gets the smite steal. Walking in here as 4 with Crisis on a flank where they can easily terminate him essentially results in, it might result in Refresh dying. Yeah, we don't see that. That's happened a few times in the game. But right here, they're still trying to contest. They're trying to go for an arrow, which they didn't have the arrow ready, right? Sin was charging that after Baron fall down. They need to back off and maybe look to push waves. Get some sort of state of the map where the Baron is less valuable. Because if you look at right now, they've got objective bounties. Those turrets would have fallen much faster if they just sit there and go, okay, cut our losses, Errol's dead, let's take bot turret, let's take mid turret, let's get these waves shoved so the Baron is less effective for the first minute and a half. As Refresh, he scored again. He's dead again. We don't see this. This is he's playing grey screen simulator this game, but his team are coming to support, and Sin will be dead very soon.
Yeah, Sin nearly deleted, just barely getting clipped by that last rocket from Fuyu, and I think this is just going to be an absolute mowdown coming out from Verdant. A double kill for Corki already, Crisis on the run. Akers in a position to, I don't know, poke, I guess, but at this point it's a 3v5, 3v4. It's looking so darn good for Verdant. I can't really see a way in for Ruddy. There is the Blast Cone for now, but will Crisis be able to convert that into a dragon? I don't think the Miracle Steal is happening this time. It is not indeed. Wukong finds the smite, finds the kill, and Errol on the run might be able to actually take out Bear Tree. We'll have to wait and see. Clone comes out and Errol might just be able to get out, but no. Collapse coming out from Tofu. The Wukong finishing up what his team started, and Verdant, I mean, they look unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, they look like this game is going to end very, very shortly, Drake. Right there, LeBlanc tries to go for the play, but don't forget, there is a Banshee's Veil. There's enough magic resist here for Bear Tree to simply not have to worry about LeBlanc being on his head. So, again, this seems like, Verdant coming into game 1, it's expected blue side win, very, very strong side to be drafted right now, but this Corki first pick for the entire series now, they've given it over Ruddy. Ruddy really wanted Corki. We know how much Sin loves that champ. And they gave it over thinking Fuyu didn't maybe play it, or maybe they're not competent on playing it as a flex. Fuyu this game has had an absolutely phenomenal phenomenal Corky play. The entire game, he's 10-0-6 right now. So for the rest of this series, I just want to say, going into game 2, let's be real, it's going to be very hard to see anything other than a Verdant victory at this point. Look at the damage, by the way, from Corky.
Yeah.
Just absolutely disgusting. Snipes in as well on the backside. The Corky damage is too high. And so they're going to have, for the rest of this series, we'll have to say, it's probably going to be a red side ban permanently. This is just absolutely a disgusting performance coming out of FUU Game 1. And this is the kind of performance that breaks the back of a series already, because you get so disheartened when you sit there and go, okay, we felt like we had a lead early on, we got those grubs, we got stuff happening on the map, and they've managed to come back and destroy us.
Oh.
And we'll have to see if Ruddy can respond, because they're trying to death bush a person with Banshees.
Yeah,
it's
and
not happening.
had flash as well, so is able to get out for now. Sin, I mean, once again, just kind of the punching bag of Verdant getting taken very low and hasn't even been on the front line of this fight yet.
Here
Who
comes
off the side might be able to find a kill.
My
Oh my
God!
goodness, almost one shot.
he's
Sin,
dead.
2 HP. The Hui artillery there to find the kill. Errol just getting absolutely blended up by the side of Verdant and their solo laners. I mean, it's just an absolute massacre everywhere I look. Ruddy, no real way back into this game. A 5v3, all they have left. And I mean, I think it's just a case of formalities at this point. Verdant just need to cross their T's, dot their I's, delete that Nexus. They're looking for the third inhibitor. They have refresh collapsing in the bottom side with that wave. And I mean, I'm not sure what Crisis, Akers, and Jamsu can get done to try and defend this Nexus. They're kind of just waiting for their impending doom. The Nexus turret getting half HP. I mean, Verdant really dragging this one out, trying to look for the kills. Refresh, maybe trying to pick up Akers, but I think Verdant should surely be able to claim this game. They get the kill onto Jamsu. They also get the kill onto Akers, and Refresh, for once, does not die in a team fight. Verdant should be able to pick up this Nexus, no dang problem, and go 1-0 up in this best-of-5 series.
I mean, that's a bit of a Corky show. This is a display on why this champion is so broken. You know, we looked at the stats at the beginning of the day, we looked at the kills and thought, it was like the average was like 4 kills, 3 deaths, 3 assists. It's not that good. It's put a lot of damage down, but it's not got the craziest scoreline. I mean, look at this game. Just watch what Corky does this game. He didn't even that final fight, essentially with Sin falling down. Sin didn't get hit by an auto attack by Corky, which is where a lot of Corky's damage comes from nowadays. The rocket hits him, it does pretty much half of his HP. So for the rest of this series, I mean, this game 1 is a statement by Verdant saying, you wanted to give us Corky, this champion that pretty much everyone views as being one of the strongest champions on the patch, absolutely broken with all the buffs it received after it got nerfed into the ground. And they've shown we can play it in bot lane absolutely fine. We can give you Varus, which is one of Sim's best champs, and we simply don't care. And I now wonder where Ruddy go from this. I'm assuming to blue side, sorry. I assume they go blue side. They look for a Corky first pick themselves. But Verdant have a chance there in terms of their bans of just not giving it. Yeah. So where the hell does Ruddy really go? Because other than having a solid early game punishing an Aurelia pick that we questioned, would it hurt the Gnar? Will it actually give Refresh a chance to carry? Other than punishing that, from the Herald fight onwards, it was a disaster for Ruddy. They looked like they didn't know what to do, even with 6 grubs.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looked like it was like infrastructural issues with this Ruddy team, right? Like it seemed like their focus in team fights was completely whack, right? Like they were targeting Tom, Kench, Aurelia, the 2 champions that are probably the least important on this Verdant team composition. And like we mentioned, that Aurelia pretty much not a champion, right? So basically a 4v5 for Verdant, and they still win it out. So Ruddy definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board, figure that all out, and come in swinging for game 2 of this best-of-5 series. But that's not for us to decide, not for us to analyze, Rob. We're going to go take a short break, and the analyst desk will be back with the draft for game 2.
that was a game of League of Legends. You know, it was a game, but we move on. And I will say, I feel like if you are moving from the vibe of we're Verdant, then yeah, you're feeling pretty good about that one, because I feel like Ruddy, it was not a good performance. Let's not pretend, let's not be around the bush. You know, I feel like Ruddy, they had a good first 5 minutes, and then after that, it just looked very chaotic, and definitely expected more from them in that game. But as I said, there's still 4 more games at least. So, at most. And there is a potential for Ruddy to come back into this. Verdant, however, looked very strong. Again, we can talk about refresh in a little bit. I feel like, again, I prefer the tanks, but you know what? The split push, it made something happen. There was a lot of potential, and the rest of the team were able to hold it together. Let's get into the clips. So let's get into some of the clips. Let's break down this game first, then we can talk about it and go into game number 2. So let's roll the first VT here, because I will say, I said it from the start, Ruddy had to get off the game. Luna.
They absolutely did. I mean, in 2 separate lanes, they are sitting very, very comfortably. We can see up in the top side here, Refresh going for a bit, not really able to get away with it. Of course, that first blood does come in here very shortly. But at the same time, there's a fight going on in the bot lane that also does not end in their favor. And then you have this happening in the top side almost immediately after that first blood as well. And it really sets the precedent for this game. Now, interesting statistic. We have had a couple of statistics broken apart this game, in the sense that red side has a higher win rate than blue. It lost this game. The team that gets first blood has a very high percentage to win the game. They lost this game. And the team that gets first dragon has a very high percentage, a very low percentage to win the game, which is accurate for this game. Very interesting to look at how these stats kind of come into it, and look at how this game started for Ruddy, because when you kind of look at how it ended, you're sat here thinking, well, hang on a minute, how did we end up here?
Yeah, no, indeed. It's like, it looked really strong. We had the Gnar beating the Aurelia, right? They were ahead, they were leading, Akers was doing his thing, Rishesh wasn't able to get into the game, and then it broke down a lot, right? And I want to go to the first point where I feel like we were all sitting there like, okay, this game is kind of over, which was like the Herald. We don't have the clip for the Herald, but essentially, like, the Herald play, it just didn't look good, right? Erol gets picked out, then they get the Herald, but then Ruddy lose 2 members, I believe, which just gave so much gold, so much time, so much tempo on the map for Verdant to then start playing the game. And also, it took a lot of the pressure off of Refresh, so Akers wasn't having that same power in that 1v1. But then we got to the second part, right, which we do at the VT4. I want to roll this one. It's the fight at the Tribe Rush, where they decide to go for a choke point fight, which just seems like not the logical idea for Ruddy to do, Rory.
Yeah, so this fight is all a bit of a mess in execution from Ruddy, to be honest. Okay, apparently we don't have the replay going on, but I think we all remember quite vividly utilizing a Mega Gnar ult onto a lone Tom Kench, and then just chilling in the Hui Fisher, as much as I can describe it. One really interesting thing, though, if anyone spotted it, was Beartree using a blue trinket directly on top of the Varus, because just predicting that he would be walking using A-click. So he stood still to A-click, and then the lightning bolt just came down from the sky to execute him. So that's a really cool mechanic that I do like to see now and then.
You might, Roddy might not. That's what I'm saying. Like, real talk though, I feel like it was just that. It was the decisions Roddy were making that just were questionable, right? Like taking on that choke point fight, allowing the Corki and the Hui to just kind of have their optimal setup. You know, it's just a little bit of a confusing moment, because we've seen Ruddy do really good macro things in the past. We've seen them make good decisions. They've beaten really good teams, you know, like they took on Paragon to take themselves here. Like they 2-0 that one. It's a sentiment where they definitely have power. They definitely have potential. They definitely can get it done, but something wasn't clicking in this match, right? And we were going to talk about the Baron. I still want to talk about it, even though we don't have the replay, right? We then saw the Baron play, and I think this was the final moment for me where it's like, okay, the game is now just over, right? Like it was already not looking good, but this is the kind of final nail in the coffin, because they lose out in Baron, right? I think someone gets picked off early, if I'm wrong, right? Do correct me. Yeah. But then Ruddy just watched the Baron be taken and then stand in a position where they're just able to get engaged on, and it's like a big question for me, Luna.
Yeah, so that play initially starts with Errol getting caught out in top lane. So, you get this first kill and you think, okay, well, Verdant are going to go for the Baron. It's the next logical step. They've caught it in top lane. They're right next to the objective. It makes sense. The rest of Ruddy then start to converge. Crisis is on a flank in the enemy blue side jungle, in the bush that leads out into river, so can look for this steal. You can see they go for it, but they go a little bit too early. They go about 3,000 health. Immediately, Verdant peel off of this objective, turn on to Crisis while Refresh goes flying into the backline of Ruddy. So taking up the Fire of Sin, Jamsu, and Akkers, while Crisis is in the middle of the rest of the team. Crisis gets blown up at the same time as Refresh. Tofu then turns back to the Baron. Tofu alone turns back to the Baron to secure it, while the rest of Verdant play keep out, play footsie with the three members of Ruddy. And in the end, it ends up with them essentially just getting picked off one by one from that point on, because at this point you're sitting with a Hui who's sitting on so much gold and a Corki who is sitting on so much gold. I mean, we talked about both of these champions in the pregame as well. They are very strong, and they're on players who can pilot them very, very well. So, you get to that point, it's like, okay, the Hail Mary from Ruddy has been made. It's not gone their way. You get one more chance before the game's over.
Yeah. Well, the game is over. It's 1-0 to Verdant. They have taken themselves off with a good lead. So if you predicted a 3-0 to Ruddy, you are wrong. I don't think anyone did, but if you were inclined that way, you didn't make it. All right. I'm here to tell you that you have not made it to the next round of the prediction stage. But everyone else, I believe, is still there. Obviously, because everyone predicted Verdant to win except for me. Still going to put that out there. Middlecott, remember, it's your fault if I lose my prediction. But either way, going into this one, what do we want to see change, right? What is the things that we want to see change? Obviously, we talked a little bit about drafting in the green, right? We said, like, okay, maybe Leona gets picked in the 4th rather than the 5th, right? Also, like, we've obviously talked a little bit about kind of other options that could have been explored. But Luna, I'm going to come to you first here. What was the big takeaway or the big change you want to see from Ruddy? Is it gameplay? Is it picks? Well, what's the kind of amalgamation of your thoughts?
I got 3 big ones to touch on.
Okay.
And it covers both sides. So for Ruddy, I think get Jamsu on something that is A, more non-committal, or B, less reliant on volatility. So Leona is a very good engage tool, but it relies on landing one of these really difficult to land skill shots. The Solar Flare, the Zenith Blade, they can be dodged away from quite effectively. Look for the Nautilus. Look for something with a big hitbox like that Dredge line. And look to just start playing the style that works for you. You're a very good team fighting team. You can match up to Verdant. You're very good at playing objectives. Stop trying to thrive in chaos. Start having this macro ready for you. And on the other side, I think the only big thing for Verdant is try and pull Refresh back off of these really volatile picks, back onto the stability. You're going to have a 10 times easier time closing games out.
Yeah. And Rory, any thoughts for you on drafting or on gameplay?
I think letting Corki through, if you're not on blue side, is a mistake. Because as we saw in the last game, Fuyu was kicking his feet and giggling because you can't spell slaughter without laughter. And that's exactly what he was doing. I think he ended like 11-0. So, hooray! We've heard what me just now through the internet, and Corki is now banned up. Love this. We're also seeing the Hui ban on Bear Tree. Honestly, completely understand it.
Yeah. And I'll be real, like, with the Corki game banned, it is no surprise. We're into game 2, though. We're into game 2. Let's bring it back up. Ruddy can still come back and take this one. It was obviously a bit of a solemn game 1, but we'll be able to take game 2 away. We'll see. Obviously, switching onto the blue side now will give them a little bit of a different look into draft, as we're already starting to see the bans changing a little bit, Luna.
We are, as you say, the Corki, Hui both taken away. It makes sense if you don't plan on playing them or you're not on blue side, respectively. The Aurora gone, that's standard. Does leave both Ashe and Varus available, and that's kind of what I'm looking at the moment. Skarner, the next meta ban to be gone. It makes sense, very strong pick. Both these junglers can pilot it well, I'm sure. But we kind of talked about this before game 1, right? In the Varus is a very good matchup into the Ashe. And we know Fuyu is a very good Ashe. We know Sin is a very good Varus. Do you take that trade as Ruddy? Do you just say, we're going to lock in the Ashe or the Varus? You can take the Ashe if you want to. Or do you just say, actually, we're going to take the Ashe. We don't think you can beat us on the Varus. That's kind of where my eyes are at the moment, because these first picks, most typically, are those AD carries. Instead, Verdant just going to ban it away and make that point completely moot.
Yeah, Verdant say, we don't want to go for the trade on those. There's still the Jinx up, still the Varus, there's still a lot of potential to be picked. There is also worlds where, yeah, as you said, Ziggs could be locked in. You know, maybe someone goes something even a little bit more spicy. Maybe even a Samira could potentially be coming through. But at the moment, it's going to be the Varus that is going to be locked in. And yeah, well, why are you guys hating on the Samira pick? Come on.
Because Poppy support is really good.
True.
And she just negates the entire champion. Oh, Civ there.
Hang on, we don't talk about hovers for this reason.
We don't talk about hovers, but
Fu,
it
you
would
might
be
be
a very
baiting us.
interesting pick.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We can be boring. That's fine. You know what? The episodes came out today. Maybe Fuyo's inspired, but
I mean, to be fair, Fuyu is a very good Jinx player.
Oh, you're talking about hovers. You're talking about hovers.
You see, I baited
and
Luna
I'm getting
here.
baited.
I
It's
baited
Cogmore.
So this is interesting because this was the pick of spring.
Yeah.
Spark and Sin were monsters on this pick. Fuyu is now here to say you thought they were good. I'm gonna be better, especially with how strong this champion is right now.
Are we sure this is AD carry? Because into Everill's champion, like Azir, AP Cogmore is a good champion.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't see a world better who plays that over something more traditional. But
That's fair, but he
willing
played
to prove it
Ezreal
wrong.
mid earlier in
Yeah,
this
but
split.
Ezreal's slightly more standard as a mid laner, right? It's like you play Ezreal because you're playing Tristana, because you're playing Lucian. You play Cogmore because you kind of just want to be an artillery mage, and there's things that do it better.
I'm saying, I'm really sad Pivotal's not here because I'm going to bring on this point that I think they would enjoy. Equally Sports Cup happened, right? Just in case some of you knew. Shout out to them and shout out to Faye, right? Who used to play Cogmore mid a lot, and it is dangerous. So you know what? AP Cogmore is strong. Maybe it could be switching to Bettery. We'll find out. Obviously, the Jack's being picked up here could be flexed into top lane, could be going into the jungle. We'll see sooner rather than later. Another flex that has been locked in though is the Gragas. So this time it has been allowed through to Ruddy. Obviously banned away immediately from Verdant in game one. We'll see if it can bring the power that it really does deserve.
Time will tell. Do you know another mid lane pick that we saw Faye play was the Tahm Kench? I don't think we're going to see that one today, but worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao for Crisis, we're breaking this flex immediately, is interesting, but it makes sense. I think Crisis is a solid player when you get him on these more physical, like these bruisery champions, compared to something like the Sejuani that we saw him play against Paragon. But on the flip side, it does not have a great time as the game goes on into things like the Sejuani. It's very good at the early skirmishing, so it will make Tofu's life a little hellish if they meet up at any point in the early stages of the game. But as this game goes on, Tofu is kind of just going to have more utility because Xin Zhao turns into this thing of like, if you are skill shot based, I'm just going to tank everything you throw. But a lot of the skill shots that we have in the game at the moment aren't blockable skill shots.
Sejuani, they're going to be locked in though. I like it a lot with the Jacks. I think it's really, really powerful. I think there's a lot of synergy in that top side. And Refresh obviously didn't have the greatest game on Aurelia, but you know what? Maybe this one's going to go a little bit better. As we are going to go into the second phase here, support mid laners. What's going to be the option? Obviously, a lot of people still left up. All of the engaged supports are still left up. The Nautilus, the Jamsu has played so much, right? The Thresh as well. The Blitzcrank that even got played a little bit ago as well could still be picked. But also from Little Pant's side, there are so many options open too. I do wonder, with that Bron ban, is there anything that you're kind of thinking about, Rory, that could be locked in?
I mean, Lulu Cogmore is pretty tried and tested. It's pretty decent with a Xin Zhao jumping onto you, but it's a tricky one because you either go, we've seen Tarek rise up this split a little, but I wouldn't love it in this game, but they may see the threat of just a long-range stun engage. Then you've just got the, actually going for a Silas, because just a very strong blindable champion, I suppose, more than anything.
I think it's feeling a bit windy.
Did you have a bad lunch? Or
okay.
What's the...
Okay.
We're saying yes or no?
You know what? I like this Nautilus pick a lot.
Janna.
There is also a world where, Janna could be locked in. I was also thinking, maybe we get a Yone or something, but because it goes well with the Sejuani, so you never know. But at the moment there, I do feel like there's a lot of potential with what they want to pick from Verdant, right? They're going to go for the aggressive stance here. They're not going to play for that close and like kind of supporting that Cogmore. They're going to try and keep them alive for a million years. They're just going to say, you know what? You're not going to get to Cogmore because we're going to be engaging on you instead.
I quite like it. I think it makes sense. Little Pants has proven to be a very good engage player. The Alistair, tried and true signature pick for him in that role as well. kind of looking at what we've got so far more generally, I have concerns because you're suddenly now playing into Azir, Zinzao, Gragas as an engage composition. That's a lot of disengage already. We've seen this matchup between Refresh and Akers a lot of times. It always goes in Akers' favor because I'm fairly certain it's just going to be the Jax Gragas matchup. I don't know there's much that Jamsu can pick here that really makes this draft bad for them. I do like Ruddy's draft a lot so far. I think you're looking to round it out with something like the Nautilus just to give yourself that easy engage. Yeah, the Rel also works. And now it's just a case of what does Bear Tree play. And honestly, there's not much going for you that works massively.
I don't know if Mbess is even allowed yet.
No, she's not.
Yeah. So don't get too excited, chat. You know, we're not pulling that out just yet. But there are a lot of options, right? There's AD. There's also a bit maybe where we go for AP here because obviously the Kog'Maw, yes, does a little bit of mixed damage, but you know, there's still a very tanky Gragas that could be. The Xin Zhao could also be problematic, but it is going to be the Smolder instead. And I feel like Verdant have gone for a bit of a weird comp here because they basically said we're going to play for the late game and then just win team fights. And I don't know if that's what they really want to put out.
So, Verdant's comp is about making space, right? That is your primary focus, is making space. It's very hard to make space into a Gragas because he just dissuades your front line from stacking up. And Xin Zhao doesn't care about your damage when he's ulting.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard for Verdant to do anything in team fights if they're just going front to back.
Okay, I'm hearing it. Is there more you want to add here, Luna? I feel like you're waiting to like kind of jump in.
I'm thinking and getting very confused as to what your goal is here as Verdant more generally. You don't have a very obvious bridge because the Jax's early lane phase is not amazing. You can play off the Jax Sejuani duo, but Gragas is deceptively tanky in the early stages of the game, and you don't win the 2v2. Smolder Kog'Maw do not want to be fighting almost ever. If they can help it, just because they don't have the damage output in the early stages of the game compared to an Azir and a Varus. And not only that, but your team fighting is really weird as well, because again, you've got 3 people that want to go forwards, and then 2 carries that kind of want to just stand and fight, if not kite away. And there's a lot of there's a lot of ways to just stop you from standing in one place and firing. Azir, Rel, Gragas, all very, very good into this style of play. So I actually think, as in a contrast to last game, Ruddy have come out with the draft lead here. But if we see a similar level of play as last game, it's just not going to matter.
But
yeah, that's fair enough. You know, I definitely can adhere to those rules, right? But I do feel like, Ruddy, one thing that I was actually, I didn't get to say before we kind of went into draft was that one thing I wanted to see from Ruddy themselves is I just wanted a little bit more simplicity. You know, I feel like the last game they drafted a little bit kind of scrappy where it's like, okay, we can win fights, but it's not super cohesive. We're going to have to kind of find picks and basically just hand stiff these people. Whereas I feel like this time they've locked in something that is very, very cohesive, very simple to play in terms of what you have to do thought-wise, and they just go for the engage. They just go for those classic team fights, and they should be able to pull that one out of the bag. Verdant obviously have gone for a little bit more of a challenging look, but definitely has its potential as well, especially if they can get themselves into the later stages, Rory.
Yeah, I don't know if Ruddy have a quote-unquote draft lead, or if Verdant kind of shot themselves in the foot in their second phase. But this Alistair Smolder, while you're dedicating yourself to a comp, I don't think it was the right angle to go for.
Also, did we decide who's mid lane, by the way? Is it Cog or is it Smolder?
I think it's Smolder.
Smolder
AD carry feels really
into
bad at
Varus,
the moment.
Rel? That
Yeah,
sounds
it feels really bad at the moment. It is just going to be Smolder mid.
Okay,
I think
Smolder
production
mid,
just
Smolder mid.
confirmed that. Although, kind of what you were saying, Rory, I think if you just go Janna or Akali here on 4-5, how do you lose this game as well?
Akali would be really nice here, yeah.
Janna or Akali would be insane. You have matched disengage when Xin Zhao Azir look to come in from Janna. Your Kog'Maw doesn't die. Your Jax doesn't die. You've got the Akali who can just dive onto the Varus' face and say, actually, no, you don't get to play the game. So while your team goes forwards, you are dead. And you are really your team's only damage because Azir is going to be kept out of every fight possible.
Honestly, maybe it's just the Alice that I'm not loving. Like, I'm thinking, was there an angle for Emilio here? just to try and like keep your lane as safe as possible, and then just like reliably scale with that.
I think you have less value as the game goes on compared to Lulu or
Yeah,
Janna,
that's
just
fair.
because your ult does not have massive value this game because a lot of the CC is knockups.
Yeah, fair enough.
You can use the Breath of Life on what? Shattering Strike
Bar
and
Assault.
Chain of Corruption. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the notion that Janna, I think it obviously would have added another level to Verdant's kind of disengage. We want to play from the back, and obviously if the Smolder come through as well, it still would have added. I think the Akali also a good shout because of the fact that it works with the Sejuani too. So you're still giving that potential for the agency for the Sejuani, as well as kind of giving that danger towards those people in the backline. And then obviously Cockmore gets even less focused on, whereas I feel like now that they've locked in that Alistair, it does kind of throw the ballpark for Verdant into this sentiment of how safe can you get yourself into that mid to late, right? Because they need this mold to scale. They need this combo to scale. Yes, if they do get to later stages, if they can open up that space, as you said, Rory, they really can make things happen. And obviously they played a 4-1 last time. If the Jacks can find a way to get themselves moving forward into a good position, they can also open up that split pushing once again, which Ruddy seemed to not deal with very well in that last game. So I do wonder kind of what their plans are, but it just feels better for Ruddy. You know, if I'm honest, it feels like, okay, we got Ruddy. They had some game one. They weren't really ready to play. They didn't really turn up. But game two, they've switched it on. They're ready to play. They've come with a comp that is better suited to them. And I feel like they're now looking in a stronger position. And I want to see them go back to that macro style. I want to see them go back to playing around those dragons, playing around those grubs. You know, we said 4 grubs is their classic. We want to see that. Give yourself those options. And now I feel like with the Gragas, they've definitely got a lot more potential to really own that top side of the map. But with that being said, that is our breakdown. We will be seeing you after game number 2. Will Ruddy take us into 1-1 or will it be a 2-0 with the final potentially being next game? We'll find out soon, though. We're going to throw it over to our casters, Drake and Rob. Take us in.
Thank you so much for passing that over to us, Jay Real, and the desk for setting up game 2 here of this best of 5 series. And I think that's the most important thing here for me, Rob, is the fact that, you know, we are in game 2. Game 1's happened, you know, we don't maybe prep as much for that game 1 draft as maybe we would have liked. And we can start the series off a little bit on that weak point, maybe the underdog, you know, fuel beneath you, and start to win out in the series, because it does look like Ruddy do have the makings of a win here in game 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were hovering, obviously, Yone and Solder. Very likely the AP cog variant is the one that most people prefer. Like AP cog, he perma shoves waves and is able to actually essentially mean you want to go like Gragas, for example. Gragas isn't really casting you in without getting flanks because you're so far away. So it's possible that they've got, you know, Smolder, Cogmore long range carries versus a team that is, yes, Azir. Ooh, big scary Azir. Cogmore never interacts with you unless you are flying into them. It is Errol.
I was going to say.
It is Errol on Azir, so maybe he can do that. I'll have to see it is AP Cog because he's gone Comet and he's got TP, so it will be the AP Cog variant, which basically neutralizes most lanes. The thing that surprises me actually is if you suspected this was AP Cog, picking Rel into Alistair makes it a little bit harder to actually get on this Cog early unless mistakes are made by the Cogmore himself, because obviously Alistair seen as a neutralizer of the Rel lane, right? Whoever goes in first generally loses that matchup. So I will be interested to see. It kind of comes down to how does top go, because Akka's generally a bit of a monster on the Gragas, especially into a Jax pick, which is, you know, the Jax, the Gragas is the counter to Jax. And also, we'll have to see how Fuyu pilots this AP Cogmore, seeing the Doran string as well. So I'm not looking like an idiot. It definitely is AP Cog. This matchup, Cog it has both builds. It's why he is pretty strong at the moment. It's often hard to build comps around him. This is a point we want to be watching out the game and how the Cog does perform, because he outranges absolutely everything on the side of Ruddy, with it being lethal tempo Varus as well. No, not going to be very unlikely to be lethality Varus. So watch if Cog gets hit in these fights. The Smolder is a bit odd, just because I wonder how much you're having to seed early in that mid matchup. However, it is going to be, late game. If this game goes 35-40 minutes, or even before that 30 minutes, it is quite scary for Ruddy, just because you're going to have to make some Hail Mary plays to get on top of Smolder and Cogmore. It is going to be scary early on, though, for Verdant. Early game here, you should have the Xin Zhao should have a decent time of it, with having basically the ability to get look for push in mid, look for push in top, and even get push in bot lane. So we'll have to see if the Xin Zhao can kind of exploit what could be if he wants them to be 3 pushing lanes.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that is a key thing you touched on is the fact that Verdant really don't have as much of an early game as Ruddy do. I feel like just with the way that the draft went, they are definitely waiting for like 20 to 30 minutes, depending on, how well Bear Tree is able to pilot this Smolder, whether he's able to get the stacks and get towards that really scary passive 225 stacks mark at around the 25-minute mark, which you see most often. I have seen in recent memory a semi-pro game where I think it was like 32 minutes Smolder 225. So like it can go horribly wrong. And then I think that's a case where Ruddy absolutely dominate this game, and just their early game really wins out for them. But yeah, if we get to 25 minutes, 30 minutes, there's definitely a very real possibility for Verdant to kind of run away with it.
Yeah, especially if you're able to actually get this Kog'Maw out of the lane. This is the biggest question I have for this entire game: is does this AP Kog'Maw get out of the lane? Because the Varus Rel is a very, very aggressive lane. Look at Crisis right now.
Yeah,
they're splitting the map here. So Tofu's going to come down. He's going to walk straight into this Xin Zhao, who is very, very good at brawling early, and Xin Zhao's got support moving up already. Is Tofu going to end up respecting this? Yeah, it's a really good start for Crisis. He isn't respecting Jamsu moving.
Yeah, he's already gotten the knock-up, has the E to follow up in the Rel over the top. There's no way this pig lives. Tofu goes down, Sejuani falls, and Verdant are looking to try and glass onto Crisis, but it might be a re-engage coming out. Brian the Lion able to get a good knock-up onto Crisis. The flap to follow up by Bear Tree, but might just be flapping into his doom. Gets to the blast cone in time, but Errol is there to follow up with the Sand Soldiers. Sin gets the kill on the Bear Tree.
Refresh is here.
An insane counter-attack coming out from Refresh. Finds a 3-man stun, but it's going to be the Kog'Maw who dies first. A flash over the wall coming out from Sin. Refresh able to follow up, get the pick back, and somehow Ruddy come out 3-2 up in that extended teamfight trade.
Tofu's back again. Jamsu's got to be a little bit careful.
Jamsu surely is the crash down over the wall.
Yeah,
right?
he's going to crash down over the wall. Yeah, exactly. Oh, frozen mid there. Everyone take a breather. No, this was winning for Ruddy. I'm surprised we saw the TP come out from Refresh, as we actually see what Smolder does here. This is where you see the sort of the levels at which Verdant can actually think here. Smolder TP's top, and then the Jax just covers mid lane, so they end up not losing out on very much CS. It's not like you're sending the Jax back up top without that TP. However, beneficial for Verdant. But was good. Not beneficial for Ruddy, sorry. But this was also a good read by Ruddy to split this map, which is something that I've been wanting to see a little bit. We don't see it as much in UK. I think Belfast Storm did it in one of the games as Paragon lower bracket. But most of the time we see standard sort of jungle pathing, and this is Crisis at least trying here to really heavily punish the fact they have such strong lanes early on. Look at this way of pushing in. Refresh got to be careful. He's got flash.
I mean, I was going to say, are we going to talk about this lane swap? Like Refresh just playing mid now into Errol? Like, I guess the Smolder lane is going to benefit a little bit more against playing against...
Refresh!
Okay, we're just looking for that Refresh! A little bit too hyphy. Obviously, Verdant, you won game 1, but you can't be doing that.
He does it again. He does it again. He tries to go for a tower dive.
What the heck was that?
Early on, it's the classic. It's the Refresh 27 tower dive into death. It's looked okay. Ends up burning the flash. Falls down, but no, that's looked okay. It looked okay that he might have tried to get the kill, but there was still a flash available for Azir. Bit of a that's again what you often have seen, and this is a pretty common trait coming out for Refreshers. He does go for these really hyper aggressive plays and just hopes it's almost like the enemy sort of laner doesn't flash.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a disaster to give that kill over. You're now going to see CS leads massively on the Gragas. You see a bit of a CS lead not in mid lane, but it doesn't really matter because the Smolder's picking that wave. This bot lane as well, the Varus is going to be in the lead, you'd assume, early on. This kind of skirmishing is good for Verdant. Not Verdant, for Ruddy. I keep getting the two teams mixed up in my head. It is good for Ruddy. However, the fact that Verdant are able to get some kills on the board does help them maybe make an argument that they can get towards this late game, because obviously if you're being completely knocked out of the game from minute 1, it's very hard to get that late game team comp online. Tofu is bot lane. So he is at least trying to make stuff happen on the map, even with these lanes being shoved in so heavily. Crisis going to meet him, though, and he is a level up.
Yeah, if that W did land, Tofu might have been in danger, but luckily for Tofu, Crisis will not be able to get onto the Sejuani this time, but Ruddy do have control over the river. They have push in the bottom lane, and they might be able to start up this dragon if they choose to. Might choose to fight those grubs. Obviously, it looks like they do have prio everywhere, as Gragas is getting a solo ball on the top side. Didn't quite catch it, but Akers is on full HP, Rob.
Gragas moment. That's a Gragas moment right there. In this matchup, it's really hard for Jax to play. And if the Jax doesn't respect the amount of damage Gragas can do with this phase rush, Gragas sort of just keeps running at him until the Jax will fall. No TP either available for Refresh, because he obviously used it earlier on to cover that play that happened in bot side jungle. So this is a huge loss for the side of Verdant and for Refresh. They are getting grubs. This is nice to see.
This is highway robbery. I'm going to be honest.
This is a bit illegal, I think, to give the grubs over in this game. But we'll have to see how Refresh does fall here, because he gets the wave crash in. And is it just a Gragas running him down the lane? Oh no! Oh, he gets knocked into the turret. Never mind. He is run down the lane in the end. But yeah, it's a sort of a disrespect on the Gragas cask. It's so funny watching these kind of matchups for Gragas, because the Gragas player, it doesn't require the greatest amount of mechanical skill to cask the person who's standing under your turret, and it's just so funny to watch a Jax try everything he can as Bear Tree just insta kills away.
Wow, Gemsu's still looking over the wall though. Crisis with the dive and easy pickup. Errol gets the kill, and Ruddy really starting to make do with this lead that they've garnered, turning it into a 2,000 gold lead, now a 4-kill lead as well, and Ruddy starting to show their true colors here in game 2.
Yeah, Errol's very, very, very strong 202 on the signature Azir for that EMEA Masters player. But this is also a little bit like, if we rewatched what just happened there, this is also Verdant just being a little bit too slow. The fact that Jamsu's getting out the lane. At some point, Alistair is unlocked in this lane because the amount of AP Cogmore gets means he insta-kills waves. Then Alistair can just run around the map. That point hasn't come yet, and so Alistair isn't there to cover Jamsu diving bot lane, which should usually be a bit of a pressure point. Flash is used. I'm just assuming Crisis just gets out here for free with Sync covering. So they are just a flash burn in the end. But no, the fact that Alistair isn't there to cover the play mid lane, which is usually the stuff we see out of Verdant. We usually see Little Pants always there diving mid. You know, Alistair, his Alistair is so aggressive. His Alistair is the one usually making the plays. The fact that Jamsu is there first, getting that kill on removing Bear Tree off the map for a little bit, getting that Smolder maybe stacking a little slower, is really impressive, because I'd say Little Pants is a bit of the roaming master in support. Now there's 3 members bot side, which say, no, Crisis should be here because they saw him flash. They see him on the ward. They see him on the ward, so they know he's here. They should respect this. The wave is in a really good spot here for the side of Verdant, because with one E and a few ults coming out the Cogmore, it should be gone. He actually doesn't even E the wave, so this could be a dive potentially, but Tofu here to cover. So we'll have to see if this 3v3, is it just going to be KG, you know, they're just going to back off? Okay, nothing happened. They were looking for it, but it's very hard to dive an AP Cog once he gets this lock chapter a little bit and got AP in his back pocket, as Crisis is now wasting a lot of time. Tofu is just looking for the mid play here onto Errol.
This is a really good opening. Errol doesn't have flash quite yet, so this could be an option for Verdant to look for a kill in the mid lane. Tofu finds the Q, has the E, and
what a backstab.
A good dodge from the Emperor's Divide as well, but Bear Tree shouldn't be able to finish off this bird underneath the turret. Errol does still have the flash available too, so almost a really, really good window here for Verdant, but at least they're still looking for these things in this game.
Yeah, Tofu getting that backstep very clean. Akka's looking to harass the Sejuani. I'm assuming with the cask as well available, this is very likely a dead Sedge. Akka's has E coming back up very soon. Can he get the E off? Oh!
No way.
Gets the blast code as well.
There's no way out. Crisis is in. Tofu stuck in the pit with the fat man. Should just get smacked around. Belly on top, and Akers gets a kill onto the enemy jungler, basically for free. And we look towards that top side. Refresh just gonna back, and Ruddy kind of allowed to do whatever the heck they want here in this game.
Yeah, and there could never be any support really coming out of the Jax. He's so far behind that, like, failing on the wave and not getting that small amount of CS would have been horrible. Bear Tree's really low here. He's got to be careful of the dive. The TP comes through from Refresh. Was that Refresh? Yes, it is Refresh. There's too many TPs. There's a TP on Cogmore as well. But they're sitting behind the Cogmore bot.
TP on the bottom side, gonna be a flank coming out from Akers. Will he just be the man to make Ruddy absolutely go crazy this game? Little Pants could go down as well. Q popped, Akers still has the body slam available, and that's gonna put Little Pants in harm's way. Jamsu, just to make sure that kill gets picked up. A double kill for Sin in the mid lane. Crisis didn't even go down, and Ruddy firing on all cylinders here in game 2.
Akers is a monster. This guy he got the solo kill top. He's ruined the day of the jungler of the side of Verdant, and he's just gone bot and ruined the bot lane as well with that ward from behind. As now there's another TP.
No way.
There's another TP. This is Errol, Rodney. They're just making plays happen
everywhere. And Refresh gonna try and get a trade kill. God. Actually gets away with the flash and might be able to get to safety. Akers moving in though, and we know that this is just the doom the Doomsayer, the bringer of doom, the harbinger of doom here for the side of Verdant. But will Akers be able to win out the 1v3 on the grubs? I don't know. Gonna try and do his best. A lot of knockups coming out, and a good Cask able to buy a little bit of time, separate the side of Verdant. Refresh looking for the reset. Tofu picking up the grub, and realistically, Verdant just want to walk away. They got what they came for. Akers doing his absolute darndest, but the grubs go over.
The number of times I've seen this play happen across this entire split is very surprising that we don't see more people sweep those further back bushes to try and make sure there isn't a flank ward available for them. As we just see Akers here on Gragas, a champion that I know and everyone knows he is very, very good at making another play happen. However, on the after this fight, going up to those grubs, kind of thinks he's a lot stronger than he actually is. The numbers, like Crisis falling under turret, is pretty inexcusable for the fact that Refresh now is here at half HP and able to help contest these grubs before Errol moves down. Akers gets picked off essentially, even with this cast coming through, gets just sort of removed from the fight. And it just ends up being a win for the side of Verdant. 6 grubs. Now, we were discussing about how later Verdant have a draft which is a little bit harder to reach on without some sort of TP flanks. You have to look for like a shuffle, for example, and a decent rel engage, which is a lot harder to do into Alistair late game, you know, stuff like this. However, the thing that is surprising to me is that with these 6 grubs, it means now Refresh can play sides a lot more effectively. Gragas neutralizes those sides, but Gragas is one of your main tools on getting onto these very, very long-range backline champions for the side of Verdant later. You need that cask to disrupt the fight to enable you to be able to maybe get a kill onto one frontliner and then continue the fight going. So if Gragas is holding Jackson's side, how is he also doing that in the fight without burning TP in front of Jackson's face? That's the question I now want to bring up as this game goes on, as we see Ruddy now picking up their second dragon. This contest might come through. It's going to be quite hard to make this contest happen because they're pushing mid. Yeah, the pushing mid makes it a little bit harder. Errol would have been able to be first to move, and the Smolder already a little bit low on mana and not having great health. If he gets dove mid here, this is a bit remiss from the side of Verdant not covering their mid laner.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Veritri barely able to land the snot glob and walk out of that one. I mean, I definitely feel like both these teams have something going for them, right? We were talking about the fact that Verdant do have the 6 scrubs. They have that split push in Refresh, and the Jax isn't massively behind, right? 2-2, about 10 CS behind his lane counterpart, and has that Triforce now completed. I feel like Refresh is in a good spot on this Jax. I'm going to pick your brain, Rob, as a coach for a second. Which team do you think has like executed on their goals in this game a little bit better? Which team would you favor as a more favorable position moving further on into this game?
I mean, personally, I think that Ruddy right now, probably, with the fact that I also seen the player which Akers is playing, and he's been able to get some really great casks already, I would say Ruddy are generally favoured at the moment just because of the fact of the strength. Like, right now, the Gragas is going to be stronger than the Jax because he's going to go towards that, you know, that Fibble, Winterwood, etc. He's going to get those items online a bit sooner, and they can look for some really decisive team fights. You know, obviously the Herald is now going over, but going, like, Third Dragon, for example, is a great example of that. Maybe they try and take a fight around mid-turret once they get this Herald down, which I'd assume is going mid. Look how low that mid turret is.
Is that just use ult? But no, sorry, a little bit.
Crisis just fat figured. Yes, Crisis just did.
It happens.
It happens. Sometimes, you know, it's near your smite key depending on what key you have. Oh, he has it on F, so that was a mistake already. But yeah, no, I personally would say that Ruddy are in a much stronger position right now, but they need to make sure this game doesn't get to a point where you have that Smolder and that Cog will come online, which is harder. Jamsu's getting caught, so this is a really good pick here for the side of Verdant, because any kill they get here does slow down the game. Are they going to dive this?
I mean, the
they're going to get it off.
Okay. The Glacier Prison came out, but obviously the Tofu tanking wasn't ideal. If Brian the Lion tanked with the Alistar ult, it could have been a possibility, but either way, I mean, you were mentioning if Verdant find ways to keep this Smolder and Kog'Maw in the game, and that is a way in, right? You just gave the Kog'Maw a kill. If you get a few more plays like that, a few more missteps coming out from Jamsu, or maybe even Sin, as it looks like Crisis are trying to... surely this isn't a kill, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit odd that they didn't go for the dive before when they have the flash available on the Alistar, so they obviously didn't have the cooldowns, right? And they were a bit concerned of the minions dying and trying to go for that sort of dive. Sin has outplayed those before. We've seen it recently, and a couple of days ago we outplayed a dive similar. So maybe they're a bit concerned about that. But then for the Alistar to play more aggressive again, when there's very likely going to be that cover coming from the Zinzao, because of the fact he was, you know, he just took Herald and he just reset, etc., etc., knowing that he should be going onto the bot side at that point in time if his camps are going to be up on that side. So right now they're trying to make another maybe play happen bot lane. Bear Tree's already moving. It's going to be hard for him to re-enter mid here, though, because Crisis is there just to stop the Smolder from re-entering the lane. He's going to have to maybe base and TP back in, because this mid turret is dead. And so is top.
Yeah,
So
I
Top's
mean,
dead. But look at mid. Mid is the most important one here because you need to slow this game down as Verdant. If mid is gone, it's going to be very easy for them to look for these plays here, Ruddy. Get vision and look for TP flags. This has gone to a bit of a disaster here. Trying to make a play bot lane, bringing Battery over, has cost them that mid turret.
I mean, Rob, which team got 6 scrubs again? Like, and I'm
Yeah.
looking around the map, Ruddy taking 2 tier 1s already, and this could be a fight coming out on top as well for the side of Ruddy. Akker's not quite able to follow up onto Refresh because of the flash away. Tofu, no real way in. This might just be a dive coming out. The W lands.
Errol's caught,
Crisis
though.
can look for the knock-up. Is tanking the turret, has to be careful. Akker's not quite able to get into range.
Oh.
Errol on the opposite side, dodging away from the Glacial Prison, but no mana on Akkers. And this could be a team fight win in the makings here for Verdant. Tofu looking further. Crisis, the ult times out. Tofu will not end up falling. Errol maybe a step too far. Jack's not going to fall. Refresh walking away alive. Bear Tree looking for the follow-up.
Oh, no.
The Q onto Errol. And it might be enough. Bear Tree should be able to pick up one here, but the bird is quick. Has the dash towards the Sand Soldier.
Look at the
Akker's
flash
trying to play
cooldown.
tank. Bear Tree might not be able to find the kill here on Errol. The Q will finally reign true. Shut down going the way of Bear Tree and Verdant. They snap back here in the mid-game of Game 2.
And on the other side, we just see Cogmore falling again. Has got those 2 items, but did end up dying in that 2v2. So, you know, there are positives here coming up from Ruddy on the other side of the map. However, this Smolder now, getting that shutdown on Errol is not great. Bear Tree being able to play that fight very well. Not also having to burn his summoner, I believe. I'd have to check. But look at that damage as well. It's just disgusting. I mean, this is really what you expect in this 2v2 because of the fact that obviously Cogmore is mostly just a wave clear machine with the AP build. He has some decent poke, but he isn't someone that's going to sit there and win these all-ins. So now that they're out of the lane, hopefully this Cogmore can just maybe look to push mid. They really want this mid turret down here, Verdant, because it would be a nice little injection of gold and let them play the sort of aggressive way they want to be playing right now in terms of fighting around this dragon. Right now, they don't have the option of rotating round through mid, so a bit concerning, but here comes the TP. This is a bit of a mistake here, unless Refresh Okay, Refresh has TP. This will be a 5-5 for the Dragon. This could break open the game if either team win this fight.
Sin is going to cut off. Brian the Lion has a good flank, and it's going to be an engage here onto Crisis. Just absolutely deleted. Akker's getting melted through as well. Has to dash away. Brian the Lion into the back line.
Errol's
a stun
dead.
on to Errol, and he will be taken down. It's going to be 2 dead cleanly on the side of Ruddy immediately to start off this fight. Burn, look
dead
further.
as well, Flash.
Bear Tree able to find the kill here onto Sin. Jamsu on the run. Akkers under the tier 1 turret, and Ruddy fall apart here in this mid-game team fight. They lose the dragon, they lose the fight, and they look in shambles.
Akkers is standing around there going, it's a bit like the Mr. Bean meme where he's just looking around going, what the hell's going on, guys? The Alistair manages to flank all the way around the dragon pit, headbutt the jungler into the team of Verdant and get him one shot. That is insane coming out from Little Pads. Look at Brian the Lion! What is he doing there? What is he doing? He manages to get the headbutt onto Crisis, also who was stunned, didn't even get to play the game. Look at the CC chain, manages to get the ult off, does not matter. And right here, once your jungler's down, it's going to be hard to take this dragon. Errol's sort of caught in no man's land in the pit, gets picked up as well by the Smolder. Smolder flaps over the wall. He has the flash available here. Didn't have to use it in that top play. It was just coming up. Gets the kill on Sin as well. That's a shutdown into the back pocket of Smolder. Smolder is now online, baby. This dragon is going all the way to the finish line. It's going to be very hard now for Ruddy to take some of these fights with the Smolder, who is honestly accelerated from where he should be, because he should have been absolutely dumpstered by the early game that happens in this game with the amount of times that they send 3 people mid. He's not at the stack mode yet. He's actually very far behind on the stacks. I didn't see that. Only 158. That is not great for Verdant, but having those 4 kills and having 2 items online means that now with the wave clear that you get, it's not even about the stacks, just the wave clear you get from Cog and Smolder as they look for a play on Cinnamid. Doesn't happen. But Brian the Lion, they're just trading ultimates. They're just trading ultimates. But the amount of wave clear you have, this is a bit like discount Ziggs in some way, this Cogmore, as Refresh is getting Gragased as well.
Yeah,
this is the story of the game.
Refresh just dies, no? Like, there's no real way out.
Yeah,
A
he's
good cast
dead.
comes out, and Akkers should just be able to finish the job eventually. The body slam doesn't quite come through. Refresh will good dodge away, but Crisis here to cut off the escape. And, I mean, Ruddy are able to pick one up. They look towards this top side as well, but this might be Verdant actually looking for a fight up here. Errol is able to get the turret down, but Tofu can easily dive this one.
Errol's screaming for some support here. Yeah, he's got no one coming up, and there's only Verdant players moving in as Bear Tree ults.
Oh, wow. Okay, a good Emperor's Divide, actually able to buy quite a bit of time. Tofu tanking the turret, though, and that means that Bear Tree can move in, finish off the Azir in the mid lane. No help will be found from Ruddy. They did not move up towards the Azir. It will be a trade 1-for-1 across the map. And Verdant still looking even at this point in the game. I feel like that puts them ahead.
Yeah, right now, when I was saying I favoured Ruddy, I was favouring them on the basis that they didn't make a bit of a team fight blunder. And I'll be honest, that one around Dragon, that's a huge blunder to give Smolder that many kills, get your jungler picked off that early. And now going into the game, look at the Cogmore damage on the wave, by the way. They wanted to make a play there already. They were pinging onto that Cogmore looking for a play. Cogmore instant kills the wave, pretty much. Destroy the casters are one-shot by that Void Ooze. So it means it's super hard to look for plays without basically diving turret with no minions. And that's pretty difficult. You can get the Cogmore, but the amount of distance you have to cover on this mid turret is actually very high. So now, if you're Verdant, you're happy. Your long-range carries have got into that point in time where they're strong. The Smolder's working towards that rapid-fire cannon, which often ends up being the massive spike. Once he gets those stacks online, he's going to be able to look for that execute for a long range. Don't forget as well that Cogmore has an execute on his ultimate as well. So the living artillery does an awful lot of damage to low-health targets. And it's going to be something where how much poke can Verdant get down at the beginning of a fight before the flood of Ruddy come in? Because if they get a lot down onto people like Errol, onto Sin, Ruddy can't play the fight. Because they're so close to being one-shot by Smolder, essentially, or not one-shot, but removed off the field by Smolder's execute, or removed off the field by living artillery because of the execute on that as well. So now, if you are Ruddy, they have to maybe sit there and go, okay, what about the next dragon? With 2 dragons up, we did end up seeding that last one. It's Infernal. Giving more Infernals over to a poke comp, giving Infernal Soul potentially, what would be another like 15 minutes would be not ideal. A 40-minute game with Infernal Soul on Verdant sounds very nice, thank you very much.
Yeah.
If you are Ruddy, you're going to have to either look to force a Baron, look for a pick around that Baron, that top side, or for the next dragon. Get vision down early and look for Akka's flanks, and maybe do the Brian the Lion special of knocking someone into your team with the Gragas. Because you're going to have to somehow pick off these carries. And so far, other than a few mistakes in lane, Few is now respecting the plays they can make on him in mid lane. He's not stepping up too far in this Cogmore, not letting you pick him off. He's going towards that Horizon focus. 3 items on the carries of Verdant is very, very scary, and it's imminent right now. And Bear Tree might be getting caught. You have to see if he can survive this. He's got Flash.
Oh, able to dodge away from the Q from Jamsu. The Magnet Storm comes out and the Crash on still available. A lot of follow-up from Crisis as well. And yeah, Akkers just to make sure that this dragon is dead in the water.
Yeah, you
will get the shutdown, and I mean, Verdant looked to trade for a tier 1 turret mid, but yeah, Baron gets turned on by Ruddy.
You're screaming here. You're recognizing that this late game is going to be frustrating. Yeah, Sedge's bot side. They're also the dragon is spawning, so Refresh is just going to solo the dragon. They're going to maybe look for a smite steal, but the Baron is falling so fast. Fuyu's getting that poke, but they've got to be careful if they don't overcommit too many members because it's going to take too long to take this dragon before the fight happens. Yeah, the cask is excellent. Nothing happens in the end in terms of a fight. Baron gets taken. Refresh is going to secure the dragon on the other side, which is a bit of a consolation prize. So Bear Tree getting caught does lead to that Baron. Now let's see what Ruddy do with it, Drake. Because if they don't use this Baron to actually get secure more leads, they are going to start falling behind in terms of scaling. Because look at Smolder right now. He's 3 items. He's ahead of Errol. Yeah. Look in bot lane. Horizon Focus is finished. That's going to come online about the same time as the Witsend coming out from Varus. So in most cases, Verdant, in terms of the power they have on the field, will be even or ahead. Even though the Jax is behind, it's irrelevant. He already has enough utility with that stunners. Top tower does fall. Thanks to the Baron. That's a good start. This Gragas might be the key. However, they have to try and pick off Bear Tree, but Tofu, he's getting caught in his own jungle, so maybe they don't even need to pick off the dragon.
Yeah, I think Tofu is as dead as it gets. And after Tofu goes down, that means that Ruddy do have pretty much free reign over the map, right? They will be able to push in this mid wave, push in this bottom wave. They don't really need to worry about this top side. They have a man advantage. They can look for team fights underneath the enemy base, and we'll have to see what else they can convert this into, right? We were talking about them needing to get something done with this Baron. They have about 2 minutes left on it, and 1 member down already for the side of Verdant. It looks like they can make something happen.
They would love to break open
a
side here.
Refresh?
Okay, Refresh has got to be a bit careful. He does pick up the wave, but this turret will fall on the next one because of the fact that you've got, so much damage to the Baron.
6 grubs, Baron, like, it's disgusting.
Well, I mean, no, it's the...
oh, wait. Vice versa.
Verdant have the Verdant. Don't worry.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, it seems like Ruddy have the grubs, but they do not.
Yeah, they do not exactly right. But you've still got like Sin. You've got a lot of damage with this Baron. You got enough tank shred. Taro shred as well. So it's not. They do pick up a couple inner turret tier 2s, but they don't break open the base of Verdant. This is something I think they really need to be looking towards. There's the item completion as well for the Witsend, for the Varus. You see the Horizon Focus on the side. So they're matching item for item here, most of these teams. Most of the players across the sort of role by role. The only difference is really in this top lane, right, where the Jax is behind. I think if you are Ruddy, you need to play even faster and try and get something here. Well, they're picking off Brian the Lime. They've got to get something and break open this space, because if the inhib's down...
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's just dead. There's no way out for this
He's
scout.
dead. He's so dead. He's
I mean,
so dead.
The question again is, like, what do you convert it into, right? Jack's already pushed out that wave bot lane, so you can't push out bot. Cogmot, wave clear machine in the mid lane, just vacuuming up the minions. And then my most important thing that I want to look at is exactly as production just highlighted. We do see that Smolder is at that 225 stack mark, and that's something that I wanted to look at the most here, right? Once this Baron wears out, these team fights, they're going to start to edge the way of Verdant if it's an even 5v5. And I mean, picks going the way of Ruddy is a good start. I don't know if Verdant should take this fight. They just wait for Little Pants to get back up, and then an even 5v5, you have Smolder with Elder buff. Like, how do you ever lose?
I mean, exactly. They're going to have to look for more, for a very aggressive play. Maybe Jamsu comes through with a massive Rel engage or a big cask onto the Smolder. Something along these lines. There is things Ruddy can do, because obviously, Gragas cask already is one of those, as they're looking for a play onto Errol here. Are they going to be able to pull this off? They're just respecting it.
They didn't see.
They're backing off. They didn't.
Yeah.
They thought maybe he was going to keep pushing away if he did not, so they just respected it and said, okay, not going to go for that play. If you're Ruddy, the Baron has now fallen off and you didn't break open an inhibitor, so this game is going to go on for another 10, 15 minutes if Verdant want it to. Because the amount of wave clear you've got from Cog and Smolder means that you can always fix at least 2 of your 3 waves very, very quickly. I mean, he didn't even hit the range creeps there with the Ian. The melee's already dead, so there's another wave dead. And every single, every minute this happens, you're getting Smolder higher up on that stack total. You're getting Smolder more items. You're getting tankier on your front line. And so if you are Ruddy, the next play you're going to have to do is, I would be looking, yes, the Dragon is spawning, so let's get some vision bot side. Let's make sure they don't get a third Infernal, because the threat of Infernal Soul in what would be 6 minutes' time would be disastrous for Ruddy. So let's make sure we get that Dragon, which they are now playing towards. And then, in 45 seconds after that, you're going to have to try and look for a Baron, or look to at least get vision for a Baron. It's going to be a bit harder, right, to walk in. Verdant aren't going to let you just storm into their jungle and take that for free, take all that vision and just take the Baron. So get this Dragon, get a reset off, get wards back on Jamsu. Look to then cover, get that sort of top side jungle warded, because you are pretty strong at the moment, and maybe you can get a pick if someone like Brian the Lion oversteps. Jamsu might be overstepping here, though. He's got to be a bit careful.
I mean, something I definitely want to highlight. Yeah, it is. And something I definitely want to highlight is that we are edging ever so close to that 30-minute mark, right? Which, in this position, is pretty much GG if one team gets a clean ace, right? Like, realistically, Verdant, they have 6 grubs. They can just push down a wave if they have one wave close to enemy turret and absolutely just end the game off of a singular team fight, and vice versa. Obviously, Ruddy having taken tier 2 turrets already in the mid and bottom, if there's a single wave pushing in for either of these 2 teams and a team fight goes their way, the game can be over in an instant. You see a TP coming out from Azir, so it does look like Verdant are trying to collapse. But yeah, I mean, Verdant can just move mid. They can just take the entire base for this Dragon.
They got
6 grubs. Yeah, what do you do?
They don't care. You can take that Dragon. They don't care about you being on soul point, because that's another 5 minutes added to the clock you still got to get. They're going to get this inhib here. This is a massive mistake by Ruddy, because going for that Dragon, they're being collapsed upon. Now, they've got to fight one side here. They're going to have to go for Errol.
It could be huge. It finds 4. A huge knockup comes out from Jamsu, but it's going to be Errol in the grave to start this fight off. But the ensuing team fight looks like it's going to go the way of Ruddy. Fuyu so darn low, but still alive. That's what matters the most here. Refresh doing so much work. Jamsu gets taken down, and Verdant dismantle the Ruddy side in this team fight. Sin, the last remaining member of this team fight, alive. Obviously, Xin Zhao did live, but Sin should end up going down. Force in the flash. Tofu might be able to follow up. The W lands, the E surely to follow in a few seconds' time, but Tofu doesn't have the damage. Sin trades one back, and it ends up being a 3-for-3 across the board. No team will win here, but Verdant are starting to look really darn scary.
That is such a great call by Verdant running down mid, and here they're getting pincered. And I want you just to watch the Tofu ultimate here. Errol looks like he gets a massive shuffle, gets stopped initially, they get a huge amount of damage, and he gets blown up. And now watch Fuyu. Watch this Cogmore. He's so low. Does he die? Refresh? Yeah, he might be dealing with the other side, but he is a Jaxi super tanky. Akers doesn't get onto Fuyu. He just gets away. Oh, he's so close. And they manage to peel off it. Look at that CC onto Akers. They don't pick up the Cogmore. Refresh on the other side, being able to do an awful lot of work, being able to sort of deny the entry for the rest of the members of Ruddy. And then Sin, who comes up with a great play here, holds the barrier long enough. Look at the amount of damage with that lethal tempo. Ends up picking up the jungler of Verdant. Just a back and forth fight where this is a bit of a concern for Ruddy because that's about the best fight you could hope for. You had your Azir accessing the backline straight up with a flank.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
now,
was dead
if you're playing
as well, right? Like Smolder wasn't even in the fight.
Yeah, just imagine front to backing now. It's going to be a little bit harder. Errol's going to have to look for another play, and if Tarofu lands another ultimate, for example, or an interrupt onto Errol going in, it might just spell doom for Ruddy. And now Ruddy kind of know this. They're going, okay, well, that fight was even, but now we're against the late game with 4-item Smolder, got that Bloodthirster completed. Cogmore's now finished up the Liandry's, so that's a 4-item Cogmore, and they've got so much peel. I mean, look how Akers couldn't get onto the Cogmore, who was 1 HP in that last fight. So they're now going to have to see, okay, we're going to have to play for this Baron. They're going to go for a TP onto Refresh, and this is the Refresh special, really, getting, TP'd on the sideline and see if they can make a play. Jamsu's going, and they're TPing to cover. Double TPing! Do they respect this, Ruddy?
I don't know who's going to win the team fight. Jamsu moving in, not quite able to get the collapse here onto Fuyu, and that means that on this side of the fight, Verdant are going to win out. Refresh doing so well in the 1v2 on the opposite side. Errol trying to get involved, but it's going to be Jamsu falling. Errol off to the side, taking a lot of damage from Brian the Lion. Not going to be anywhere near enough to get into this one. Akers on death's door. I think he's going to end up going through it. Akers will end up falling, and Verdant have 5 people strong to bear down on the Ruddy base. They only have to deal with Errol, and I don't think this Azir is going to be able to do much against this Verdant roster.
And with 6 grubs as well, that push is pretty much unstoppable, right? Errol's going to have to come up absolutely huge, and he's already used the Emperor's Divide, so a 1v5, very unlikely. The amount of poke as well coming down from the Cogmore, and they're just going to jump on top of this Azir. This is going to be 2-0 Verdant. It looks so good early on again. Well. Yeah, they're good. He's on yours. He's delaying the inevitable. Jamsu's back. Maybe they can try something. They're all back, actually.
They've stalled a lot.
They actually delayed it.
The turret's not dying. The minions are here, but is it enough? They're going to walk away. Verdant haven't claimed Game 2 just yet. We are obviously really, really close. The Nexus is exposed. There's nothing really left to defend it but the bodies that Ruddy do have for themselves. I mean, they've bought a little bit of time. Do you think there's any way that Ruddy can claim this?
They're going to have to get another amazing... I mean, they've got some TP wards. I want to say, if you just look on the top side jungle, there are wards that are available. They're control wards as well, so they're not going to be instantly, they're not going to be swept out, and they might not be removed here for the side of Verdant. So the control wards that you see for Ruddy on the top side might mean that they can look for like a TP play coming out from Azir, for example. That is an option. It's Soul Point. So are they going to contest this? You'd assume that Ruddy kind of want to get it. It's going to be hard. It would not be Soul. It would not be Soul for Verdant as this fight. I mean, this is just initially a double TP into what looks like, initially Ruddy had some plays going for them, but it doesn't really matter. Smolder remains completely untouched here. Errol's on the side, and Errol can't enter. One of your main damage threats can't enter. The cast comes through, blows everyone open, doesn't matter. And this is going to look like to be a dragon going through for the side of Verdant. All 5 members here, and Ruddy are all on reset, so you're assuming they're just giving this Drake and saying, let's just defend the base. I just want to shout out Errol for delaying the game long enough to get people spawning in. I do think you could argue that Verdant might have just tried to have, had red in the eyes and were trying to just kill Errol instead of just ending the game. Bit too much fun, but I don't know if it's going to matter, as they are now 2-manning the Baron. Wow. This is a call that I actually quite like, because I think if you're Ruddy, it's sort of panic stations. See how much you can get this Baron down to. Okay, it is going to fall. Now you're going to have to get a reset off. Okay, this will be defendable. You might go down 3 inhibs, but you're going to have the Baron to delay the game and look for a game-winning play, maybe on an Akers TP. Baron falls. Okay, this is actually huge for Ruddy, just to be able to delay this game long enough to look for a play. Even though late game favors Verdant, Ruddy needs time to get a TP flank off, and there are wards in the jungle. Watch those wards and see if you can see a play coming out from Akers or from Errol, because it's really the only way Ruddy get back into this game. Against the long-range poke and disengage, you are seeing that Verdant is able to bring out with the Alistair playing his spoiler, and so is the Sejuani. If they group here, it's very hard to break. They're going to have to make something happen here, Ruddy.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are gearing up for a straight-up 5v5. Obviously, Akers moving in to try and keep Refresh at bay, but also be on that inside track to rejoin the fight and help out if Verdant do try and pull the trigger in this bottom side. I mean, the Baron empowered recalls do help a little bit as well. If this siege does end up fizzling out, if you want to move out on the map, you can reset really quickly to try and defend your Nexus. So that's going to be a little bit of a reprieve at least. But in this top side, again, it's just going to be Akers winning out in the 1v1 for now, right? And I don't think there's any point that Jax does win in the 1v1.
I mean, maybe if he has, 6 items versus 6 items, and you manage to dodge one of the stuns. However, it's very unlikely. But the Gragas right now is They bought enough time. I mean, the Gragas here needs to reset and look for a play. Yeah, they're pinging the ward. They're pinging the ward behind Tofu. Just watch that TP flank. This is going to have to be the play Ruddy make. Because if they don't, they're going to struggle. Okay, they're not going for it. They pinged it out. They pinged it out. They were saying, listen, we want to go. That was I'm assuming, a ping coming from Akkers. That ward is still there. The big thing right now is that Ruddy and Jamsu in particular needs to try and get some amount, some vision down and allow them to make a play. Akkers is, look at the damage from Cogmore, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Akkers is like half HP immediately. Can get one more reset off. I think, do they have time? They probably have time to wait for Verdant to push one more wave and look for a play as Tofu, not getting caught out, is just gonna Arctic Assault away. They've got another ward down. Okay. I'm watching this so intensely because Ruddy need to make this play happen, Drake. Because otherwise, you're against long-range poke and a Smolder with 6 grubs. So they can just slowly whittle down your turrets, slowly whittle you down with the Cog poke, and then maybe, Smolder hits a minion. The Elder Burn goes on you. Very hard to play into. Gonna have to make something happen. They've gone for some more vision. They've got a ward in mid as well, so keep watching these TPs because now the reset comes through. Verdant maybe just going to play for Soul because they weren't able to break the base on that last push because of that sneaky Baron. It's now very cagey because Ruddy know they have one chance, one shot, one opportunity to actually one moment.
Will they capture it or just let it slip? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have to wait and see because it definitely is one moment, right? It's a singular team fight that kind of just decides the next, decides the entire game. The next team fight literally just decides the entire game. This game is no longer a game where you can make these little mistakes and it doesn't matter. I mean, one member down and Ruddy obviously then are in a 4v5 scenario where Verdant can literally just walk into your Nexus. And Inhibitor has respawned, so it's a little bit harder now, but there's really no turrets to defend your lifeline here as Ruddy, and I mean, they are trying to find the collapse, but I just don't know. When should they pull the trigger, right? Is it an objective? Do you wait for this next dragon to spawn? Do you pull the trigger a little bit sooner? It's hard to find picks when obviously Verdant are just deathballing, right?
Yeah, they've replaced that ward.
Cogmore?
We were looking at the TP. Cogmore is currently alone in mid lane. Fuyu needs to be a bit careful. Has the Zhonya's though, so collapse can come through. Tofu's caught out right here.
But this Sejuani does not take
so
damage.
Tanky.
We'll have to see whether Tofu will end up falling. Don't think so. Bear Tree moves in. The TP coming out
damage on Crisis
from Refresh, and this might just prove fatal for the side of Ruddy. Verdant look to pull the trigger. Crisis should surely end up falling, and next to go might be Akkers. The stun will not quite come out from Refresh, so the follow-up is not quite there. Verdant not able to pick up any more kills for now, but they have the min advantage. They have the pressure of 3 minion waves moving in. Only 1 turret left to defend Ruddy's entirety of their base, and Bear Tree looking to take that last turret down. Inhibitor falls on the top side, Refresh. I mean, it's just a case of knocking on the doors at this point, right? Verdant, basically a formality of closing out game 2 here in this best of 5 series. Akkers getting melted through, finds good body slam into the backline, but Fuyu is still alive, and Akkers will fall. The Emperor's Divide will hit only Tofu, and Errol goes golden, but will go down. On the opposite side, Sin might just be able to get to safety, but Jamsu will shortly fall, and the game will get claimed. Verdant go up 2-0. In this best of 5 series, in the grand finals of UKEL, they make it to match point.
And what looked like, again, Ruddy, their early game was not bad. I would say their early game, again, was good. They managed to get a few kills. They managed to get leads. They were ahead in goal pretty significantly. But what we saw here is Verdant not so much slowing down the game as Ruddy maybe taking their foot off the gas a little bit. But Ruddy weren't able to close it out on that Baron. Verdant scale into the game, and then they need honestly, I think they needed to look for something on those wards sooner, because if they're sitting there trying to play front to back, how are you doing that into a Smolder Cogmore at 35-40 minutes? And the big thing here is that it doesn't matter if you pick off Tofu. Like, they're so tanky. The Alistar's tanky. The Jax is sort of, is tanky, as well as having that E, meaning it's very hard to get that damage down for, say, your Azir or your Varus. And then you've got the tankiness of the Alistar as well. How do you kill them? So you can't pick those guys off. You've got to pick off the carries. You've got to look for flanks. And they didn't end up doing it. Game 3, Ruddy are on very much backs against the wall here. They're going to have to come out with something, because right now, Verdant seem to have their number.
Yeah, it is a case of Ruddy on death's door. Verdant 1 win away from taking the entire season here of the UKEL. It's been an insane start to the series. Hopefully we can see Ruddy start to bounce back, right? It did seem like like you said, a little bit of a lack of confidence. You're in through game 2, you've lost it nearly, and you're in a position where you're like, okay, we've lost 2 games. We're in a best of 5 series. They only need 1 more. Our entire season is basically over if we lose this next one. So definitely going to be as high as the nerves get. Hopefully we'll see a Ruddy that is willing to pull that trigger, willing to make stuff happen, because that's all that we can hope for. We'll be right back after a short break. The analyst desk will break that game down and take us to the draft for game 3 of this grand finals of the UKEL.
And we are back once again. My prediction is still live. I don't know what you guys are worried about. You know, like the reverse sweep is going to happen. I can feel it. I can see it. Ruddy, they're a content team, right? They love content. What's better content than the reverse sweep in the finals? You know, riddle me that. I feel like that's exactly what's about to happen right here, right now. Or Zoe's prediction is correct and everyone is just like, well, you know what? Fair play. We love the investment into a 3-0 prediction. But either way, we still got to break down the second game, right? There's still another game. There's still at least one more. There could be 3 more. So make sure you stay tuned. Obviously, I believe there's going to be 3 more. Miracle, make it happen. But essentially, let's break this one down because it actually was a much better game from Ruddy at the start. Right, you know what? And it wasn't just a flash in the pan, a couple of minutes, a couple of kills. They actually built up a lead. They started to make things happen. We all started to believe, and then things started to go downhill, right? The Smolder was able to come back into the game. They were able to start making some plays happen. And I want to go back to one of these fights. Let's roll this VT because Little Pants is just on fire today.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard of Liar Liar Pants on fire. Not a liar, but Pants are definitely on fire for this support today. Game 1, we saw him have a massive impact already, and then this game as well. Finds a beautiful flank round to the back of the entirety of Ruddy. Sends Crisis straight into the Shadow Realm off the back of a beautiful chunk by Refresh. And the jungle is just popped. At that point, Errol's stuck in pit with no way out. And you can see Little Pants is looking onto the back line along with not with Tofu, along with Refresh. Battery able to come over the wall. Fuyu just raining down hell on the backside. And this is where the Smolder truly gets into the game off the back of a beautiful play by Little Pants and a non-insignificant amount of damage by Refresh.
Yeah, and obviously that play came after getting a shutdown, I think a little bit earlier on that Azir as well. So a load of gold on that Smolder, then plus that fight, it would kind of hit that moment that we talked about in draft, which was like, they just have to get to the late game and they can do things really well. The AP Cogmore at 2 items, we were saying it's not really doing that much damage, but it ramped up. It was able to keep itself strong. Smolder as well, just doing smaller things. And I will say, credit where credit's due, I think Refresh had a much better game on this Jax. I feel like, yeah, okay, the early stages, maybe not as strong, but the team fighting, the ability to kind of really ward away people, to stop them from getting in because of the threat of the Counter-Strike was massive and was able to really change things around. And I want to go to the second replay, right? I want to drop us in because Ruddy were making some team fights happen. They were looking for moments. They had team fights that could have gone their way. And I feel like this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you see here, Verdant decided to just bear down seeing Ruddy going for this dragon. They get the inhibitor off this, but everyone's actually sitting on a ward here. So all over Verdant know that he's here, but he's just going to go for it. And now the biggest key here, it's not the massive ults coming out from the Azir and the Rel. Is that Sin, for most of the teamfights this game, is just missing. He's never here to follow up damage, and that's really what costs Ruddy the team fight more than anything. Because without Sin's bonus damage, Refresh is able to stay in this front line and buy so much time, while the rest of Verdant are able to cover this Cogmore and prevent him from falling.
It also bears worth mentioning that Fuyu's positioning in that fight, while getting caught initially, was very, very good, right? Like, you can see Akash tries to go for the re-engage on the backside, isn't able to find onto the Cogmore. Then the spacing is very good from Fuyu to not take any of the abilities from then on. And then you see the front line fall back while Refresh just plays keep out. You can see Tofu and Little Pants move back to Fuyu to kill this Jax and be able to confirm themselves this winning fight. It just feels like Verdant are so much more on the ball with their team fighting this game. Despite the flashy plays, despite the big ultimates that Ruddy are landing, they can't find their angle.
Yeah, they're just, it feels like they're just not converting. And it also feels like their coordination is lacking a little bit. I feel like the credit we gave Ruddy throughout the whole season, from game 1 all the way through the playoffs into this moment, was that Ruddy, they were sometimes flipping the early game, they were giving over leads, but they were always solid in the late game team fight. And we said, okay, Verdant are going to be scary because they can match them, but it just feels like Ruddy aren't doing what they've done so well throughout the whole of this tournament super well today. And I do wonder if that can change as we do go into draft number 3. Ruddy will be on blue side once more. They're running it back. They think this side went better, and we'll see what will happened. Corky banned away, Quay taken off the board, the Caitlyn going to be remained gone, and we'll have to see as the bans do come in pretty quick. Ash already taken as well, Rory.
Yeah, Ash taken away. Aurora and Scarlet, fine power picks also removed. This does open up once again the Varus, or unlikely to be blinding any other champ. But I will say, last game, I understand why Ruddy have now gone back for a blue side after that loss, because they actually played a pretty decent early game, all in all. And like at one point in the game, they were 7k up. So if they just pick champs that help them push that tempo of getting an early game lead, then they might see a lot of success.
Yeah, I like that pick there. Sejuani straight away, lock it in. It's a good pick. It works well. Crisis have played it multiple times. I think it's his most played pick in the playoffs. You know, it's something they're comfortable on. And I feel like sometimes that's what they need to go to. Maybe they just need to go back to comfort. Maybe they need to go back to what works for them. Things like the Sejuani, the Cassiopeia. Maybe put Sin on a Twitch if you're crazy enough, you know. So there's definitely worlds where you can play into that, and we'll see what they do decide to go for.
Unlikely to see a Twitch, but a Jinx is a very strong champion. But I don't know, handshaking Jinx for like a power pick AD carry doesn't feel great, but
power
it's a
pick AD
save.
carry at the moment is kind of Jinx and Varus is all you've got left, right? The Cogmore looked good, but it's not standard. Into Sejuani, it feels like it will struggle a lot because it doesn't have the same mobility or the same safety. So we're looking at Jinx, we're looking at Varus, because both Ash and Caitlyn are taken away. Corky gone as well. You have to think that at this point, Sin again just matches the Varus, or if you want, you can try the Cogmore yourselves.
Ooh.
Instead, just gonna lock in the Yone for Errol.
Woo, the pick that Worlds was renowned around, right? I feel like Yone has had such a glow up in the recent times in pro play. I like seeing it. I think Errol can definitely do a lot of magic on it. We did see Verdant beat the Yone from Errol, but I like the setup from Ruddy, right? They've gone for the tank line, they've gone for the front line, the engage, the CC, it is all there. The bot lane have so much room to position themselves, given what is left for Verdant to draft.
The Akali, answer. Okay, we're having a scrappy mid lane.
I love Beatrice Akali. I think this is going to be a really fun game to watch. Beatrice is incredibly proficient on this champion. I would have loved to have seen it last game. It would have given them a bit more agency, but I'm happy for it in this game as well. You've got a lot of frontline carry or frontline like bruisers that you want to be able to get past and just exist past, and Akali does that very, very effectively. It's also a solid lane into this Yone. Now, we can see from Verdant here, the Cogmore's banned away. If you ban a Ziggs alongside it, you're lacking heavy magic damage. Kind of forces Sin to go towards something a little more creative if you want to get this magic damage going, because I do not think Yone alone will be enough to cut in, especially if you pick up a tank in the jungle for Tofu here. The Varus is being toyed with, is going to be taken away, so the Ziggs is still open and available. Although it does not fit with the identity that Ruddy have, it would still be a solid pick because it does make the Jinx's life very difficult.
We've also seen Sin play Lux. Just want to remind people that is a thing that has been played. You know, it could potentially come out. Yeah, they played Syndra. So it's a sentiment where I do feel like there's still options for Ruddy. That is crazy. I don't think it's getting locked in at all. I don't think it's getting locked in.
Especially one like that.
I think that Sin definitely has options left in the wheelhouse, right? You know what I mean? I think there's definitely a lot of potential still left on the board here, and I do wonder what Verdant are going to do to try and cut it off. They've locked in Trundle, which is not the pick I was expecting, because now I'm thinking that's more likely to potentially go support.
I mean, it's the old school counter to Sejuani.
Yeah. Very good into Yone as well.
Yeah.
Just saying, sorry, I'm taking 30 AD in a team fight from you. Can
Pretty
be
good into
pretty
Gragas.
damning.
Okay.
Or
okay.
Sivalulu.
Insta-locks. Slight issue. How are you ever stepping forwards in this game as Sivalulu? One of you's getting one shot by the Akali. The other's going to have to try and run for the hills.
The Blitzcrank Hover.
That's bold.
I wouldn't mind it, but obviously Siva has a spell shield, so it would make life very hard.
I don't hate Rakan here.
Classical. Yeah, Rakan would be pretty decent.
Okay.
I just think Rakan would be very good at playing off of Akali Jax looking to dive. It gives you a way to lock up the backline even more. Good peel for the Jinx. and it gives the Trundle something else to play off of as well. The Rel does something very similar, albeit in a different way.
I think this is the most even draft we've seen out of these two teams. I feel like this is actually pretty fun to watch. I'm quite excited about this, right? We've obviously seen the Gragas Jax matchup. We're not going to really talk about that too much, but obviously in the bot lane, the Jinx Rel taking on the Sivir Lulu, obviously very different identities here. You're losing your mind over something, which what's going on?
Realized that they have a Trundle into Sejuani, which is already an age-old counter. But if you press your ult when she has landed her Q and has her passive, so she's got Aftershock, you're getting a lot of extra stats, and that's a full AD team comp. This Trundle's never dying as long as he's got Subjugate up.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how the Trundle does. I wouldn't say never dying, but yeah, I definitely get what you're saying about there's a lot of stats potential that you can steal. Obviously, the Akali as well, going to be pretty dangerous, but I will say RUD, I think, have got themselves a comp that is very comfort-based, right? Like, I think that realistically, we've seen them play all of these champions before. I think the only one that is a little bit, like, kind of questionable is maybe that Lulu in the bot side, just because I'm so used to Jansu playing hook champions. However, I feel like the rest of it is very classic, you know? And I feel like that is one thing that maybe they were missing. Maybe they weren't having that same synergy because of the fact they were, you know, maybe trying something a little bit different. This is old school them. This is them back in the day. You know, they've been playing this for time. And I feel like, Rory, that is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking over at Verdant's comp and I'm thinking your Jax has to come in with a really good flank here. Your Akali has to find her way onto the backline. There's a lot of accidents you can make in a team fight. Whereas on the side of Ruddy, you can just exist and team fight properly. Like, these champs are very straightforward. Maybe outside of a Yone, who, like, looks for creative angles. Like, Gragas and Sejuani are just either throwing their ults or they're walking in. Sivir is, I'm walking in, staying at range. Like, it's much easier for Ruddy to exist around an objective.
Yeah.
I think I also have it in my mind, I'm not sure if I'm misremembering or what, but from memory, Jams was a bloody good Enchanter player. Seraphine is the first one that comes straight to the front of my mind. Very, very good at playing the safety style, albeit that's kind of been shelved for the more like engagey hook champions in recent memory, because that's what the meta's kind of shifted to. But if this is a comfortable situation for Sin and Jamsu to be in, it's just going to be a stalemate lane. We're looking to see this Trundle, this Jax, this Akali get some kind of lead. And I think that's really going to highlight whether Verdant can just take this in 3, or if Ruddy's solo laners are going to be able to hold out enough to where this Sivir comes online and doesn't have too much to worry about.
Yeah, well, it's an exciting game either way, because if you've just joined in, if you have just made your way to the stream, where have you been, first of all? But secondly, it is 2-0 to Verdant. This is potentially the final game of the series, or Ruddy will begin their climb back into this one with the potential for a reverse sweep. So the stakes are high right now for Ruddy. They need to win. Verdant could close it all out here, and I feel like they picked in a comp that could do it, right? Like, we talked about some of these picks. I also want to talk a little bit about strategy for the game, because I feel like we talked about the picks, we've kind of gone through them, we've talked about lanes, we talked about how the game will function a little bit later on, but strategy is the big one for me, right? Ruddy have shown potential in the early game in games 1 and games 2, but how do they take themselves further, Rory? How do they push themselves into that mid game, into that late game? Are they making mistakes, or do they need to be more proactive around certain things?
Right. So I know, I'm sure Don Jake's already jumped in to the call and told their players, like, proper spec up. But Akers, you gotta be solo killing refresh 5 more times, right? You really gotta put the statement down. Errol, this is a pure skill matchup of a lane. You've gotta put your foot on Beartree's neck and really show your dominance. Sin, you're playing Sivir, you just gotta exist. That's how you're bridging this early game into the mid game. And then, honestly, as great as Grubs are, you don't particularly need them on the side of Ruddy, right? So you don't have to commit Jamsu moving up to Grubs to help with those team fights. You can just stick in lanes and just focus on farming up.
And Luke, you know any further points?
I was just say, granted, Grubs on Sivir are very good, but I just wanted to something less kind of draft focused, but just a fun little statistic. The carry duos for both of these teams across this series so far. Fuyu is sitting at a KDA of 12 and Beartree a KDA of 9.5, whereas Sin is sitting at 1.5 and Errol is sitting at 1.1. So we are in a situation where the carries are definitely stepping up for Verdant. And if there is any game for them to step up in, it is this one, because this is a mechanics-heavy, hands-working game for them.
Well, the story has been set. The potential for the win is here for Verdant. One more and they take this finals home. But will they do it here? Will they do it now? Or will Ruddy begin their climb back into this series? We're going to hand this one over to Drake and Rob. Take us through what could be the final game.
Thank you so much, J-Real, for passing that over to us for, as you said, what could be the final game here tonight. And I mean, it's a bit sad. I'm a bit excited. I hope that I'm going to see Ruddy start to pop off and start to, finally come back into the series. Rob, we saw that they had, kind of inklings of that in the last game. Do you feel like with the draft, is that going to support them and maybe finding their way back in?
So I think there's a lot of points to go for in this draft. One, I would say that the Ruddy have a simpler to play team comp, and what I mean by that is that I think they don't have to hands diff as much as they've got, the Sejuani, they've got like Sivir's comfort for Sin. They've got the Sejuani Yone, the Gragas into counter to Jax. They have a simpler to play team comp in that kind of way. They have basic lane counters or a lane counter in top, and then this kind of standard stuff. However, there are questions I have. Firstly, I would say that we saw in the upper bracket final Errol play Yone into Galio, generally considered a good matchup for Yone, at least early on. And he did not necessarily make that lane look good. And so I question whether how competent he is on the Yone versus a matchup that most people like to take. Of all the sort of champions you can, there's none people who like Akali into Yone in the lane. So I want to see if Errol can step up on this Yone. Yes, he's got Sejuani, but just purely in the 1v1. The other thing is that how do both ADCs have a hard time this game? So Sivir doesn't really want to step towards like a Jax and an Akali and a Trundle. It's not great, and you are quite short range. Even with the Lulu, it's frustrating. And then Jinx on the other end has Sedge and Yone and Gragas looking for her. So both, and she doesn't really have any peel. Jinx doesn't really have any way of keeping her alive. So the thing to watch this game is how Errol's competency on this Yone. Has he stepped up, played a few games on it, and made sure that he can play this matchup, which will be harder than the one he played last time in upper bracket finals. And also, you have a death bully comp from Ruddy, and Ruddy have shown that they have good early games. So the first sort of 5 to 15 minutes, they look pretty competent, and things seem to fall apart at that 15-minute mark. Can Ruddy, with a death bully composition that generally lends itself to past 15, 20 minutes, grouping up and running at you, can they use the advantages they get early to actually do that against a team comp that, let's be honest, there are small counters here. The Trundle into the Sejuani. Big note, Luna said it on the desk, the aftershock for Sejuani means that Trundle gets even tankier. Often Sejuanis would take like Fleet or other runes in the past to deny that aftershock resistances that Trundle would steal. Hasn't done that this game, Crisis. Has gone towards the aftershock. So there's already that one counter there that's now very much in the favour of Verdant. But can Verdant sort of handstiff the Akali? Can she navigate these fights? Because she's have to play through like Gragas knockups and Lulu knockups and all these kind of things. It could come down to a few excellent moments from Verdant, or just the death ball running at you that will be Ruddy. And again, Ruddy's early games have been phenomenal. So let's see if they can continue those good early games into this game, and with a composition that sort of favours sort of ooga booga, group up past 15 minutes and run at you, which kind of Ruddy's been struggling with in these first two games.
Yeah, and I mean, along with putting those questions on the board, right, I feel like another key highlight here is that history does repeat itself, and it has, right? Verdant, last time that they faced Ruddy, you were talking about that upper bracket final, that was this matchup, right? And Verdant did go 2-0, and they won that series. Obviously, this series is a best of 5, so there is at least one chance here for Ruddy to start to fight back, for them to start building their way into this series, because it's not over just yet. But for now, at least, they definitely have quite the hill to climb. We have seen Errol on the Yone into Beartree specifically, so we'll have to see whether he can rewrite history in that department. Obviously, it hasn't fully repeated itself yet. The series has not gone the way of Verdant just yet. And as the junglers start on either side, it looks like focuses are going to be a little bit split between these two teams. Verdant focusing more towards that bottom side, keeping this Jinx alive as long as possible, and Ruddy maybe trying to get that Gragas ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Akka's already had a great time of it last game in this very matchup, and as long as he's not feeling too disheartened by the end of the game, I'd say Akka's played pretty phenomenally for the first 10-15 minutes. As we see Sin getting jumped on by Brian the Lion, the level 2 comes through, the oldest trick in the book in bot lane, and resulting in the flash coming out of Sivir. And there is going to be there's going to be some aggression coming from this rel early, and there does need to be. And I want to see if Verdant can unlock Brian the Lion out on the map, which is very odd to often like weak side of Jinx or not play for her. But if Brian Lion gets out on the map and gets some leads onto Bear Tree, that could be an opening that Verdant look for. Personally, I think this is on the dollar. I think this is the one game Ruddy will probably win, because I think they have the best chance with how they want to play out this draft and how they've been playing. So I have to see if they can make anything happen, because Christ is already here in bot lane, and Brian the Lion's
really good
in.
pathing.
He's not getting out. He's not getting out here, Brian the Lion.
Fuyu might get collapsed on, will end up getting caught by the Q by Crisis, and First Blood will go the way of Sin. I mean, you said Brian the Lion wouldn't make it out.
Hey,
But
they let him live.
And I think that was the right choice, right? That's going to be Jinx, no flash in this lane. Fuyu already behind, Sivir already ahead, and Ruddy already off to a great start here in game 3.
I thought they might just turn straight on to Brian the Lion. No, they did not. Little Pants let out alive. Fuyu does end up falling in his place. One was already always dead there, and that's a great start beginning for Ruddy. Getting the gold onto the Sivir as well, maybe accelerating her ahead of the curve, being able to get some of that, The big thing here is we're saying, how do they kill the Trundle? But if you're ahead, you're going to be able to pick up an early Lord Doms or Mortar Reminder. As Crisis is now out on the map, baby. He's going top lane. He's looking to make these plays happen early and get Ruddy into game 4 already. Look at this. He's going for it.
Oh my, it's just free. I mean, Crisis only had to kind of make his presence known in that top side to get something done here for Verdant. And Errol has to be careful. Or wait, sorry, not for Verdant. For Ruddy, getting tripped up because Bear Tree and Tofu on the wrong side of the map. But yeah, Ruddy really getting this game off to a great start, and Crisis really facilitating that so darn well. Obviously, the pathing from bottom quadrant, finishing Raptors, and then just deciding to go bot because of that angle, because of that moment that Jinx and Rel were stepped a little bit too far up, and then showing up in that top side for Akkers. It's looking really good, and Crisis doing so darn well here in game 3.
And let's be honest, Refresh ran back into turret just to make sure Crisis didn't get the assist goal. That would have been a great gank for Crisis if Refresh had sort of tried to run away. So Crisis pathing early, showing a lot of proactivity on this Sejuani. This time not gone for the Zinzal where he had to maybe look for farm sedges. He's just skipping camps and going where he pleases. And he could look for an angle top lane here. He could look mid. And Tofu's covering a play bot lane. He's not making a play bot lane. He's simply standing there saying, hope Sedge isn't here. We'll try and win the 3v3 look at the damage in top lane. This is just the classic playing Jackson to Gragas. This is diveable. Sejuani is pathing away, and Tofu's running up to maybe cover if there would be a dive. As there is no flash from Akkers. He did use it to get the body slam on the kill before, so ends up being that it's very likely that Jax will simply farm the wave, look for a reset. As Tofu is coming for a gank here, Akkers does have to be a bit careful, because you don't want to give any real gold over here early to Verdant, because you do have such a strong mid-team sort of mid-game fight as Akkers is caught.
Yeah, I mean, no flash available. Trundle Pillar doing so much work. Might be able to trade for Refresh, but nope. The Q away, and that will be a kill picked up by Verdant. A good punish onto Akkers, obviously already dominating on this pick yet again. But good of them to start to even out the cards.
I just want to note Tofu's items. So a lot of the time we talk about Trundle, historic counter Sejuani, stealing those resistances, fights are early. This build by the Trundle is very much for the brawl, right? It's very much to go like what could be a Trinity Force or a Stride Breaker or something along these lines that builds what I assume is out of Half-Bound Axe. A lot of time on those old Trundle builds, we would see Knight's Vow, supportive item Trundle, because Trundle falls off so heavily in these later on in the game, and unless he gets really fed, especially jungle Trundle. And so it's interesting that Tofu has, without even having a kill, decided to offer his items. He's running mid here. Errol, he's already used the spirit. He won't die. Oh,
that could have been really good coming out from Bear Tree. It is good. It's just going to be a kill in the mid lane. Solo Bolo goes the way of Bear Tree, and Verdant even up the cards.
And this is just the solo kill onto the MVP here from Bear Tree. Well, often I was saying, people like this Akali matchup into the Yone. It's very hard to trade into the Akali because of her shroud, and it's just a nice clean kill. Trundle wasn't even needed really there, and now we see maybe there is a bit of rust on Errol's Yone, right? Maybe there is a bit. Maybe he's not as competent on these champs as Refresh is just going straight in. Tofu's here on the gank top lane. Akkers being quiet again. This looks like such a good early game for Ruddy, and they're kind of falling apart again.
I mean, that was really good by Akkers, though, right? Like that cast really to displace. Yeah, a bit of a abstract angle there, and an angle that looks good here for Verdant, as Errol might just be going down again. You said might look rusty. I mean, this Yone is not looking like one of the Blood Brothers right now. Verdant looking really, really strong.
Verdant have come back into this game massively. It looked like Crisis had kind of outpathed Tofu, managed to make plays in bot, would have made a play in top, ended up Refresh giving the kill over without getting that supporters. They're now just looking to brawl in the jungle because Ruddy now think they just have to fight. Like they're just looking. They're looking for anything they can do. As yes, Sin is going to be able to support if he wanted to, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. They aren't. If they go for this dive, this is quite a risky dive against the Jinx and the Rel. Both have flash
watch
barrier. Bear Tree's here.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
skipped
Beartree is
mid.
face checking.
He's
He's
got
taking a bit of
ult
damage
to
from the
share.
Sejuani Lulu. The ult comes out. The Glacial Prison buys a little bit of time, but Beartree is able to find the re-engage with Brian the Lion. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find the kill, but the Akali over the wall will be able to get the reset for Fuyu. But is it enough? Sin free hitting should be able to get 2 kills in this exchange, and Ruddy start to find their way back up here in Game 3.
I don't know if Verdant needed to go for that. You know, I think Beartree, after he got chunked out so heavily, didn't have perfect execution up. It was up. You know, it's still available now, but he didn't get to use it because it was just so close to cooldown. I think they could have maybe backed away a little bit there because they were stepping forward, and you really don't want to give like Sivir getting these kills. She is a supportive ADC, has you know the on the hunt, but she can output a lot of damage in these team fights, especially because her W is going to bounce between everyone. The Shroud doesn't stop, I believe, the bounce if she autos someone else. So the Sivir getting fed is very good. And Sin, who showed up massively in the lower bracket finals and has shown up pretty massively in this entire split, is now in a position where he can maybe carry a game. He had a good early game on the Varus, to be fair, game one. It didn't end up turning out. But let's see if he can actually carry this game on the Sivir. Because he's been putting that position, right? And look at the rest of the map for Ruddy. It's not looking great.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen what Beartree can do for Verdant, right? So it is going to be a little bit of a fight for Beartree versus Sin, right? I feel like obviously Beartree has already proved themselves the first 2 games in this series, and you know the whole season for Verdant really. But looking into this game, it is going to be a little bit of an ADC versus enemy mid laner situation. Little Pence in the area, able to stop that gank from Crisis to really be a threat onto Beartree, and it is just going to be Akali versus Sivir, it seems like, as we move towards the team fighting point in this game.
Yeah, and the other thing to mention is that Akers hasn't got the same lead that he had in game 2. So the Gragas matchup isn't looking as bad for Verdant as... Yeah. Oh no, Tofu's been caught.
Tofu has to flash away. Trundle ult as well, fully expelled. So Tofu really nothing left in the tank as the dragon spawns in a minute's time. It could be an angle for Ruddy to maybe claim 2 dragons in this early game. That would be a good start.
Yeah, and Refresh, I mean, he's...
Okay.
I feel like he doesn't respect this matchup enough. I'm not going to lie. To me, it looks. It's not looking good. Stepping forward there,
it's not looking good. You don't think?
It's not looking good. That's the understatement of the century. I think we got solo killed in the previous game. He's been solo killed again here, twice technically, and he seems to be like right there, stepping onto the wave so that the Gragas can ult you away from the turrets. And not have to take turret aggro is a bit of a mistake there, you would say, from Refresh. Yeah, I mean, Akers again showing up big for Ruddy as he usually does. Often considered, you know, he is the best top laner in our league, and he's kind of showing it here as Beartree just stepping forward into Errol. The damage, look at mid trading, by the way. It's very, very hard in this matchup for Yone to keep trading back into the Akali because of the Shroud. And it shows because Ruddy is now having to cover this matchup so heavily with a Lulu, which you don't really want to be doing. Lulu kind of wants to get a little bit more gold and XP into her back pocket than most engaged supports. And he's having to run around on this Lulu to just support a mid matchup that's leaking a little bit. As Tofu is going to be able to be here as well, maybe pulling off with those Raptors. So Crisis... This is just weird. It's so weird. You're seeing Tofu, who's covering. They're going towards these grubs, but Akka's already there to cover, so Tofu can't go. Crisis is hovering around mid an awful lot while he has topside camps up, so he's now just got to force the dragon because he spent so much time covering a play in mid that never really came about. And now Ruddy, who were looking, you know, they are in the leading kills, they are in the leading goals, but they aren't showing that sort of cleanliness that we have often expected from it. If this is stolen, it's a disaster. Okay. It isn't stolen.
That might have been the nail in the coffin.
End up being, yeah, the mounted dragon. Right now, with a draft that I would have say is Ruddy favored because of the nature of how Ruddy want to play the game, they aren't necessarily getting all of the leads they can. They are now getting grubs. That's good.
Yeah, this is big.
It was Akka's denying Tofu that. So this is good. This is good to see from Ruddy that they're not giving over, just ceding objectives that they can contest. However, I need to see them do more because, and I'm not just talking about in this game, I'm talking about in this series, right, Drake? Because when you think about it, they're 2-0 down. So they even if they take this game on blue side, they've then got to go to red side.
Yeah.
They're then going to have to bring out something else. As Beartree's just going in on
I
Errol.
mean, this is just a highlight reel Akali performance so far. Like, obviously not going to be a
Yeah.
kill, but Beartree really making it look easy this game, and we'll have to see. I mean, I definitely agree, right? Verdant, very comfortable in this game. Ruddy with their backs to the wall, even if they claim this game. So far, it doesn't look like they've shored up on all of their difficulties.
Yeah.
It's a case of like, even if we worked well enough in this game to be able to win this one out, moving into game 4, moving into game 5, you really need to stop letting yourself bleed so much. I feel like.
Yeah, well, the big thing here is that like, so Akers is being jumped on again, even with the XP lead, he is going to end up fooling you to magic some point.
TP?
TP is coming in though.
Yeah,
So this is a bit of a disaster here for Verdant in the making.
Oh, it's so good. The Fate Seal doesn't quite land on anyone though, but it is going to be Errol here to clean up the mess. Tofu taking a lot of damage. The snapback is enough for now, and Crisis moving in. Should just be kill donation going through for the side of Ruddy. 2 get picked up, and they managed to make the kill score 7-4. And look, I mean, a lot better than they
I
have
was
in the
going to say this is actually a massive fight for Ruddy, just in terms of confidence and mental. Being able to sit there and deny the play that Verdant was doing, pick up 2 kills, even though your min matchup's going to be disastrous, because is coming in to cover this and maybe force Beartree out. There's a lot of damage available here. Look at the damage from Akers, actually, absolutely disgusting. Going more towards that damage build in general. Beartree's got to be careful because it's just the Gragas. He's just dead.
He's just dead. I mean, Crisis can pick this one up if he wants, but
giving it to Akers.
I mean,
he's got to take it. Okay. This is where these are the that fight top will give a massive amount of confidence to Ruddy. The big thing is even though they were ahead in gold and ahead in kills, they're sitting there going, well, now like we're still making these mistakes. And that was an absolute great play in top to make. And then Akers to TP mid to then get the kill on the Akali is absolutely huge. They're picking up Herald as well. This is what we wanted to see coming out from Ruddy. We sat there and go, okay, they're very good at objectives. They like to stack grubs. They're very good at playing out sides and get, gold advantage team fights. And Verdant were able to play into what was their style. Ruddy have had gold leads. They've had gold advantage team fights that they've ended up failing at. And Ruddy now need to show that, okay, this style does work against Verdant because it didn't work in the upper bracket. It hasn't worked in the first 2 games. And going in now into game 3, they're showing that maybe we're going to be able to make some plays here. However, this game is not a litmus test because Ruddy, even if they win this one, are looking towards the next game, and they're sitting here going, "Okay, what do we do on red side? This is going to be very hard here." Even though again, they're still looking at. I mean, at this point, we're kind of expecting refresh to die. I'm not going to lie.
Refresh this entire team. It's just been a minion, man. It is so unfortunate. Like, Akers absolutely decimating this top side, and maybe Ruddy will be able to convert it into a win this game. And I mean, you were talking about Ruddy starting to figure out what the winning formula is against Verdant. I feel like another really, really key point here for Ruddy is the fact that despite all odds, despite whatever you say about this team, despite how their season has gone, this team is a momentum-based team, right? Like, if they can pick up a win here, I wouldn't put it past them to actually be able to somehow pick up that reverse sweep, to somehow at least win game 4 as well. But Akers needs to stay on this high horse, right? Needs to keep popping off, because as soon as that momentum dies down, Verdant can easily snap them right up.
Yeah, I have. Ruddy has always been a very momentum-based team. As Tofu has to flash away from the Fate Seal because it's just a Yone that's 3 level lead. It is an interesting spot as right now Verdant, they're now with this team, this sort of has diff comp struggling. They're getting dove. This is momentum.
Yeah.
This is what I want to see, right?
That's
Ruddy,
huge.
go. This is huge because they pick this off. Yes, Crisis is very likely to fall. Here comes Yone. Shut down. You almost don't want the kill to go over to refresh because he is going to struggle on the side lane so much against the Gragas, and it is going to reset his gold bounty. But pick up that kill. They pick up the kill onto the sedge. They get something in their back pocket. However, Ruddy, they're still rolling away with this game. They had a bit of momentum early with Crisis Ganks. It fell behind what Tofu's doing. And now they're back in the driver's seat where now they've managed to put their foot on the gas. They're going. They're making plays top. Yes, Akers fell top lane. Didn't really matter. He's still going to have plenty of gold and be able to fight on side. Look at Tofu.
Wow.
He's trying to do something top and get this wave in. And Akers just simply doesn't care. Akers is going to do so much damage. There's no way for this Trundle to respond. Look at Akers. He doesn't. He's
some
basically
DM right there. I mean, Akers is just that guy. Body slam to finish off the troll. And I mean, Akers is just going to be that guy for Ruddy if they are going to make it through the series, right? It is just everything on Akers. If you invest in this man top side, it can definitely make absolute waves that can make it work out.
Also, as they're catching up Brian the Lion as well, this draft from Verdant is very hands diffy, every man for themselves kind of draft, right? So they are struggling in that regard at the moment. As the next dragon, this will be Soul Point for Ruddy. There's going to just be no contest coming out from Verdant. And I just want to mention the Gragas build. Last time he went Cosmic Drive into Fimbulwinter, into that into Lichbane in the end, but into that sort of less carry, more sort of frontline disruptor build, right?
Yeah.
This game, he went an early lost chapter instead of picking up that tier. He's gone Cosmic Drive, and he's now going into what is going to be a Lichbane, I would assume, with that needlessly large rod and the Aether Wisp. So he's going pure carry. He knows he's got to be the one to make stuff happen.
Wow.
Bear Tree is now caught.
Yeah, Beartree's just dead. Good Fate sealed over the top of a Glacial Prison, and Tofu might find themselves caught as well. Little Pants on the opposite side going to get caught out so far by Jamsu and Sin, and the collapse should come through. Actually, the Troll will be able to get out alive somehow, but Verdant, I mean, they maybe walk away with their Trundle, but their tier 2 turret is taking damage, and Ruddy are gaining full control over this bottom quadrant.
And this is where you'd assume now Ruddy can just run away with this game because of the deathball nature of their composition, right? They didn't end up picking up any, they got 2 grubs, but they're going to be able to take whatever fight they want. Civis speeding in Sejuani, speeding in Yone, speeding in the Gragas will end up resulting in Ruddy be able to take whatever team fight they want with the gold lead that they have. They are now currently, 7k gold in the lead. And when you have a comp like this versus a very, very individual-based team comp, look at Fuyu. He's struggling here. Like,
I was
he
going to say,
can't play
Verdant
the
looked
game.
lost. It's just going to be Yone into the backline. Fuyu deleted. Sin looking for another. It will be another going their way. A double kill for Sin on this side. Akker's winning out in the 1v2 for now, or 1v3, I should say, buying so much darn time for this Ruddy side to absolutely dismantle the base on the bottom side, and Verdant starting to fall apart here in game 3.
And this really does. They are absolutely falling apart. I mean, there's nothing more to say about it, right? They're getting picked on side lane. Fuyu is just not respecting 4 members here from the side of Ruddy jumping on top of his head. Stepping forward. Look, he steps forward again. That step forward seals your death. You can't be doing that in this game as the Jinx. Who do you have to heal you? No one. How are you going to stay alive against all these people running at you? You don't. So it's going to be, you'd assume, going into a game 4, because look at the lead. I mean, they're just fighting Bear Tree again. It's going to be difficult. Bear Tree can look. Oh, Gramsci's dead. But Errol's caught. Actually, hold on.
Yeah.
Ruddy are kind of throwing this, Drake. They're kind of throwing their lead.
It's the classic, isn't it? Like, there's no way to avoid this with Ruddy. A little bit overconfident, obviously, and as soon as they find their stride, they do stuff like this. Errol,
he's
very
out.
dynamic way out of this one. Hex gates are very cool and balanced. Will be able to just walk away and get out to safety, as it could have been absolutely horrible, but they only lose the Lulu.
I thought they might have lost 2 there, and if they do lose 2, there's an angle for a Baron, right? It's only 20 minutes, but it's kind of, if you are Verdant, you're almost 10k gold in the hole. You're super far behind in this game. It's easy to tell, and I think that this also comes back to a draft where they were prepped for that Varus pick. It was pretty clear to me they aren't really prepped for this Sejuani, because they just don't seem to have an answer. Even though he's caught, he's going to be so tanky, he's just going to get out. And even with the Trundle ultimate, which wasn't available, but even with the Trundle ultimate, the Sejuani is going to be very disruptive with the CC, with her ultimate, with the stun she brings through. If you are Verdant, you look at it going, okay, guys, this one's a hard one. We're probably going to have to go to a game 4. You already kind of scraping this game away from your mind. Yeah,
it is 9,000 gold. Like, obviously, a lot of these games we look at, avenues back in. We look at scaling opportunities for the side of either team, and it does seem like Ruddy do just have better scaling options. I will say that Verdant do have the X Factor kind of drafted in, right? They have Fuyu on this Jinx, which can just get one pick and absolutely flip
look at the damage on Tofu, by the way.
Tofu, okay, actually almost killing Errol in the 1v1 somehow, and Little Pants able to get out as well. So it is going to be, Verdant definitely have ways in, but you need to rely on Ruddy making a massive misstep.
The hardest part here is the one person who's really making a play is going to be Little Pants, because it's the only way you have like an engage that's decent. Tofu's just dead.
No way out. And Bear Tree maybe next to follow. No, they just want the Baron, and Ruddy, they look like they're a lot more poised with confidence this game. They have a lot more control over it, and just over their mentals, right? It seems like they're making decisions very fluidly this game, and appearing very differently than they did in the first two.
The first 2 games, they definitely looked a bit out of sorts. And honestly, the thing that for me always marks as a Ruddy is their excellent team fighting, and not so much their early game leads. all the time. And they're getting early game leads, and they're not team fighting particularly well.
Yeah.
And this game, they got the early game lead, but their team fighting has been pretty much perfect. I mean, there's been a few moments in lanes that have been bad. Since then, how many members of Ruddy have really died? Just Jamsu getting caught out, right? As Bear Tree's looking for an angle here onto Sin.
Wow, Sin just walking straight into it. This should just be a kill picked up by Bear Tree. Oh, the ult over. Not really going to be convenient for this one. Might be able to catch out Jamsu, and Little Pants kind of in no man's land off to the other side. Sejuani not really a champion that does damage, though, and Akali falling in the top half of this fight. Errol able to pick up that kill. Tofu trying to catch Little Pants, get Little Pants to safety, but that's going to be another one falling for the side of Verdant. 2 members dead. Dragon getting picked up, and Ruddy just seemed to have the run of the show here in this game.
Yeah, and they're just here. Verdant are doing all they can do, which is split pushing on the Jax at this point, as they do end up picking up the Lulu. Jax here, he simply can't really care about dying, as in the sense of he has to just keep pushing out sides and pulling members away, because if you think about it, pure 5v5, you've got to give Red the advantage, not just because the goal leader's Tofu's caught out. This feels like a very much a game of everyone being caught out.
Verdant, what is happening? Okay, Tofu dead. Baron taken, obviously. Ruddy just absolutely dominating this game, and it seems like Verdant are... Maybe they have started to concede this one, right? Like, maybe they have said, okay, you know what? It is a best-of-5 series. We just didn't really mesh well enough. We didn't have enough of a game plan going into Game 3 and moving on towards Game 4. I mean, what does Verdant have to do to beat this form of Ruddy?
I mean, right now, you go back to Blue Side. That's the first thing. Blue Side is so strong in draft. And then they also have a lot more options once that comes about. They can take the Sedge first pick for themselves, right? We saw Tofu have an excellent game in it last time. As we see here,
it's just a
seen this one. I've seen this one before. This has happened before. It's crazy. This is ends up being a bit of a disaster here for Verdant in game 3, having had such good showings in game 1 and 2. I do want to bring up that we kind of can see the weakness of Trundle in this game as well. When Sedge has been meta recently and Trundle's never been seen, you can often ask the question, why no Trundle? You know, he can steal her resist. Matters. Jungle counter doesn't really matter.
Whoa, in the mid lane, Glacial Prison lands onto refresh, and I think this Jax might just be dead in the water. The Fate Sealed over the top, the snapback, and that will be a kill getting picked up. Gragas just deleting the Jinx as well. Akers, an absolute monster on this fat man. Errol able to pick up the kill here onto Rel, and Ruddy will look for Game 3 victory here in this best-of-5 series. I don't think there's much left to stop them. Tofu and Bear Tree trying to group up and defend these Nexus turrets, but it's just a matter of time. Ruddy come knocking. And when they come knocking, they will take your base. They look for the dive underneath the enemy turrets. Bear Tree gets taken down. Tofu, the last remaining member, and not going to be that much of a bastion of safety here for the side of Verdant. Ruddy will claim Game 3. They will look to start their reverse sweep in this series, and we have a series on our hands, boys. We're
seeing a fight back from Ruddy, and this was a question to be had coming into Game 3 if Ruddy could ever take, get their early game leads and maybe move them into a victory. And Verdant seem to have such an X factor on their side, right? They seem to have the ability to take these team fights. I would say this game, it's actually very, very hard for Verdant to really make anything happen if they are behind. If you think about the champions they picked, compared to last game, you had the Cogmore late game, you had the Smolder late game. They fell behind, but then they got that late game engine online and they were absolutely fine. This game, they don't really have anything in their back pocket. Jinx is great late game if she's got people that peel for her and stand in front of her. Who really wants to stand in front of her versus like Yone Sejuani? If you're Trundle, you don't want to do that. Really, you want to be free hitting. You're not really a tank. You're more of this brawly bruiser. And I think Verdant are just going to go back to the drawing board here in terms of draft. They're going to go to blue side, and they're going to see if they can actually maybe take away the Sedge, because it seems to be a bit of actually surprisingly a power pick in this series. We talked about Corki early on. It's just going to be permaban now because we're not going to give anyone that champion. It's going to be broken. So maybe it's Sejuani and then maybe some trades of ADCs. I just think that Verdant had a little bit of ego going into this game 3. They were smashing 100%. Ruddy 1 and 2. Let's be honest. Let's not beat about the bush. They were kind of game 2 less so, but it seemed to be Verdant in the driver's seat past about 25 minutes. But early game 1, and pretty much the whole of it, other than the first 5-10, Verdant was smashing them, and Ruddy seemed out of sorts. So maybe going to game 3, Verdant felt comfortable and confident and overconfident, and they took the Jax again while Gragas is up, and they didn't care about that matchup. They didn't care about any of the matchups, really. They're just sort of trying to hand stiff them. You can't be doing that. You've got to show respect. So in game 4, I want to see more respect coming out from Verdant. But other than that, this series is a little bit interesting. It feels a bit stompy, a little bit stompy, Drake.
Yeah, it is a bit. You're right. It just seems like it either swings one way or the other. It's a little bit of a pendulum. And I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way here in the El Clasico of the UKEL. It's been an absolute pleasure so far watching Verdant and Ruddy duke it out. Yet again, I have not seen this matchup enough, and we get to see it a little bit more. So we're going to go to a short break, guys, before we come back with Game 4 and the Analyst Desk, who are going to break that game down and bring us into draft. Don't go anywhere.
And that is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We have a series on our hands. My prediction is coming true. I'm telling you, I can feel it. It's warming up. Ruddy are coming back. 3-2, baby. That's what we're looking for. The reverse sweep. The history will be made. It will be seen here. But if they want to get to that point, the next game is the scariest, right? Blue side will be taken by Verdant, which will definitely change up the draft a lot. But we will get to that in a second. We're going to run through the game that we just saw. Because I will say, the first two, it felt like Ruddy had a little bit of a moment, and then Verdant just took the game back. This time around, Ruddy had a moment, and then were able to keep it in their hands. But let's start off with a little play from Bear Tree, because I will say this, you know, we talked about the mid-featured matchup. This is what we're talking about. Or is it?
Right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right, I'll grab onto this one here. So we're seeing Bertree and Errol both hitting level 6. I'm sure this will come off pause eventually. As we're seeing Errol's having to use his E here to try and clear the wave to push it in. Bertree capitalizes this really well, and a perfect shuriken flip means that the Yone doesn't connect, then just taxis off of his lifeless body to get out of tower range. And this looks like an amazing position for Verdant to be in, right? Before we started the match in the last draft, I said Errol's really going to have to step up and hard win lane because the rest of his team is looking a bit shaky. He did get solo killed, but as a whole, Beartree wasn't really able to capitalize on the early lead that he accrued. There was one really nice point where he went deep into the enemy jungle and was able to catch out the enemy carry, but then his R threw him over the wall and he was like, no. That's a shame.
I want to say,
he immediately died for it.
I think we saw big step ups from Akers here in this game. I think he's had a really good series so far. I think he's been the best player on Ruddy so far. He's been the most consistent for sure. And he had, again, another good game. But this time it felt like he was able to influence the map a little bit more. But the player that really stepped up for me in this game was Sin. I feel like Sin had a phenomenal game this time around. The Sivir seemed way cleaner. They were able to play the fights. They were getting in there. They were able to make things happen. They were allowing the team to get into range as well with the ultimate. And they were able to do so much. And the one person that got shut down from the other side was Fuyu. Let's run this VT, because I will say, Fuyu, we talked about the Corki in game 1. The Kog'Maw were able to do things in game 2. In game 3, the Jinx was pretty much banned.
Yeah, they essentially had a 6th ban to their name. You can see here Errol finding a beautiful punish onto Fuyu for stepping too far forwards. And there's just nothing to be done. The Sivir, it does so much damage. They just run at you. You just kind of get the bounty on your head collected. The bounty hunter happily walks away with a little bit more money in her back pocket. And it shows the comfort that Sin has on this champion, right? You've got the safety from Spell Shield. You've got the on the hunt to be able to chase down or run away, support your teammates in that sense. But you also just have a load of damage. And it's bloody beautiful to see Sin actually getting to step up into these fights, considering game 1 and game 2, we saw the Varus really, really not have impact.
And it does ask the question of what will happen next, because I will say Verdant, I think they kind of went into meltdown maybe a little bit throughout the game, because later on we didn't see a load of clean team fights. We saw a lot of scrappy moments where they lost someone early before a play and then they couldn't really go for the play. They had to basically give it up to Ruddy, and it does ask that question of like, okay, like, why are you crumbling? Why are you not able to keep that composure? Now, obviously, they still have 2 games left, right? They have opportunities to win this series. They're not out yet by any means, and Ruddy are still the ones with the high pressure on them. But it just felt like this time when Ruddy got ahead, Verdant weren't able to really capitalize on it. And I do wonder if there has been a big change in mentality for Ruddy moving forwards. And what I want to know is, how can the draft change these things, Rory? Because obviously, now that we're going to see this switch up, we're probably not going to see the Gragas, right? That's the big one that we talked about in the green room being banned away. But now it also flips up for Ruddy, where they have to ban things like the Corki.
Yeah, I don't think Ruddy are ever giving away this Corki, and I just don't think Verdant will give Refresh bruises. Like, unless he's really ego picking it, he's just not performing. And in a grand finals, you've got to play what you're good at, and this isn't working for him today.
Okay. What about you, Lonnie? Any thoughts on what they should switch up, how they want to change this one?
I don't think so. I think the projected bans that I'm going to kind of throw out there now will be blue side. It'll be Skarner, it'll still be probably the Varus or something similar, and then another
You don't think
issue ban
Gragas?
like the Gragas.
Yeah.
And then for red side, you're pretty much guaranteed it to be one of, well, some iteration of Ashe, Corki, Hui, and Aurora.
Well, here we go. We're going to get into it. We are going to see the Gragas and the Sejuani band away. Both picks that Ruddy decided to lock in on their win. And it will now be Corki and Hui taken off from Ruddy. So, a big switch up, I will say, in the bans from game 1 that we had. And I do wonder how that is going to reflect onto the rest of the game. I'm also thinking, how early do you pick for refresh, right? Because we've seen the Jax basically be first picked in some of these games, right? It's been like either B2 or like going for the R2 or 3, you know, so it's a sentiment where they've been very happy to lock refresh early. And I do wonder, like, maybe they just go for that safe kind of tank on the top lane really early on. And obviously that could present problems because Akkas definitely can play around that. But it does feel like, you know, getting Fuyu, getting Bear Tree on really good matchups is where they can win.
Oh, and a tank would work in the early prior picks if Ashe is now secured in. If you're looking at something like an Ornn or a Maokai, you can create so much pick potential paired with the AD carry. But now Ruddy, seeing that the Varus is open, they might just respond with that Varus.
I would like to point out that this is Fuyu's Ashe. This is something we highlighted at the start of the day. This is a champion that this player plays so incredibly well, and the Caitlyn is up
It's
and
been
available.
banned last 2 games.
The problem is Caitlyn requires a very specific play style that we've seen Fuyu and Little Pants shut down time and time again.
We'll have to see if it works out. It has been banned for a couple games for a reason. The Ashe locked in, the Caitlyn going to follow. We'll see how this one is paired up, because I also do wonder what they're going to go for the support. I feel like the support picks have really dictated a lot of the game, right? Especially from Little Pants, but I also think the Jansu on that Lulu really was giving a massive bolster to Ruddy's opportunities there. Jarvan going to be locked in. Big fan of the champion there, and it could obviously set up so much early on in the game for Ruddy.
Now, as we're seeing Verdant posturing around possibly a jungle pick here, I wouldn't hate it personally, but now if they're having to fall towards going for the save Tom, this Ashe Tom Kench was what they played earlier a few weeks ago, and it was incredibly successful. If I see an Ivan locked here, I'd be very surprised. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it's a champ that would really be banned ever, and I don't think that great with so many counters available. The Wukong now locked in creates a hefty front line that matches game 1.
I would just like to point out that 4 of the champions picked currently, if memory serves, were in that game before, where we saw the Ashe pop off against Ruddy for Fuyu. The Karma are going to be locked in just to add to a little bit more of the range advantage on this bot lane. But if Verdant want to just salty run back the composition they had then, they absolutely could.
Yeah, no, for sure. As we are going to go into the second phase, obviously, they're now going to lose the Jax as well. So it actually feels like Ruddy are trying to push Refresh onto something like a Camille, like the Irelia again. Maybe the Ornn is still available, though, and Cassante also up. So I do think Verdant have options to have a little bit of security, but Ruddy could also opt into taking those away themselves in the first pick on the red side. So with that being said, I feel like it's an option of, do you go for top, do you block out Refresh again, try and get Akkas on a really strong pick? Instead, they decided to go a little bit for mid, a little bit for top, and also ban a battery.
I mean, if we're looking in top pools and we're looking at beefy boys, like Caitlyn's not a great tank killer, but what would really hurt her, like more than anything, Ornn can destroy Jarvanol. So that's immediately just a really nice interaction there. But if you're looking, like, depending on what Errol picks, you could just go full health stackers. Like, a Mundo wouldn't even be that insane in this situation. I know a lot of people have some opinions on the champ, but I think in a certain spot, it works really well.
Okay, taking the Ornn for themselves. Aka says, we're not going to allow you to have this one. It's your strong pick, and you're not getting it today. But does Refresh have an answer? Because obviously the Camille, like, notorious, especially a few years ago, for killing off the Ornn later on in the game. But obviously the early game can still go the way of the tank, assassin, bruiser, mage that is Ornn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Yone also does it incredibly effectively as well because of that Blade of the Ruin King rush. I'm just thinking the Galio lock-in for Battery means you are looking to play around Fuyu. You're looking to play around the fact there's a Jarvan ult going down. You're looking to play around the fact you've got Cyclone. I do quite like this coming out of Verdant. You don't lack damage either because the Galio does a surprising amount of damage thanks to the MR scalings that got bolstered a couple of patches ago. I'm concerned if this Camille gets locked in because I don't think Refresh has had the best day mechanically speaking. So I think something a little bit simpler into this matchup would make sense. Instead, they are just going to fall back to the comfort. It's a good lane for the Camille. I think if Refresh still has the confidence in himself to be able to play this out, then it can absolutely go his way, especially if Aka's missteps at all. But with how Refresh has been playing and how Aka's has had a stellar series so far, I think opting into the tank v tank matchup may just have been better.
And I've seen a lot of Ornn solo kill Camille's.
Yeah.
Like, it happens a surprising amount. Choosing to go Rise into the Galio. Short
is that
range.
Locked? That's locked?
That's
short
insta-locked. That's
mage.
insta-locked.
Short range mage into a Galio is not something I often see. I'll be real with you. But I guess Ruddy, seeing Verdant's generally short range comp, I've just said, we'll jam it, but I don't know how this Rise is team fighting with a Wukong, a Camille, and a Galio on top of him. It's going to be such a Herculean task.
It is a bit of a question for me. I will say that it's not the pick I was expecting. Immediately, what was I thinking in this aura? Maybe, you know what could have actually been massive, Rory, to go back a couple of hours. Swain, I feel like could have been really good into this
Swain's
moment.
actually surprisingly good into Galio. Like, I was trying it out earlier, and it's like, oh no, Galio drops his damage. Now you just pump everything into him as he walks away, and you win every trade.
You know what also would have been perfectly fine? Going back to the Yone you just played.
Yes.
But they don't.
Yes.
But going full AD into Wukong.
Full AD, but you got the Karma, who is going to make this Wukong's life a living hellscape.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, the tether is really annoying as a Wukong. That's a fair point.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Rise, but you know what? I feel like it's one of those picks that can always flourish. It can always do well if played well. So I do feel like there is a little bit of that skill expression that Ruddy can just use. And if they do have a game like last time, where I feel like Crisis now on this Jarvan, it is the big pick for me. It has so much potential in the early game, right? From level 2, Jarvan is dangerous. Level 6, the Ashe is in big trouble, right? We always talk about Hextech Ultimatum, locking someone down, but Cataclysm is dangerous for the side of Fuyu to get caught into, right? Because there is no way out. You're an Ashe, you are going to be stuck, and there's going to be an Ornn running towards you. It is a tough time. Yes, the Tam Kench is there. I do agree. There is a bit of life saving there, but Fuyu's the main carry, right? Without Fuyu, the game kind of breaks down a lot for Verdant. Yes, I think the Galio and the Camille can make something happen, but I feel like it's a lot of weight on that Ashe, and there's a lot of potential for Ruddy to pick them off.
I think Fuyu is more uncomfortable in that situation, though. We've seen it before. Fuyu is incredibly confident on this Ashe, incredibly comfortable on this Ashe, and can play it extremely well. I do find it quite funny that we ended up with the Jarvan Galio Camille combo, but split up. It's still going to work very similarly, but it is split up. But I think Galio's damage is surprisingly good. Wukong's damage is decent. Tahm Kench's damage is completely shockingly good. And this Camille is always going to be a problem, whether it's on side lane or in team fight. My concern is you have nobody to match Camille side laning because the Rise just gets jumped on and dies. You've got nobody who can rotate to a fight as effectively as a Galio without committing TP. You have one non-committal engage tool in Ornn, which realistically is not going to be amazing to use because if you hit anybody with it and you don't hit the Tahm Kench, they just get devoured the second you try and go forwards. And you are clumping into Cyclone Shield of Durand.
I will also add, because I think it's important, I think we will see it this game, on LeBlanc, Errol got caught out on side at critical times, and as a champion
Yes.
with high mobility and was still getting caught out. Now, a champion whose only mobility is a small puddle, which takes 3 seconds to go off,
That you can be CC'd out
that
of.
you can be CC'd or even just Hextech ultimatumed out of. Like, it's very scary when you see how some of these players have done today to be like, I've got the confidence to lock this in.
But I do think confidence goes game for game. Like, I feel like it would have been very easy to say 3-0 after the second game, right? I don't think anyone was like super surprised.
Actually. I think one person specifically did.
Damn, calling them out like that. I wasn't going to bring that up, but it's a sentiment where, like, I think that there is definitely a potential where, like, game to game means a lot, right? Ruddy looked completely different in game 3 than they did in games 1 and 2. I feel like they have gained a bit of confidence back. They can definitely beat Verdant, and they're now going to be able to show that again. And they have to, right? Because they are walking that fine line. They are on that tightrope. They need to try and get to their destination, but it's a one step away, one bad play, one misstep, one bad team fight, and it could be all over. Verdant can take it home, and Ruddy will not get an opportunity. But Verdant didn't have the strongest game 3, and we've seen it time and time again. Momentum can change a lot, and I feel like the momentum is swinging back into Ruddy's favor, but can they hold on, right? I think the blue side draft definitely changed a few things. I do agree with you, the Rise is scary, and I want to see how Errol plays, right? Because the Yone looked good, but they played a lot as a team, and that's what I want to see from Ruddy once again. Go for those objectives, play as a unit. Getting picked off, I feel like, has been the curse of this series so far, Luna.
It absolutely has. I mean, you die on a side and you immediately give so much pressure over to the enemy team. And it is a momentum thing, right? Because it can stunt your momentum. It's also a tempo thing. There are such thing as good tempo deaths. You can die on tempo as a way to reset quicker, not give over a huge amount to the enemy, and allow yourself to be back out on the map ready for the next play. A lot of the deaths we're seeing, though, are very poor for the tempo of the game because they are happening right before an objective, or they are opening up the opportunity to an objective, which is really, really, really problematic because you then lose everything, honestly.
Okay, we're talking about losing everything. It could be that time for Ruddy, or they could potentially bring this one back. This could be their second game in a row where Ruddy bring it back from defeat and take us to that all but closer game 5. We want to see it. We want to see the 3-2 from Ruddy, especially I do. But with that being said, let's throw it to the casters for game number 4. Drake and Rob, what's your opinion on how this one's drafted?
I mean, we'll have to explain that in a second. Thank you so much for passing it over to us, Jay Real. And to be quite honest, I'm not so sure that I expected to be here for a game 4 after game 2, you know? But Rob, you feel like this is the makings of a silver scrapes here for Ruddy, or what's your vibe?
It's an interesting. There's a few things interesting in the draft. I really like their option where Verdant recognized going Camille Galio. I think people will say, why have they given Refresh another carry? He's not had a great performance. I think this matchup comparatively is, unless he goes for another tower diving and dies again, is actually should be fine. You've got the Galio on top of it. Wukong, I quite like to some degree what have crafted here. The Tarm Kench, they won this lane before against Ruddy, the Ash TK. I do have questions over the Rise actually myself. I think Rise is a champion that slept on a little bit, maybe not picked as much as it could be. I was surprised as well not to see. I agree with Roy. I agree with all of them that Swain would have worked here. I also think stuff like Talia might have gone really hard here against stuff like Camille and Wukong and things like this. You'll be able to play sort of keep away with that champion. But we do end up with this Rise, which we'll have to see how it works out because the amount of mobility is quite limited for him. He might, he's gone phase rush, so he does have obviously that summoner spell to keep him alive, but it's going to be a little bit harder to run away from. You can't run away from a Hextech ultimatum, So I have to see how they end up wanting to play this out because as they go for like little cheesy little level 1 here, and they've maybe done a little bit of prep for this with this sort of composition. This could be a game where Refresh play well. Sin has to be really careful because the Caitlyn lane can go down disastrously.
Oh goodness. That tongue, okay, maybe the tongue doesn't need to land for it to be a good play for Verdant. Sin forced to burn the cleanse. And I mean, yeah, if Little Pants landed the Q, it could have been the spellings of the entire series going the way of Verdant, but only a cleanse burnt. I feel like Ruddy, it could have been worse.
It could have been a lot worse, right? And this is a bit of a concern now on the side of Verdant. We'll have to see if, hold on, there's some pings coming down on the blue. If maybe they just give it over and they just split map here for the side of Ruddy.
Must do, yeah.
I have a few concerns here for this matchup
No
in top
way.
now for Verdant because they took. There's no way they're going to cheese Sin back into lane. He didn't flash. This is a crazy choice, but Karma is a little bit behind the
Ash
Caitlyn.
early.
Where they're respecting this. This is a really insane read here coming out from the side of Ruddy, by the way.
Yeah, I think they want the buff, and Tofu taking a lot of damage. This could be a good start for Ruddy. Crisis trying to get in the backline, only has the E available though, and J4 with only E. Really not a champion that you're too afraid of as the side of Verdant, but it will be Crisis able to find the smite, able to get level 2, but not quite able to get out. First blood goes the way of the Catfish and the side of Verdant.
So initially I thought that Sin and Jamsu had read that maybe we were getting camped in that bush and wouldn't be allowed back into the lane. In the end, that's not what happens. They were looking to simply contest the blue buff, which even though they do get it, they end up dying for it. I was going to say this top lane matchup is now going to be hard for Refresh, but let's just ignore that because top is now looking great for him. And on the other side, Verdant have come out ahead in that jungle play. So now, if you are the side of Ruddy, as Errol is harassing Tofu, who doesn't get to take his buff. Crisis is actually coming because they know Tofu must be on the.
He has a good read. He can actually kill. Did he just seal it with his E? Okay, he didn't. Okay.
That was.
I was terrified. I was terrified for the Wukong.
That was scary, and Crisis is now right in his face because they're using this advantage of. So they had an advantage with him getting the buff. They lost it because he then died, and they get the advantage back again because of the fact that he obviously was a level up. Tofu's coming back in here as we just see them constant fighting early on as Refresh is not taking very low. Oh no, no, Refresh, don't do it.
Turns it around. Refresh finds the kill, gets the solo bolo in the top side. Obviously, the wave not in the best position, but either way, Refresh turning this lane on its head. Finally, managing to get a solo bolo in the top side in a 1v1 in this series.
No one solo bolos Refresh 4 times in a row in a series. No one. Let it be known. I mean, that was a really good play coming out from Refresh, recognizing he had the damage onto the Ornn, who had pretty much burned all his cooldowns. On the other side, we were watching that fight top. Crisis was invading the bot side, trying to put the Wukong out of the game. It doesn't end up really being that way. Wukong, goes down at camp. It doesn't really matter. Tofu's still level 2 here.
Wow.
Errol has to respect the flash. And it's such a chaotic early game as Little Pants was just going into a Caitlyn Karma, which usually is the lane you see winning this.
Wow,
got to be a little bit careful. It's just a chaotic game, Drake. They're just fighting. These fights shouldn't end up in kills, right? This is just a little bit damage here and there. No fights really going down that should sort of spell the death in bot lane because of the fact Caitlyn Karma is so aggressive. Bear Tree is almost rooted under turret. That was really close.
That would have been bad.
That was really close. Especially with the fact that his flash is down, he would simply be dead. However, we're seeing what we should expect, which is Caitlyn Karma nearly outpushes every lane in the game, especially if you take a melee support into them, as there's going to be a double knockup.
Good double knockup coming out from Little Pants, and I think that's just going to be a conversion into a kill. Flash forward coming out from Fruyu and might be able to find another kill. Jamsu forced to flash away. The flank coming in from Bear Tree, and the monster performance from this mid laner for Verdant in this series shows its ugly head yet again. Ruddy lose out in the 2v2 bot lane. They lose 2 members, and Verdant go up 4-1 here in Game 4 of this Best of 5 series.
I just want to thank production for noting, I didn't see this, that there is a Halo Blades Tahm Kench on the side, which makes a lot of sense, given you are against the Caitlyn Karma, right? You're going to have a lot more damage in the all-ins. It is good. You don't really want to be taking Guardian, because it's going to be poked off for you anyway, so Halo Blades is better in the all-ins. You just see Tofu there disconnecting, reconnecting, just at the disgusting double knock-up that the Little Pants managed to land. That is a little bit of a mistake, a massive mistake from Ruddy, standing on top of each other against a Tahm Kench, especially when you try to just get the wave in, and you sort of pushing for a bit too much, and the counter engage coming through from Little Pants leading to those 2 kills. The pressure you now have in this Caitlyn Karma lane is not gone, but it's going to be very hard. Look at that giant spell already completed for the Tahm Kench, very likely going hard. Wow. They're just jumping on top of him, but he's scary right now. This is a fed TK already.
Yeah, that is a very fed Little Pants. You have to respect this Tahm Kench for now. It has been unbenched, and I mean, this game overall seems like Verdant have have managed to get back into that driver's seat. It seems like they've recollected themselves, and I feel like the big thing for me, at least, when we were talking about draft, we were talking about Refresh on this meal on another carry champion, and obviously having a rough time in this series.
He's dead top, though.
Speak of the devil, and they shall appear. That is brutal. But I was gonna say, I was gonna sing his praises. I literally cast a cursed cursed him before it even happened, but Refresh has done well in team fights. Obviously, lane, maybe not the best, as you can see. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Refresh in team fights has come alive, and I feel like Verdant getting everything else ahead in their game so far, it could be the makings of success here in game 4.
Yeah, and this is going to be a lot of damage that the Wukong could put down. If he flashes
Christ is
over,
just
it will
dead,
be
yeah.
yeah, he's just dead. I mean, the flash being available means that Jarvan is not going to live. I mean, I was going to say,
This game is a scrap.
this game is such a scrappy game. I'm trying to take a backseat on trying to delay any analysis because it is just constant fighting. Want to quickly mention Camille being behind, not great, but it isn't as important as people might make it out to be, simply because she's basically a Galio delivery device, right?
Yeah.
She's very
Exactly.
much bringing that Galio on top of the enemy team. So while she does need to bring out damage later in the game, if you've got Fuyu ahead and like, you know, maybe a strong enough Galio and the Wukong as well, you've got damage available that Camille isn't a necessity to be ahead for you to have the damage in this game, as trades being taken in top and it's still looking in favor of the Ornn, and you'd expect Akers to know how to play this lane. He is a phenomenal tank player, as we've seen already in this series and in this split entirely as Refresh. Just trying to get the wave in, and Akers is just not allowing it. Gone for that Bramble Vest, so it will slowly push out as he tanks up those minions. But Refresh having a hard time again in this game shouldn't matter too much. But it is something to note. If there is going to be a win con for Ruddy, maybe Akers can be the difference maker in this game 4. However, on the other side of the map, Verdant looking great. To be honest, Verdant looking really, really good. They're going to look for this dragon as well. 4 members hovering around it for Verdant. 4 members as well for Ruddy. But realistically, if you're Errol and you get 4 on this mid wave, you can't play for this dragon.
Tofu looking mid as well. Should be able to find
he's
the Cyclone
dead.
to follow up on top of the knockup. That will be supplied by Bear Tree. That is just a very dead Errol. Only had to commit the Cyclone as well. Hero's Entrance still available, and that should just mean Dragon for the side of Verdant, and they continue to develop upon their lead. You can see Little Pants with the flank as well. Wukong moving in. Hero's Entrance available to the Galio, and a good double knockup yet again. Little Pants finds it yet again. Jamsu taken down, and Verdant once again will pick up another neutral objective. They will pick up another team fight win. They're looking so good here in game 4.
And I mean, what is there to say? We questioned this rise in draft, you know, about it being shorter ranged into the Galio, and it kind of goes to show in that fight in mid lane. It's difficult to play Rise here when you're going to be jumped on by a Galio who taunts you up, and then the damage comes through from Wukong. And then after that, we see Little Pants Tahm Kench, which we know him for Alistair. He also has a phenomenal Janna as well. But this Tahm Kench pick has shown so pivotal already in this series. Gets the 2-man knockup. The Ash Arrow lands onto Jamsu. There's no hope for this Karma to live. Galio ult as well committed. That's going to be a kill in mid lane, a kill in bot lane, a dragon. Verdant are so far ahead in the terms of state of this game. And especially with the comp that they've got, they're just going to go kill Reef. This feels like a theme. This feels like this has happened before. Okay, he's respecting it this time and just giving up his wave. I actually think maybe here with just getting the goal into his pockets, it might even have been worth him to die for it, to be honest, with how big that wave is. That's like a double stack wave with a cannon he's losing. But again, they're trying to target the weakness they view, which is Refresh, but you're not really able to put any resources into shutting down Fuyu if you're spending so much time trying to deal with to sort of punish the Refresh sort of train here, as he's TP back top and has got a decent amount of damage. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, Akers is not really, like, going to be your saving grace this game, is he? Like, obviously, Akers getting ahead and getting level leads and being able to get closer to those breakpoints where the ornaments come out is very good. But despite, I mean, like, anything further than that, like, Ornn builds tank, you know? Like, this champion is going to be a walking meatball. You know, may be able to win out in the 1v1 against the Camille more often than you'd expect. But realistically, if Akers does get ahead, if, you know, you do punish Refresh, it doesn't really amount to much in the grand scheme of things when, like you said, Fuyu's just absolutely unleashed in that bottom side.
And again, Camille can just be a Galio delivery device, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't matter if the Camille is that far behind. She can also always come back into a game and still do a lot of damage onto, you know, 2-3 items. I just want to mention I'm not the biggest fan of the Thornmail first in this game, as Beartree's being jumped on. He doesn't have flash. He's very tanky, so I'm not too sure if you can actually kill them.
Oh, if Arrow got onto either of those targets, it probably would have been a double kill. Tofu not able to make it in, and you can see Ruddy do have the first move towards the mid lane. That means that Little Pants is forced to flash, and Ruddy definitely seem like they are willing to fight back in this game. It's just a case of maybe overcommitting and not quite finding anything, as, you know, Ash picking up free plates, essentially.
I mean, this is where you start questioning. They pick this Caitlyn into Ashe. Often Ashe seen as one of the lane answers to Caitlyn. Are they actually? Then this dive seems possible, but without Ash Arrow,
They're losing grubs.
a little bit hard. Yeah, they're losing grubs to this. They need to actually force on bottling. They're pinging it, so they are going to be looking for this play in bot as they're losing grubs, and they might even lose refresh on the top side for this potential double kill.
Wow.
They're TPing for it. They got the minions
That's a
still
really
alive.
good TP. A good double cyclone coming out from Tofu, and Sin is just deleted. Will Jamsu fall as well? It will be. Oh my goodness, Fuyu surviving on 2 HP as well from that turret shot with barrier popped. Refresh living in the top side, and it all comes up Verdant.
Yeah, they lose the grubs. Meh. Do we really mind? I mean, it's nice to have them. There are going to be 5 grubs on the side of Ruddy, and you do have... Side laning this game is hard for Rise into Camille, but it is possible if he is ahead, and I would say that relatively the Rise is ahead of the Camille right now, as they've just got him pushing up that top with those 5 grubs as little grubby spawns right there. Yeah, not nicks away at the tower. But Refresh surviving is also very important in the grand scheme of things, not giving over any excess gold, and the kill, the sort of plays with the kills all going the favor of Verdant. Now I'm going to bring up questions over the fact that we have seen a... Oh, hold on, Errol. Errol gets the turret as well.
Gets
hold
the turret
on.
and
He's
gets
out.
out. Phase rush. The Q. Yeah, the tongue shouldn't connect from Little Pence, and Errol actually able to get out, get the first turret. So there's going to be a lot of gold given over to Ruddy. It's pre-14 minutes as well, so that's really nice for this Rise. And I mean, that's the person I'm looking at in this game, right? Is if Errol's able to come online, if
Refresh?
Errol's able to make stuff happen. What the heck was Refresh doing there?
I don't think that if we've seen this before. I think that question does not need an answer. But no, the Rise now getting 750 gold into a 725 gold as Jamsu just goes out the arrow. Tofu's trying here. This is Verdant kind of not falling apart, but struggling a lot here. They need to be
good
careful.
Flash away. Hero's entrance comes out from Galio, and Fuyu is still alive. So is Tofu, and that means that it's a fight that Verdant can win. Ruddy do have Errol TPing in, and Rise does quite a bit of damage. Have to be careful here. Obviously, J4 no Cataclysm and out of the fight. Looks like it will petter out, and Verdant managed to keep all of their members alive, and that's probably all they could have hoped for here.
And I think one of the main themes of this entire series is we can talk about drafts, we can talk about grubs. I think one of the main themes I've seen is a lot of teams just simply aren't respecting. People throw the word tempo around a lot, right? When we talk about League of Legends, we love to use pilot and tempo and these phrases to make sure that people who are new to the game don't understand what's going on. But essentially, with you are seeing teams just not respecting the pace at which the other team are playing. The tempo in which Ruddy are playing, for example, that fight in mid lane, Verdant seems like they were trying to absorb. Like right here, Verdant try and make stuff happen, but you've already got Ruddy members available. This could have gone a lot worse for Verdant. They are lucky they didn't come away with two of the members dying here. You see here, they've got the grubs. Okay, we're going to overload mid. We're going to push this wave. Arrow goes wide, and at this point, the player's actually over. Tofu's still trying to go, and there's a big fear here that essentially you're going to have enough members of Ruddy. But lucky enough, there is a response.
Oh my goodness. Little
Pants is there. They managed to save Tofu's life. Everyone does get out here alive, even though they do end up, chunking out Sin. And right now, this is now the play for what I'd say is Verdant to make for something here. They're looking for a play to see if they make something happen.
Beartree nearly able to find some sort of engage onto those 3, but it will be a flash away from Errol to start off this fight so far for this dragon. It is only second dragon, so it's really not that big of a deal, but it looks like both teams do want to contest it. Akker's already moving into the mid lane, should be able to shove out that wave. Beartree forced to answer, and that gives inside track towards Ruddy, towards this dragon. Tofu kind of in no man's land here, should have to W over the wall. That means that W is down for at least the next 15 seconds, and that could be dragon taken by Ruddy if they choose to burn it down. Blast cone available for Tofu, looking for the steal. We'll have to see who it goes to, and it will get picked up by Tofu in front of 4 members of Ruddy, and it looks like the fight is going to break out on the opposite side. Oranhorn doesn't quite connect, neither does the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but the Cyclone does onto 2 members, 1 already deleted on the side of Ruddy. Crisis getting melted down by the Ashe on the opposite side. Tofu picking up the kill up here onto the Karma, and Camille just to finish things off, the cherry on top for the side of Verdant, and they win out in the team fight.
And this is possibly the fight that win Verdant the UKL autumn split. Right here, it looks okay for Ruddy initially. Refresh goes in, and just everything scatters. Look where Errol is. He's in no man's land. Gets taken down here. Fuyu's coming back in. Errol going down first is a disaster. There's no front line. There's no front to back for the side of Ruddy. They don't sit there and play to their team fight strengths. Ornn was kind of tanking up for some members, and Errol's being caught off on the other side. Ruddy have shown that they are able to play team fights. We've seen it before, and this was not an example of that. This was simply Ruddy not understanding what front to fight on, right? Like they were sat there, Refresh is jumping in one way. Oh, where's Errol go? Well, how are we going to peel for our rise? Well, you simply can't. He doesn't have flash available. He's not going to live if you don't play down into the enemy team. And they didn't sort of seem to group properly as they're looking for plays. They're going to pick up Refresh, you'd assume here. They're going to try and pick off Refresh. There is no turret. There is no turret available. So okay, they're going to let him live. I mean, this is a concern. There might be a 2-level lead in top lane, but it turns out it doesn't really matter.
I mean, you're talking about tempo, right? Like, you just wasted so much time trying to catch Refresh. You haven't even like committed anyone towards this Rift Herald either. It just feels like, I mean, obviously the game is 13-2, right? Like, it cannot feel more out of your hands if you are ready here. And with backs to the wall, one loss away from losing your entire split, losing the season here at UKEL, and coming up second in the grand finals. I mean, at this point, where do RUD need to dig in? Where do they need to find their advantages and find a team fight? Because for me, it feels like it's a long way down the line in this game, like 30 plus minutes.
It's something where, other than Akers, look at the scores. Look at RUD's team, the scores on each of the players. And it's something where Akers has been the sole point in this series, really.
Yeah.
Of
the beating heart of RUD.
The beating heart of RUD. He is the person that has been able to drag them into teamfight wins. Can he do that on a champion? Gragas does a lot of damage. Ornn does some, nowhere near as much as Gragas does. And the Ornn as well is very much reliant on your teams doing the damage. And look at the items here. It's just not enough. Yuntow's isn't going to be fully stacked for Sin. He's going to have to now wait until he gets that fully stacked. Then maybe getting towards an IE, hopefully second, if he can actually afford it. And if you are Ruddy, you're just praying you can sort of slow this game down, which is not what you want to say when you're playing a Caitlyn draft.
Or when you're Ruddy.
Or when you're Ruddy. Yeah. As the arrow comes through. Oh, no.
No way that lands, man. Errol does have the ult out. We'll have to see whether it does get popped. Not really going to bring you to safety, though. Crisis is waiting over here to be able to help out Errol in this escape. Tofu and Little Pants should get stalled out by the Cataclysm EQ. There you go. But that is 2 ultimates already expended by Ruddy, and that's going to be a lot of pressure that Verdant have over the map.
Yeah, and now Verdant can kind of choose if they want to make a move mid lane. Akers is shoving in top, which is a good call here because of the fact that everyone committed to bot side essentially, and Refresh was on a reset. However, again, this is always a concern because your best player, or the biggest player diff you have in this entire series, is on Ornn duty. So he's not even able to take that turret despite making the correct call of pushing. We'll have to see now with Ruddy all taking a reset. You see me, Akers is going to be going back as well. Can they make a play happen potentially around this dragon in a minute and a half? I want to see them if they're going to be able to play these team fights, which they are massively in. They're not in the biggest gold deficit right now, you know, right? It's only inverted commas 4K compared to there have been much greater leads at 18 minutes. We've seen this split. I want to see them play front to back properly. I don't want to see them try get in a situation where they're the ones being flanked in river. They need to be able to make fight on a unified front and maybe remove vision, not allow TP flanks, etc., etc. These sort of basic plays you want to be making as a team fighting sort of composition with a Jarvan and with an Ornn. Are they going to make a play on Refresh here instead of give the Drake? Because they don't really have time here to mess about. They need to make a play now and reset.
It's gone. The window is gone, and I mean, you're mentioning the gold differential between these two teams, and I guess they might still be looking for Refresh. I'll hold my point. They haven't spotted him out, though, and he should be able to just get out with an E over the wall, you have to think. Hook shot over the wall. Akers trying to find a collapse. Does get the knock up, and Crisis is going to slightly commit, not popping the Cataclysm, though. So, yeah, Refresh able to walk out, and I feel like when we're talking about the gold differential between these two teams, the most key highlight, for me at least, as the TP does come out from Bear Tree, is the allocation of who actually got the gold, right? Like, I feel like Tofu having a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle definitely causes problems for the backline of Ruddy, and on top of that, right, Fuyu just an absolute monster on this Ashe. And it even if it is only 2,000, 3,000, it becomes like an insurmountable mountain, as we can see Crisis getting deleted by 2 members that don't have the gold lead for Verdant, and it just goes from bad to worse for Ruddy.
So there's a thing you get as a toddler called object permanence, and I don't know if Ruddy have really showed it there. They just saw Bear Tree teleport to top lane, so they know he would be in range for Galio ult. And then they've just full sent it onto Refresh anyway, after Galio backs off. And I understand that he's had not the greatest series, my boy, in the top lane, but it's not the right pressure point. It's not the right thing to target here, really. You didn't even get anything off of it. So you lost the dragon, and you lost on the other side. They're going for him again!
Man.
They're going for him again,
They
Drake.
hate Refresh here on Ruddy. They do not want that guy alive. for even a second, and they're going to get collapsed on for it. We'll have to see who actually ends up getting punished. Akers trying to flash away, might be able to get to safety, but Jamsu caught in the crossfire. Rise forced to TP away, and that's so many cooldowns expended by Ruddy already. Jamsu shortly going to go down. That's going to be a karma in the grave. And the team fight on the opposite side. Little Pants just gets Galio out to safety. And I mean, Baron on the cards, so much available for Verdant to actually look for further. And stalling out this karma kill could even be better, right? Jamsu maybe going to get out alive, forced to reset, but Enchantress Arrow, oh my goodness, that was a close one.
That
American
was
Sniper over here on Fuyu.
Very close shave. So in the end, Refresh dies, and no one, really, this game by Ruddy, it doesn't really matter if Jarvan dies at this point. He's just throwing himself in there for the fun. I mean, this is pretty rough when your massive play top lane is to kill a Camille and the rest of the enemy team are so strong. I mean, just look at the gold differences. It's only about 900 gold difference in favor of Akers in top, but everywhere else 1.8 in jungle. It's a favor for Errol, but it's Galio, so does it really matter? Galio has cheaper items,
Rise, so
and
like,
it's Rise.
Rise
exactly.
needs like at least 3.
Exactly, and then in the big thing here that I'm waiting to get to is bot lane. It's 9,000 gold to 6.7. Okay, that's interesting. And then there's another 1.6k gold in lead for the Tahm Kench as well. So there's a massive gold lead in the bot lane, which actually, if you're playing an Ashe draft, you actually really need, right? This Ashe champion can sometimes fall off a little bit without enchanters late gamers. They're just going. I like this from Ruddy because they know they need to make something happen.
Yeah, just flashes out of the Cataclysm and Crisis now doesn't have the ultimate available, and that means the team fight is winnable for the side of Verdant. Little Pants looking for the engage. A good Hero's Entrance knocks up Akers. Into the backline goes the Cyclone from Tofu, and Sin is just going to get his head ripped clean off. Fuyu free hitting onto the J4, and it's just 2 members already in the grave for Ruddy. And it looks like Verdant want to make it all 5. Jamsu not going to be able to get out. Refresh on the chase. Akers clipped in the middle of 2 members, and it might just be a clean ace getting picked up for Verdant. They get 4. They lose none. Okay, maybe they do lose Ashe off the back. Karma, the only one allowed to survive here for Ruddy. And Verdant looking to claim this UKEL season title.
I like the call from Ruddy. I like the attempt, because I think you do need to make an attempt to do something in this game. You have one player that's doing okay, and the rest of them are really struggling. So making the play in mid lane, I think, is admirable. However, obviously the flash comes through for you. That's okay. The biggest issue you have here is if you're going to make a play against a team like this, you need everyone here to make the play because you are so far behind in gold. And let's have a look. Let's play. Who is missing here? Where's Rise? He doesn't. Oh, here he is. He's already turned up after you've essentially already lost the fight. So once Rise is out, isn't there? It's very hard to unless you get the initial kill onto the Ashe immediately. You don't have any more follow-up damage or anywhere near enough follow-up damage. This might have still gone badly for Ruddy if they had brought all 5 members, but at least you're full sending it. Here, without the Rise there available to bring the damage down, they could have, for example, rooted the Ashe. She can't flash out the Cataclysm, or she has to flash later, or whatever it may be. Maybe you catch her on the route after her flash. Things like this. The fact of the matter is if you are Ruddy, you're going to have to full send it on another play again, and this time you need to bring everyone, because if you don't, look at the gold just on the Ashe and the Tahm Kench. It's enough to basically match 3 members coming out of Ruddy, and they're going to go again. They are going again.
Flash this time. Fuyu doesn't have flash this time, and Enchantress Arrow does land here onto Akers, the Hero's Entrance. Able to deter Errol for now, and it looks like Verdant are on the re-engage. The Cyclone finds 3, and it might be enough to claim their spot at the top of the UKEL. Verdant are looking for the team fight. They get Akers, they get Sin, and they're managing to pick up multiple members. A triple kill for Tofu. Make it 5 overall. Verdant pick up an ace. They don't lose a single member. It's a clean ace. It's a quadra kill for Tofu, and it might be Verdant claiming their spot at the top of this season of the UKEL. They only have a few turrets to take down, 1 Nexus left to claim to be able to claim their spot. And I think it's going to happen. 3-1 Verdant in this series. Ruddy do not show their true colors here today. They did their best in game 4, but they are not going to be able to do enough. Series will go the way of Verdant, and my predictions are right. That's all I have to say.
Oh, I mean, that's the most important part, right? Not about the guys that won. It's all about the predictions, the end. Predictions overall. No, this is just this game. We had a lot of stomps in this series. Let's kind of be real. They had 3 games that were pretty stompy, and this game 4 is just. I mean, obviously it adds to that tally, but Verdant came in with maybe not the a plan, but once they give the Ashe first pick over, Ruddy seemed like they weren't really prepared for it. They end up picking up the Caitlyn, right? Which usually you wouldn't take into an Ashe. Usually Ashe was the answer to that. They then end up not being able to break open a lane. You take the Caitlyn Karma. This was a premier bot lane for quite a while, right? It's something where you're able to get push. You can look for maybe to dive. It's not the best. You don't really have a diving support, but you look for something like this. You use that push to get leads in jungle, secure objectives, and none of that really happened after that amazing two-man knockup coming out from Little Pants on the Tahm Kench, which usually TK into Caitlyn Karma, you'd say, Jesus, I'm going to have a horrible time. I'm going to be poked forever and I can't get on top of them. Doesn't really matter. Here, Verdant basically from the beginning managed to make plays happen. They kept sort of making everything go their way. And coming into today, people sat there. We had one prediction for Ruddy on the desk. I'm sure he'll talk about it when he comes back. But other than that, we all sort of saw this team as being the people who would go through to be the champions, and they do so successfully with one little hiccup in game 3. But other than that, let's be real, they showed an awful lot of variety of gameplay today, variety of picks, and they are definitely worthy champions.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, we talked about it a little bit, and Acker's absolutely insane performance, right? Like, Ruddy did put up a fight today. Obviously, most notably, Acker's really coming to put up a fight in the series. But it will be Verdant claiming that victory. They will be the champions of the UKEL Division 1, and absolutely well deserved. They did so well to make sure that, even Refresh was still in all of these games, despite the fact that the lane maybe was a little bit dominant towards the other side. And yeah, I mean, every single member I would probably put the MVP vote to. So we're going to go to a short break, guys, and then I think we'll be back with an interview with Tofu. Don't go anywhere.
That's my MVP. That's my go right there.
There you go.
That's
And we'll
my
see you soon.
MVP.
Welcome in, Tofu, to the stream. You are here, you are winner, you are victorious. I hope you are feeling happy about the games today because you are now the UKEL Autumn 2024 champion.
Yeah, well, thanks.
And you don't seem happy about it.
No, it's not that. No, it's a nice set of games. Yeah, a little bit stressful, I guess, especially in the third game. I'm not gonna lie, to me, the draft wasn't that bad. Yeah, well, it went a bit sideways in the actual game. So,
yeah,
but I think that was fine.
Yeah, as in, I think it was a pretty clean series from you guys. 3-1. Obviously, the one game, as you said, the third game a little bit tougher. What I want to ask you is this: how you kind of expected the series to go, right? Because obviously you played them in the upper bracket finals, you've played them in the regular split as well. Was this kind of how you envisioned this matchup going? Did you think it was going to be 3-1? Did you think it was also going to be quite stompy as well? Because I feel like both. There was only, I feel like, one game that was kind of close, which was more game 2. But games 1, 3, and 4 felt very one-sided to whichever team won.
Yeah, I feel like in most of our games when we played against Ready, it tends to be more of the stompy side from either team. But especially in game 2, it was a bit less stompy, specifically just because of the type of comp we picked. Like we were down a lot of gold, I think around 6,000, but we never really felt like we were at any point out of the game. So just like it really depends on what type of comp we're playing. But yeah, I think a lot of these ones where we had the Tahm Kench Wukong tend to snowball quite quickly, especially with like such a massive amount of dive with like Camille and Galio.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. I feel like you guys seem to weather it well, though. You guys have been a pretty cohesive unit in general. I want to ask you maybe like a more broader question now for yourself. What has been your favorite moment in the UKL Autumn in your mind?
Well, I guess for this split specifically, it was nice to, like, within the league, I'm kind of repping a little bit here because I'm from Warwick University.
Okay, yeah.
But within the league,
a
couple of players like Porp and Spark, and also Gibble from DMG. It's nice to kind of come across them again because I've played with them before at like university and met them, and like we're friends. So it's nice to see familiar faces, I guess.
No, for sure. And obviously Warwick, very, very notorious for their League of Legends, right? So definitely keeping that tradition alive. Now you're a winner of the UKL as well. And also, it must feel good, right? Because you've been to a finals before. You were in the Sunshine Showdown. Now you finally picked up that win. Does it feel nice to kind of have that trophy on your mantle?
Yeah, it definitely feels nice. I can't say I was particularly sad about losing the
Sunshine Showdown.
Yeah, sorry, it's a tricky name. But yeah, I can't say I was that sad because of the circumstances. It was a very fun and interesting kind of like night, and also it did go to 5 games, so it wasn't like I felt like I got stomped or anything, and like, there was no blame. Everybody was just having fun. So, but especially this time since it's more like serious, and we got a new top laner for this split as well, like with Refresh coming in, who I'd never played with before. But again, within university, I played against him, so it's another familiar face. But yeah, no, it's definitely nice to have a trophy, I guess.
Indeed. I feel like the team seemed to have a lot of cohesion, right? It felt like you guys played really well together. It felt like you guys were kind of pretty coherent on your calls from the get-go. Obviously, you went really well into group 7-1. Only one loss there, which was, I believe, I've completely forgotten now. My mind has just gone completely blank of all of the names. It was the good cheat indeed. And it's a sentiment where, like, obviously, I feel like you guys just always performed well, right? It never felt like you guys were kind of on the brink of losing a lot of series. And you have been challenged. You definitely were having a couple of tough games, but I think all in all, it was definitely a really strong team and a roster, which hopefully we'll get to see later on in the future. But my final question for you, right? You're personally my MVP for this series. And I think also Rob as well said it before he left cast that you were his MVP. My final question for you is, without yourself it being included here, who would your MVP be for the series?
I think for this series, it's quite difficult to choose between Beartree and Little Pants. I think Little Pants definitely had a lot of like the playmaking, and especially like with me, it was all when it comes to most of the engages, like a lot of it comes from me and Little Pants. But I think
Mm-hmm.
just on a hand level, I would
Yeah.
definitely say Bertree like had quite a as usual a really solid performance, especially well his way seems to give people nightmares, especially in game one. I just like seeing the artillery come down. And in game two, obviously with the Smolder, it's a little less standout and well boring as people would say. But you know, it was a rough matchup as well, and we still like persevered through it. And he definitely managed to keep like a whole lead throughout all of that. And it was very, very like high stable throughout all games. And also game three where we trolled a bit. He was kind of, if you look at the damage, he was basically 1v9 that game. So
yeah. Okay, fair play. All right, thank you very much. I hope you are feeling good about the victory. That is going to be all from our interview. Do you have any final words? Anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
No, not really. I think in general, just a shout out to the league. It's just overall it's been like very fun, and I hope the other players have had fun, especially with like we've got a lot of games going on. It's twice a week. People scrimming and stuff, so they're really putting in the effort. So I think it's just in general like this league promotes quite a nice like environment, especially for both learning. And I guess like well to meet other people in UK scene with like well I guess similar to their ranks as well because there's not that many within especially the UK here.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for the interview. We are going to let you go now, and I'm going to bring back my analysts to break down that final game and the rest of the series. So, welcome back, Rory. Welcome back, Luna. Thank you very much, Tofu. I believe May can still hear me. But either way, let's break this one down, right? Game 4, we loaded up. We said draft looked decent for both teams, but it started off so well for Verdant, right? Like, they got the early picks. They were able to mobilize. They moved through, and once they had that lead, Luna, they never let go.
No, they took that game by the balls. In all honesty, they grabbed and they dragged. It was
no. The visual there is
it's rough. Yeah.
It was a very, very good game from the get-go from Verdant. First time they got first blood, first time they got first dragon, and it was dominant throughout. They had a very good game. Refresh had a very, very good game, considering how the other three in this series went. Fuyu got that Ash, really stepped up to the plate. Little Pants as well had a stellar game on the Tom Kench, finding all these angles that just seemed completely wild. And of course, Bertree and Tofu just doing the things that you expect Wukong Galio to do.
Yeah, and Rory, we've got to say congratulations. You are a prediction winner. You know, you are.
Well, I wasn't going to bring it up, but if you want to, that's
three.
fine.
I think Beans as well is also in the prediction wins.
Yeah, I think it was Beans, Rory, and Drake were the
the
final three.
So.
How does it feel to be great?
You know, I've always been told that when you become a master analyst, one of the key things is to be humble. So I'm not going to gloat too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll just leave it at that and say I mean, am happy.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I would have almost been more impressed if Ruddy had won, because then the only one of us that would have predicted the correct team would have been Jay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been. I'm not a master analyst, so I would have definitely been gloating. Like I would have been hyped up. I would have been gassed. I would have been talking bear because yeah, like if Ruddy had won, that would have been crazy, especially if it was a reverse sweep. But they didn't. You know, it was Verdant that picked up the trophy. They did manage to secure this one for themselves. And it's been a good time. I said my MVP a little bit earlier, right? When I was in the interview with Tofu, who was my MVP. I think they played insane throughout. I think sometimes we don't necessarily get to focus on like a player like Tofu who's kind of setting up for the team because they are doing just that, right? They're setting up, they're making the plays happen, they're allowing for the people to pop off. And I feel like Tofu has been so consistent throughout the season, especially in the playoffs. And I feel like that is why, for me, he is the MVP. But let's go down the line. Rory, you can go first, then Luna. Talk to me about your MVP and why.
So look, it's a toss-up for me. Like I was like, oh, it's Lil Pants. No, it's Bertree. No, it's Lil Pants. I've settled on Lil Pants. I think the playmaking he was doing just set Fuyu up. It set the whole team up in some really crucial points. And overall, I just think he had one stellar performance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of and ahed because I think, or you can make a case for almost every member of the team, even
Yes.
Refresh, despite his score lines, was doing a lot
Yeah.
of space
Had
buying. He
impact.
was, he was taking a lot of the resources into these side lanes, despite how behind he was. I think you could make a case for all of these players.
Yeah. Even like game 4 Refresh, you know what? You actually did some good stuff.
Absolutely
You
had a
did some
very
really good
good
stuff.
game in game number 4, and a lot of the space buying and things he was doing in 1 through 3 were very good as well. I agree with you, Roy, that Little Pants did a lot of work, and that Tofu was a massive factor with you, Jay. But I think for me, Battery takes it. I think I've been singing Fuyu's praises every time I've covered Verdant, so I'll shelve that for now. I think Battery has had an absolutely stellar series, even in the, like Tofu said, even in the game where they went down and everyone did a little bit of trolling. In their words, Battery was looking like the shining light. The Hui game, he was absolutely a massive factor in that win. The fights were going so incredibly well for them because of this pick. And of course, the Smolder had a rough lane phase, but you can't ignore the amount of work it did alongside this Galio, making sure Fuyu had the ability to play so aggressively on this Ashe. I think Battery he was that step above everybody else today, especially when you consider the fact that he was into Errol, who has been to EMEA Masters and contended with the best.
Well, that is going to be it. That is the end of our UKEL for what I believe is 2024. The autumn season is over and Verdant have been crowned champions. There you go. There you have it. The final is done. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for all of the players and the team. Shout out to all of the broadcast team, especially to our production as well. But from all of us here, we are going to finally say good night.